Chapter 1146. The Eight Seas. Flames soared into the sky, and the magma in the sea created huge tsunamis. In 8 directions, there was the sound of wind and thunder. A huge 8 trigrams formation was activated. In the middle of the 8 trigrams formation, there was a mountain peak. There are 3 people standing there: Jiang Lianshan, Jingwei, and Ingo. Below the mountain peak, on a big ship, stood Gu Hai and the unborn man. The 2 sides stared at each other coldly. Gu Hai stared at Jiang Lianshan as if he was trying to figure out the truth from his body. Jiang Lianshan stood with his hands behind his back and sneered. Gu Hai, back in Shinong City, I knew you were extraordinary, but I didn't expect you to establish the Dahan Heavenly Empire in such a short time. He even borrowed their strength to destroy the spiritual mountain Holy Ground and the Great Yellow Celestial Dynasty. Are you really Jiang Lianshan? Gu Hai didn't believe him. 800,000 years ago, the Samsara was muddle-headed and fought with me. He thought he had killed me, but that might not be the case. Do you expect someone with a brain problem to kill me? Jiang Lianshan said in a low voice. Gu Hai, he is my father. What are you doing here? You want to take my body? Jingwei stared at Gu Hai. Gu Hai stared at Jiang Lianshan for a while. He didn't admit or deny it, because there were too many doubts about Jiang Lianshan's appearance. Gu Hai couldn't tell if it was real or not. Gu Hai looked at Jingwei. Princess Jingwei, you left too early. I've asked you to tell you that you want the vermilion bird god. I've promised to give it to you on behalf of Wan Gu Hai said in a low voice. What? Jingwei was startled and revealed a trace of surprise. I want Lin Wan. To you, you need a fire cauldron body, and you also need the vermilion bird. Ho has already found a fire cauldron body for you, and I've already agreed to give you the vermilion bird god. Why are you running away? You didn't lose anything, and I saved my woman. It's so simple, there's no need to go tit for tat. Besides, I'm not deliberately forcing you to repay me, but you can't bite the hand that feeds you, right? Gu Hai said in a deep voice. After Gu Hai finished, the elite guard was at a loss. Gu Hai was willing to give the vermilion bird deity to him? If that was really the case, then there was indeed no need for him to go tit for tat. Why should I believe you? Jingwei bit his lips and seemed to have loosened up a little. Am I someone who goes back on my word? You can ask Zhou about this matter. Everything will be clear. What do you think? Solemnly, Gu Hai said Gu Hai. Jingwei lowered his head and pondered. Since Gu Hai had said so, Jingwei really didn't have anything to insist on. He raised his head and was about to reply to Gu Hai, but Jiang Lianshan laughed coldly. Gu Hai, you don't have to think anymore. Jingwei won't come out of Lin Wan body in a short period of time. Why? Gu Hai's face darkened. Jingwei also looked at Jiang Lianshan blankly. If I say no, it means no. Jingwei, will you listen to me? Jiang Lianshan looked at Jingwei. Jingwei was stunned, but after all, he was the closest person to him. Jingwei immediately nodded. Father, I'll listen to you. Jingwei, Gu Hai suddenly shouted. Jingwei turned his head and looked at Gu Hai. Gu Hai, don't say any more. Unless my father agrees, I won't listen to you. But, Jingwei, are you sure that he is your father? Gu Hai said in a low voice. Huh? Jingwei's face darkened. Ah, if he is your father, why didn't he appear when you almost killed yourself in front of the Flame Divine Hall? Isn't he your biological father? Why did he watch as you were humiliated by Matriarch Ji and Jiang Rulai? Gu Hai shouted. Jingwei's face froze. Then he shook his head. My father's schemes are unparalleled. He had already predicted everything about me. He knew that I would be fine, so he didn't appear. What about Qi Yu? Qi Yu is his son. Did he just watch as Qi Yu was tortured to death? Gu Hai shouted again. Jingwei's face changed. No matter what, Jingwei knew Qi Yu's identity. Qi Yu was his elder brother. Although he wasn't close to him, he was still his elder brother. Jingwei looked at Jiang Lianshan suspiciously. What a glib tongue. You don't have to judge whether I, Jiang Lianshan, am real or not. Jiang Lianshan said plainly. But you are stopping me from reuniting with Lin Wan heir. Gu Hai said coldly. We haven't seen each other for 800,000 years. You are still the same as before, trying to revive the dead? Ah, let me tell you. The vermilion bird deity wasn't born by coincidence. It wasn't born just because of the Fire Emperor, Jing Wei, and Lin Wan heir. Zhang Lianshan said in a low voice. Guhai frowned as he looked at Zhang Lianshan. The birth of the vermilion bird deity requires the Nanming Li fire. The Nanming primordial fire can only be found in the East Spirit Fire Sea. I collected it for countless years and only managed to collect a little bit. I even found a strand of the vermilion bird's feathers. That was why I wanted to let the vermilion bird deity be reborn. The Fire Emperor's spirit was modified by me here. So was Jing Wei's spirit. That year, she was still an infant and was sent here to be modified. She still lacked a fire cauldron body. Lin Wan heir was indeed a coincidence. But you must know that this coincidence was indispensable. Once Jing Wei leaves Lin Wan heir's body, the vermilion bird deity will disappear. Zhang Lianshan said in a low voice. Disappear? You think too simply. Help Jing Wei change his body? But after that, the vermilion bird deity will be gone. Zhang Lianshan said in a low voice. Guhai's face was gloomy. I didn't save Chi-Yu because I couldn't leave the East Spirit Fire Sea. I have all the memories of you, but I didn't tell the me who didn't go 800,000 years ago, because I didn't want history to change. I passed on everything according to what I encountered back then. It's like a circle. I passed on countless secret flame techniques to that me, and that me passed on to the next me. It's a cycle. Until now, I've jumped out of the circle. Zhang Lianshan said in a low voice. You can't leave the East Spirit Fire Sea? Why? Guhai asked in a low voice. There's no why. I'm just telling Jing Wei that your glib tongue can't stop us from reuniting as father and daughter. Zhang Lianshan said coldly. That's right. Guhai, you better leave. If you anger my father, you won't have a good ending. Jing Wei shouted. Guhai shook his head. Leave? No, I haven't brought Lin Wan heir back. How can I leave just like that? If you don't want to leave, that's fine too. Don't leave. Zhang Lianshan said indifferently. He waved his hand. Boom! Endless flames and magma rushed towards Guhai from all directions. True fire gourd absorb. Guhai shouted coldly. Boom! The true fire gourd suddenly formed a terrifying suction force and absorbed the surrounding flames. However, there were too many flames, and it seemed like there wasn't enough time. Grab the true fire gourd and protect yourself. Guhai passed the true fire gourd to the unborn man. Thank his holiness. The unborn man immediately grabbed the true fire gourd and protected himself. However, Guhai was instantly submerged in the boiling liquid flames. However, these flames were not enough for Guhai's physical body. Boom! With a stomp, Guhai suddenly jumped and pounced towards the elite guard at the peak of the mountain. This Zhang Lianshan was extremely strange. Guhai somewhat believed that this was the real Zhang Lianshan. However, he had to take the elite guard away today. Breaking through the large amount of liquid flames, Guhai instantly arrived at the peak of the mountain. Zhang Lianshan's gaze was cold. He did not move. Ingo, on the other hand, immediately stepped forward. Guhai, I heard that you obtained Chi-Yu's swallow the heavens and devour the earth. Let me see how strong your physical body is. Ingo shouted coldly. As he shouted, he greeted with a punch. Hong! Guhai's and Ingo's fists collided head-on, causing the void to tremble. There seemed to be a power imprint of 30 here. Guhai's and Ingo's fists actually failed to tear the void apart. Water Zombie Progenitor vs. Swallow the Heavens and Devour the Earth. The intense collision caused the surrounding flames to explode. Guhai paused and stopped. However, Ingo unconsciously took a step back. What? This is impossible. You're so strong? Ingo revealed a trace of disbelief and pounced again. Boom! 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 3 punches in a row. With each punch, Guhai took a step forward. However, with each punch, Ingo took a step back. In terms of physical strength, Guhai was superior. This is the Eastern Spirit Flame Sea. You are the water zombie progenitor. Here, you are restricted. It is fine if you are not as strong as him. Zhang Lianshan said indifferently. But I am not convinced. Ingo's face was gloomy. Guhai did not pay any attention to Ingo. Instead, he walked straight towards the elite guards. The elite guard hid behind Jiang Lianshan and shouted, "Don't come over!" Jiang Lianshan, I don't care what you are planning or what you are planning. However, I feel that you have been planning for a long time. You definitely want to harm Lin Wanner. Sorry for offending you. I will take Lin Wanner away, Gu Hai said seriously. Huh, Gu Hai, you are so arrogant after defeating Empress Ji. Qi Yu's swallow the heavens and devour the earth was taught by me. I know better than you how strong it is. You want to take my daughter away in front of me? You are really overestimating yourself, Jiang Lianshan said coldly. Jiang Lianshan said coldly and sent a palm strike towards Gu Hai. Gu Hai felt that this palm strike was much stronger than Ingo's. His face immediately sank, and he sent a punch over. Boom! Palm and fist collided, and the void shook violently. The fist and palm were in a deadlock, as if no one wanted to give way to the other. Jiang Lianshan, you are only SOSO. Gu Hai sneered. Did you forget that I have been here for 800,000 years? This 8 directions sea was carefully arranged by me, Jiang Lianshan said coldly. At this moment, the 8 directions sea, which was surging with tsunamis, instantly formed 8 trigrams in 8 directions. Each 8 trigrams controlled an area of the sea. Suddenly, the 8 trigrams seemed to control the power of one sea and rushed towards Jiang Lianshan in the center. Boom! The first trigram rushed into Jiang Lianshan's body, and Jiang Lianshan's strength instantly doubled. Boom! 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 The second trigram, the third trigram, and all the way until the 8th trigram rushed into Jiang Lianshan's body. Jiang Lianshan's back seemed to be connected to the 8 directions sea, and the power of the 4 seas was his strength. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Lianshan's strength rose to the peak. What about now? Jiang Lianshan sneered. Jiang Lianshan suddenly exerted his strength. You think this is all I have? Jiang Lianshan. Gu Hai's face turned cold. Roar! The roar of a black dragon seemed to come from Gu Hai's body, and a terrifying power rushed towards Jiang Lianshan. Golden red light and pitch-black light burst out as the 2 experts' fists collided. Chapter 1147. Jiang Lianshan gathered the power of the 8 seas. In Gu Hai's body, the spiritual mother deity king was suppressed. However, the nourishment of the body was not part of the suppression. When the 2's fist and palm collided, the terrifying power shook the entire eastern sea of flames. In the aftermath of the explosion, the mountain peak beneath their feet was instantly torn apart. Then, countless flames filled the air. Ingo immediately retreated with his elite guards. The unborn man grabbed the true fire gourd and protected his body as he retreated quickly. Gu Hai and Jiang Lianshan both looked ferocious. Their fists and palms kept bursting with monstrous power. Boom! 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 Although the 2's fists and palms collided, there was still a series of loud explosions. Good. Gu Hai, you didn't have this ability 800,000 years ago. Now, you're even stronger than Gu Hai. Jiang Lianshan stared at Gu Hai. Jiang Lianshan, you are not the real Jiang Lianshan, right? Gu Hai said coldly. Not the real one. How is it not the real one? Jiang Lianshan said coldly. I don't know what relationship you have with Jiang Lianshan, but you should not be Jiang Lianshan. Gu Hai said seriously. Why? For Murong Yin, Jiang Lianshan could die together with the immortal of the 6 paths, regardless of everything. But what about you? Since you have been here for 800,000 years and have not seen yourself from 800,000 years ago, it should not be difficult to save Murong Yin. Everything should be within this period of time, but you did not. Gu Hai said seriously. Jiang Lianshan's eyes narrowed. Unless you have been waiting for this moment from the beginning, and your feelings for Murong Yin are fake. However, I feel that Jiang Lianshan really loved Murong Yin back then. You are different from the one from 800,000 years ago, Gu Hai said coldly. Some things are in the past. You are not qualified to test me, Jiang Lianshan said coldly. Wong. A fiery silhouette suddenly appeared on the surface of Jiang Lianshan's body. The silhouette looked exactly like himself. It was 10,000 feet tall. As it stepped out, it instantly absorbed endless firepower from the entire eastern spirit sea of flames. Jiang Lianshan's strength skyrocketed once again. In the distance, the unborn man looked at that 3-kilometer-long light figure in shock. Jiang Lianshan's fire god? How can it be so huge? 10,000 feet tall? From afar, the Jingwei looked at the fire god in astonishment. Is this father's fire spirit? How is it fire is fire? Was it accumulated here for 800,000 years? The moment Jiang Lianshan's fire god appeared, it mobilized endless fire energy from the void and attacked Gu Hai continuously. Gu Hai's eyes widened in shock. Wong. Behind Gu Hai, another shadow also appeared. Gu Hai's fire god also stepped out. Learning from Jiang Lianshan, the fire god mobilized the power of the eastern sea of flames. In an instant, rolling fire energy rushed towards Jiang Lianshan. The moment Gu Hai's fire god appeared, everyone's eyes widened. This was because Gu Hai's fire god was slightly bigger than Jiang Lianshan's fire god. It was 11,000 feet tall. In an instant, the firepower from all directions increased. Boom, boom, boom. Under the loud noise, it seemed like Gu Hai was slowly gaining the upper hand. Impossible! I've been here for 800,000 years, and only then did my fire god reach 10,000 feet. How can your fire god be bigger? Jiang Lianshan exclaimed in shock. Gu Hai cultivated the devouring heaven and earth divine king. The divine king spirit mother was powerful. Other than nourishing the body, it also nourished the other gods. Under the nourishment of the divine king spirit mother, the fire god naturally reached the peak. Everything here was decided by the strength of the fire god. This was also the reason why Gu Hai dared to come here alone. It was also because Gu Hai's fire god was also a peak existence in this world. Little by little, Gu Hai seemed to be suppressing Jiang Lianshan. Even if you're Jiang Lianshan, I defeated you once 800,000 years ago. Now, I can do the same to you, Gu Hai said with a ferocious expression. In the distance, Ingo's face sank. He clenched his fists as if he wanted to help. However, Jiang Lianshan's other hand flipped and took out a treasure. It was a yellow gourd. As soon as the gourd appeared, it seemed to absorb the power of countless flames in the surroundings. Soul-dispersing gourd. Your Majesty, be careful. That is the 99 soul-dispersing gourd. It is an earth-type treasure that contains divine sand. It can harm soul physiques. It is a soul-dispersing gourd that specializes in breaking soul physiques. Soul-dispersing gourd? Destroy souls? Hee, as expected, a master show. You know a lot. You even know about my soul-dispersing gourd. Jiang Lianshan sneered. Although he couldn't defeat Gu Hai in a battle of strength, Jiang Lianshan still had a treasure. The soul-dispersing gourd could destroy the soul physique. This was going to destroy Gu Hai's fire god physique. Once Gu Hai's fire god physique was dispersing, the scales of victory and defeat would instantly reverse. His Holiness, the soul-dispersing gourd, is an earth-type treasure. Fire breeds earth. It absorbs endless flames and produces divine sand in the gourd. Once the divine sand is formed, the world will be turned upside down. The unborn man shouted. Gu Hai's face turned cold, but he couldn't withdraw his fist at this moment. As soon as Jiang Lianshan took out his treasure, Gu Hai knew that he was in trouble. Soul-dispersing gourd? This was one of the few gourds that was as famous as the true fire gourd and immortal slaying gourd. Was it in Jiang Lianshan's hands? Buzz. After absorbing endless flames, the soul-dispersing gourd suddenly expanded. Jiang Lianshan immediately aimed the mouth of the gourd at Gu Hai's fire god. 99 divine sand, soul-dispersing gourd. Jiang Lianshan shouted. Boom! Red divine sand rushed out of the mouth of the gourd. As soon as the divine sand came out, it absorbed the flames of the void and rushed toward Gu Hai like a meteor shower. Gu Hai instinctively felt threatened. He didn't have time to think and immediately activated the treasure in his body. Rising soil of breath. Gu Hai activated the earth god's treasure, and a mountain-sized chunk of rising soil of breath rushed out. Rumble. The divine sand collided with the rising soil of breath. In an instant, both sides canceled each other out. However, the rising soil of breath was weaker than the divine sand. The divine sand quickly absorbed the flames of the rising soil of breath and made countless holes in it. It continued to shoot toward Guhai. Vine World Gourd would restrains earth. Guhai waved his hand again. Rumble. In an instant, countless vines rushed out from the Vine World Gourd and rushed toward the divine sand. Sure enough, would restrains earth, creating a miraculous effect. The vines rushed into the divine sand as if they wanted to take root in the divine sand and shatter it. The Vine World Gourd is indeed able to restrain the soul-dispersing gourd. Unfortunately, this is the eastern spiritual sea of flames. Rise! Jiang Lianshan shouted. Boom! The endless flames of the 8 directions sea swarmed toward the Vine World Gourd. In an instant, the vines were burned to ashes. It was also in the eastern spiritual sea of flames that the Vine World Gourd was restrained in every aspect. The power of the magic treasure could not be displayed at all. The vines burned rapidly. The divine sand was powerful, and in the blink of an eye, it reached Guhai's fire god. Guhai's expression changed. He no longer held back and immediately took out the Arctic Gourd. The Arctic Gourd was the result of Guhai's battle with Rokudo Shinkuin's water god physique 800,000 years ago. It was powerful and extremely cold. Extreme Frost Gourd. Use water to counter fire. Go! Guhai shouted. The gourd's mouth opened. Terrifying blue frigid chi rushed out of the gourd and rushed toward Jiang Lianshan. Swoosh! The frigid chi rushed out, and the surrounding flames dispersed. The terrifying frigid chi rushed toward Jiang Lianshan's fire god. In an instant, Jiang Lianshan's expression changed. The fire god was of the fire element. Water restrains fire. The Arctic Gourd specialized in countering the fire god. Not good. Jiang Lianshan's expression changed. Guhai's expression also changed because the frigid chi and the divine sand passed through each other without affecting the other. They passed through each other and reached each other's fire god. Boom, 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 boom. A series of divine sand penetrated Guhai's fire god. In an instant, Guhai's fire god was filled with holes. In just an instant, Guhai's fire god was riddled with holes. Puff! Guhai spurted out a mouthful of blood. The fire god that was riddled with holes was severely injured and could no longer be used. He immediately retracted it back into his body and could only use his physical body to block the countless divine sand. Jiang Lianshan was not much better off. The blue frigid chi was especially effective against the fire god. When it rushed past Jiang Lianshan's fire god, the latter curled up as if it was frozen and lost contact with the surrounding flames. Ka. A large number of cracks appeared on Jiang Lianshan's fire god. It was severely injured. Puff! Jiang Lianshan also spurted out a mouthful of blood and retracted his fire god. Boom! Guhai and Jiang Lianshan's palms were forcefully retracted. Guhai and Jiang Lianshan retreated several hundred feet before they could stop. Arctic Gourd? Ha ha! So the Arctic Gourd is in your hands. Jiang Lianshan glared at Ing Qingtsong. The appearance of the Arctic Gourd had a miraculous effect. Jiang Lianshan flew into a rage out of humiliation. Guhai was also depressed at this moment. Under the soul-dispersing gourd, the fire god was riddled with holes and was heavily injured. Arctic Gourd? That should be mine. Ingo's eyes lit up as if he wanted to snatch it away by force. At this moment, Guhai and Jiang Lianshan were both severely injured. The two looked at each other coldly, seemingly unwilling to accept the result. But at this moment, boom! A loud sound suddenly came from outside the 8-direction sea array. It was as if someone was forcefully destroying the array. Boo! Jiang Lianshan's face sank as he looked in the direction of the loud sound. The attack, just now, was too powerful. Ingo, I know you're inside. Give me back my Jingwei. An angry roar came from outside. Sister, it's my sister. The Jingwei was pleasantly surprised. Huh, this is troublesome. It must be because the battle just now was too loud and attracted her. Ingo's face sank. That wicked girl? Humph. Jiang Lianshan's face was pale as he said gloomily. Boom! Another loud sound. The entire 8 directions sea array shook as if it was about to break open. Father, sister is here. Open the array and let sister in. The Jing Wei shouted. Jiang Lianshan looked at Gu Hai weakly and said, Gu Hai, you are really lucky. We will meet again. Stop right there. Gu Hai's face changed. He was about to pounce forward weakly. Whoosh! Jiang Lianshan swung his sleeve. Suddenly, the array was engulfed in flames. In an instant, Jiang Lianshan, Ingo, and the Jing Wei were engulfed in flames. In a flash, the 3 of them disappeared in the flames. Jiang Lianshan, come out! Gu Hai shouted. Boom! In the outside world, there was a loud sound. All the flames in the 8 directions sea exploded. The array was instantly destroyed by the hose fist. The raging inferno that stretched for thousands of miles quickly died down. Gu Hai quickly lifted the surrounding flames. However, Jiang Lianshan and the other 2 were gone. Jiang Lianshan, come out! Gu Hai shouted furiously. However, Jiang Lianshan was nowhere to be seen. Whoosh! The hoe brought Ho-E and arrived in front of Gu Hai. Gu Hai's fire god was severely injured. Except for his physical strength, all his fire god power was gone. His face was pale. He had used up a lot of energy. Gu Hai, unborn man, why are you here? Ho-E said in surprise. You saw Jiang Lianshan just now? The host said with a gloomy face. Chapter 1148. The 8 Directions Sea. Did you see Jiang Lianshan just now? You asked with a gloomy expression. Gu Hai nodded. Seeing Gu Hai nod, Yu's pupil shrank, and he waved his hand. Boom! All of the flames in the 8 directions sea immediately sank into the sea, and there was no end to it. It's useless. If he really is Jiang Lianshan and stayed here for 800,000 years, you won't be able to find him if he wants to hide from you. Gu Hai shook his head. Was what you saw the real Jiang Lianshan? Seeing that he couldn't find Jiang Lianshan, you looked at Gu Hai. I'm not sure. Gu Hai shook his head. He has the shadow of Jiang Lianshan in him, but there's something about him that Jiang Lianshan shouldn't have. Gu Hai said with a frown. Humanity? You looked at Gu Hai in confusion. Gu Hai nodded. Yes. Although I didn't talk to him much, his tone was full of coldness. It was like Yuanshi Tianzuan's cold-blooded and heartless. No, it should be more thorough than Yuanshi Tianzuan. Yuanshi Tianzuan still cared about the Tongtian sect master, but Jiang Lianshan didn't. Oh, I mentioned Murong Yin to him, but his expression was very calm as a passerby. He watched Murong Yin die, but he didn't feel the slightest ripple in his heart. Gu Hai said with a frown. Then it's fake. You said in a low voice. No, as I said just now, there are traces of Jiang Lianshan. Other than being cold-blooded and heartless, his way of thinking is still Jiang Lianshan. He also has all of Jiang Lianshan's memories, so I find it very strange. Gu Hai shook his head. Way of thinking? You frowned slightly. Yes, even his attitude towards Shi Yu was the same, but he didn't care at all. Oh, right, he said that he had been staying in the Eastern Spirit Flame Sea for the past 800,000 years. Did he pass on some things to Jiang Lianshan from 800,000 years ago? Gu Hai asked curiously. That's true. Jiang Lianshan obtained many of his secrets from the Eastern Spirit Fire Sea. Of course, very few people know about this. It seems like he obtained them from somewhere else. I said in a low voice. I have a feeling that he wants to use the Vermilion Bird deity to do something. The elite guards might be in danger, so, Gu Hai said in a low voice. Yu's face darkened. There are many formations in the Eastern Spirit Flame Sea. Most of them should have been arranged by him. As for how to break them and how to enter, I don't know. His fire deity was severely injured by me, and it won't be able to recover in a short time. However, he has Ingo by his side. That Ingo looked very gloomy, so I'm sure that she didn't use her full strength. She and Jiang Lianshan might be using each other, Gu Hai said in a low voice. Old thing, you can't rest in peace even after death. Humph. Yu's face darkened. His Holiness, Gu Hai seems to be heavily injured now. Oh, he whispered to you. An injured Gu Hai. Should he kill him? The cold light in Ho Yi's eyes made Gu Hai's face turn cold, and he became extra cautious. You looked at Ho Yi and said, "You want to kill Gu Hai? Heh, you won't be able to. We should go." Yes. Ho Yi nodded with a blank look on his face. Gu Hai's pale face showed that he was severely injured and weak. "Why can't I kill him?" You didn't explain, and Ho Yi didn't dare to ask. "No matter how many formations there are, as long as that old thing doesn't die, he'll be a disaster. I'm going to find him," you said to Gu Hai, and prepare to leave. "Be careful and protect the elite guards. I need to recuperate and catch up with you as soon as possible," Gu Hai said. You flicked his sleeves and disappeared with Ho Yi in the 8-direction sea. "His Holiness, are you okay?" The unborn man rushed up. Gu Hai put away the bottle gourds and immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Puff! Blood spurted out of Gu Hai's mouth as he collapsed to the ground. "His Holiness!" the unborn man exclaimed. "Leave this place first," Gu Hai said weakly. "Yes." The unborn man was extremely anxious. Gu Hai and the unborn man steered the ship and quickly left the 8-direction sea. Gu Hai leaned against the railing and seemed to be on the verge of death. Not long after Gu Hai and the rest left, a divine general nether flame slowly crawled out from the bottom of the 8-direction sea. God Marshal Ming Hua had seen everything that had happened. At the same time, in a quiet valley in the East Spirit Fire Sea, Xiahou Shou saw everything clearly through this divine general nether flame. Jiang Lianshan, His Holiness in the Dian Dynasty? What, 800,000 years ago? I've been in the East Spirit Fire Sea for 30 years. Did something drastic happen in the outside world? Xiahou Shou was slightly stunned. 30 years. Too many things had happened in the past 30 years. Xiahou Shou had been in the East Spirit Fire Sea for the past 30 years. At most, he would go out and capture a large number of ghost citizens. How would he know that the world of the living had been turned upside down? No matter what happens in the outside world, it has nothing to do with me. As long as I get the treasure here, I can reach the peak. Even Fuxi might not be able to do that. That's the treasure of the vermilion bird, the power of the vermilion bird supreme. Xiahou Shou clenched his withered fists. Unborn man? I can see your attitude. Are you looking for me? We 8 branches longevity cultivators have our own strengths. We don't interfere with each other's business. Why are you looking for me? Seems like you're greedy and want my longevity soul. You're really courting death. Xiahou Shou looked at the image in front of him. Since I know that Jiang Lianshan has been in the East Spirit Fire Sea all this time, I'm relieved. Dongfang Shou, that idiot, doesn't know as much about gossip as Jiang Lianshan. Take it slow. There's no hurry. I'll deal with the unborn man first. In this place, your strength is only at the level of the Yuanying state. How dare you enter the East Spirit Fire Sea? You must be tired of living. If you want to deal with me, I'll eat you first. That Gu Hai is the helper you found, right? If it was before, I would have to be careful of him. It's a pity that the spirit-dispersing gourd has been riddled with holes by the divine sand. It's useless now. Since that's the case, I don't have to worry. Since he delivered himself to me, it's not bad to refine him into a puppet. And the Arctic gourd, the true fire gourd, and the Vine Realm gourd, they're all good treasures, and they're all mine. Oh, right, there's the soil of breath. Although it's a little weak, it's not bad. Xiahou Shou laughed sinisterly. The unborn man steered the large ship and quickly traversed the 8 seas. Gu Hai leaned against the railing. His face was pale, and he looked extremely weak. He seemed to be trying to regulate his breathing and recuperate. However, this was the East Spirit Fire Sea. It would not be easy for the fire god to recover from his injuries. His Holiness, let's get out of the East Spirit Fire Sea first. We'll come back later, the unborn man said anxiously. Gu Hai looked pale and did not speak. But at this moment, roar! Suddenly, there was a loud roar. It was a divine Marshal Ming Hua riding a war horse and charging over on the sea. Divine Marshal Ming Hua? The unborn man's expression changed. Use the Arctic gourd. Gu Hai took out the Arctic gourd. The unborn man did not dare to hesitate. He immediately activated the Arctic Gourd and charged toward the divine Martial Minghua. The divine Martial Ming was chain smashed toward the large ship. The cold air of the Arctic Gourd also exploded. Boom! Crack! Crack! Under the strong cold air, the chain was frozen and shattered. The cold air rushed toward the divine Martial Minghua, who immediately retreated. Swoosh! A large amount of cold air rushed over. The divine Martial Minghua was severely injured and retreated far away. His Holiness, I can only activate 1% of your Arctic Gourd's power. It is much weaker than yours. The unborn man said with a bitter smile. It's okay. Be careful. Gu Hai shook his head. In the distance, the divine Martial Minghua absorbed some flames from the sea of fire to warm his body. Then, he charged over again. However, the unborn man had the Arctic Gourd. He did not dare to get close. The divine Martial Minghua could only charge into the sea of fire and create huge waves. Gu Hai took out the true fire gourd for the unborn man to use so that the unborn man could protect the small ship. Luckily, this is only the divine Martial Minghua of the middle celestial palace level, the unborn man said after taking a deep breath. Rumble! At this moment, the sound of horses galloping could be heard from afar. Another 3 divine Martial Minghua were galloping over. Another 3? That's good. The divine Martial Minghua is violent and often kills each other. He will steal the other party's lifespan. Maybe we can take advantage of the chaos and leave, the unborn man said with anticipation. However, the reality was not what the unborn man thought. The 3 new divine Martial Ming was suddenly attacked the large ship at the same time. Even though the unborn man used the 2 gourds to protect himself, they still blasted a huge hole in the ship with a loud boom. Oh no! They are together! The unborn man shouted. Boom! 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 The 4 divine Martial Ming who kept attacking the large ship. The unborn man used the true fire gourd and the Arctic gourd to block the attacks time and time again. After a while, he finally managed to reach the shore. The unborn man coincidentally used the Arctic gourd to freeze one of the divine Martial Minghua and snatched his flaming warhorse. Gu Hai rode on his warhorse with a weak body. The unborn man used the 2 gourds to block the attacks of the 4 divine Martial Minghua. Along the way, the unborn man had a close shave with death. Soon, the 4 divine Martial Minghua turned into 6. 6 divine Martial Minghua with the strength of a middle celestial palace? The unborn man swallowed his saliva. He was in a terrible mood. He was in a sorry state as he tried to block the attacks. Your Majesty, they're actually together. This is bad. Moreover, I feel that they are not in a hurry to attack us. Instead, they seem to want to drive us somewhere. The unborn man said anxiously. Cough, cough, cough. Gu Hai coughed for a while. He looked at the 6 divine Martial Minghua and nodded with a terrible expression. Are they together with the self-destructing divine Martial Minghua? Wouldn't that mean that they are all divine Martial Minghua under Xiahou Shou's control? If they're under his control, Xiahou Shou would know where we are, the unborn man said anxiously. We'll take it one step at a time. Block them first, then find a way out. Gu Hai said seriously. Yes, the unborn man said anxiously. The unborn man continued to block the 6 divine Martial Minghua. They protected the weakened Gu Hai and drove him somewhere. At the same time, they searched for a way out. It was a quiet valley. Xiahou Shou looked at the scene before him and revealed a cold smile. This Gu Hai is indeed a cripple. The true fire gourd? The Arctic gourd? What a waste in the hands of the unborn man. Come to me. Ha ha. Xiahou Shou laughed as he looked at the scene. Most of his attention was on the unborn man. As for that sickly Gu Hai, he no longer paid any attention to him. Because Xiao Chun was not paying attention, he did not notice the cold look in Gu Hai's eyes. He also did not notice the mocking smile that Gu Hai hid behind his hand when he coughed. Chapter 1149. Gu Hai had indeed been severely injured by the soul-scattering gourd's divine sand, but he was not so weak that he could not fight back. Otherwise, Ming would not have said that Ho-E could not kill Gu Hai at all. More and more divine commanders of Underworld Flame were chasing the unborn man away. After 2 days and 2 nights of resisting, 10 divine commanders of Underworld Flame were dispatched by Xiahou Shou from all over the place. In these 2 days, the Eastern Spirit Sea of Fire was filled with loud bangs. Under the loud bangs, the earth shook and the mountains shook. One could even hear Ming's cry for help. Gu Hai sat weakly on the flaming warhorse, quietly listening to the loud bangs. He knew that Ming was destroying the formations left by Jiang Lianshan one after another. Jiang Lianshan, is this really you? Gu Hai fell in a deep thought. His Holiness, we are in trouble this time. The unborn man suddenly said with a bitter smile. Gu Hai turned his head. At this moment, the 10 divine commanders of Underworld Flame had stopped attacking. Gu Hai and the unborn man had been chased out of a huge blue boundary. The blue boundary was extremely gloomy because it was densely covered with human heads. No, it should be called blue ghost heads. However, only the heads of the ghosts were left. These heads still had spirituality, and their faces were twisted to the extreme, revealing expressions of extreme fear. This was a massive barrier that was filled with countless ghostly heads. All around it, all of the flames were being forced to part ways. Looking at it from afar, it was exceptionally frightening. Ghost heads? This is an extremely evil longevity formation. Is Xiahou Shou inside? The unborn man said anxiously. Ghost heads? Cut off ghost heads to set up the formation? What's the use of this longevity formation? Gu Hai asked. To collect the chi of fear from these ghost heads. The unborn man said. Aura of fear? Gu Hai was puzzled. I don't know what it's doing, but the aura of fear is usually used to prolong one's life. It's just that it's too vicious and evil. Using thousands of lives to prolong one's life. The sin is too great, and all the sin will fall on the person who prolonged the life. Normally, no longevity master would use it. Moreover, there are hundreds of millions of ghost heads. What kind of life is this? Why is it so big? The unborn man asked worriedly. Unborn man, I bet you didn't expect that we would meet again here, did you? A cold voice came from the ghost head longevity array. Xiahou Shou, what are you doing here? The unborn man suddenly shouted. Now, I should be the one asking you, what are you doing here? Don't tell me you're here to catch up with me? Xiahou Shou's voice rang out from the array. The unborn man's aura was gloomy. Don't pretend to be so confident. This is the Eastern Spirit Fire Sea, and everyone is suppressed. We are 8 lineages longevity masters. Except for me, who is from the lead trigram lineage, the 7 of you together are no match for me here. Oh, by the way, you alone are 2 people? Shimin Shou and Xiao Feng Shou? Xiahou Shou sneered. 7 people together? Huh, you haven't been out for a long time, right? The unborn man sneered. A long time? It's only been 30 years. What changes can there be in 30 years? So what if there are changes? We 8 lineages longevity masters don't care about 30 years. You mean this Gu Hai next to you, right? Yes, he is powerful. 2 days ago, when he fought with Jiang Lianshan, I saw it clearly. If he was at his peak, I wouldn't have banished you all here. But now his fire god has been crippled. With his fire god crippled, he's basically crippled. Don't tell me you're still counting on him? Xiahou Shou sneered. Pa! At this moment, Gu Hai jumped down from the flaming warhorse. His Holiness! The unborn man walked over worriedly. Gu Hai shook his head and waved his hand, putting away the Arctic gourd and true fire gourd. You still want to resist? If I didn't ask Divine Marshal Netherflame to restrain himself, you would have been a pile of bones by now. The Ghost Head Longevity Array sneered again. Gu Hai looked at the Ghost Head Longevity Array and sneered. What changes can there be in 30 years? 30 years ago, I was still immortal. Do you think 30 years has changed a lot? 30 years. And your cultivation is only at this level? Xiahou Shou's voice sounded again. 30 years, Gu Hai said coldly. Every year you go out and capture a large number of ghostly citizens for the sake of this Ghost Head Longevity Array, right? What? You want to do justice for the heavens? Xiahou Shou sneered disdainfully. I'm not doing justice for the heavens. I just feel that the undead are also spirits. You deserve to die for blaspheming the undead. Guhai said with narrowed eyes. Deserve to die? Ha ha ha. You still want to deal with me? Your fire god is already full of holes. You are already a cripple. Xiahou Shou's voice sounded again. Is that so? Guhai sneered. Umph. Aren't you sympathizing with this group of undead? Very well. I will turn you into an undead and then let you accompany them. Xiahou Shou said coldly. Just because of these divine martial nether flame? Guhai said with disdain. You're already seriously injured, and you still want to use the true fire gourd and arctic gourd to be invincible? If you could use them, why did you let the unborn man use them for 2 days? If I hadn't held them back, you would have been dead. Xiahou Shou said coldly. The 5 of you go and twist this Guhai's head off. Xiahou Shou's voice sounded again. Yes. The 5 divine martial nether flame answered. His Holiness, the unborn man said anxiously. It's fine. Guhai shook his head. Whoosh. Suddenly, one of the divine martial nether flame stepped forward and threw a chain at Guhai. It looked like it was going to pierce Guhai's chest. Guhai reached out and grabbed the chain. Bang! Flames flared, and Guhai actually managed to grab the end of the chain with great might. What? The divine martial nether flame was stunned. Guhai grabbed the end of the chain and swung it violently. The divine martial nether flame was dragged up and thrown to the other divine martial nether flames. How dare you? The divine martial nether flame shouted angrily. Boom! 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 Guhai seemed to have divine strength. The divine martial nether flame was like a meteor hammer. He smashed the 9 divine martial nether flame into pieces, and they screamed in agony. Boom! In the end, Guhai threw the divine martial nether flame into the ghost head longevity array. He defeated 10 divine martial nether flames with a single swing of his hand. The unborn man was stunned and looked at Guhai in surprise. However, he immediately understood what was going on. His Holiness was pretending to be sick so that he could find Xiahou Shou. That was right. It was impossible to find a needle in a haystack. Xiahou Shou was the local tyrant. Why not pretend to be weak and let him find him? Roar! The divine martial nether flame, who had been smashed into pieces, were enraged and charged. Clap! 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 Guhai slapped 3 times in a row. 3 huge palm lights formed in the air and slammed the divine martial nether flame into the ghost head longevity array. The sudden change did indeed surprise Xiahou Shou. So you were lying to me? Xiahou Shou's cold voice came from the ghost head longevity array. The fire god was riddled with holes and was severely injured. However, it had been 2 days. Much of the heaven-replenishing energy had entered the fire god to heal it. With the nourishment of the spiritual Mother Divine King, Guhai's injuries were healed. Even if his injuries were healed, his strong physical body was not something the divine martial nether flame of the Middle Sky Palace could compare to. Guhai stepped forward and looked coldly at the ghost head longevity array. Xiahou Shou, do you want to come out yourself, or do you want me to catch you? Guhai said coldly. In the ghost head longevity array, Xiahou Shou's expression changed. Guhai, you spent so much effort pretending to be sick just to find me? Why? Xiahou Shou said coldly. Because I promised the unborn man that I would help him find all 8 longevity masters. Guhai said in a low voice. All 8 longevity masters? Xiahou Shou exclaimed. Apart from you, there's still Dongzhong Shou. If you don't want to suffer, come out yourself. Guhai said coldly. What? Unborn man? You've already caught 4? Unborn man? Ha ha ha. I knew you were a wolf. I didn't expect you to do this after finding a backer. Xiahou Shou sneered. Is there any use in saying so much? Xiahou Shou, I'm now a subject of the Dahan Heavenly Dynasty. This is His Holiness of the Dahan. You've been inhumane all these years to cultivate longevity. You're destined to die. Today is the day you'll be executed. The unborn man sneered. Yeah, I'm inhumane. You know better. You followed Old Man Guanxi in the hope that he would help you catch us. Unfortunately, Old Man Guanxi ignored you. So you found this backer? Guhai. Humph. I like to see if you've recovered from your injury. Xiahou Shou sneered. Guhai looked at the unborn man and asked, Do you know how to break this ghost head longevity array? I don't know what he's doing inside, so... The unborn man shook his head. Since you don't know, then forget it. Just smash it open. Guhai stepped forward. Just as Guhai stepped forward, rumble. Suddenly, a series of rumbling sounds could be heard from all directions. Guhai looked back and saw groups of war horses trampling over mountains in the distance. In the blink of an eye, they were right in front of him. Divine Marshals of Underworld Flame. Divine Marshals of Underworld Flame came one after another. In a short time, there were already 1,000 Divine Marshals of Underworld Flame. All of them were full of fighting spirit and fury. Are these all of Xiaohou's subordinates in East Spirit Fire Sea? 1,000 Divine Marshals of Underworld Flame? The unborn man's face changed. The Divine Marshals of Underworld Flame had strong auras. 10 of them were as strong as those from Heavenly Palace. They led the other Divine Marshals of Underworld Flame and quickly surrounded Guhai and the unborn man. Take these two down. Xiaohou's voice came from the Ghost Head Longevity Array. Yes, 1,000 Divine Marshals of Underworld Flame shouted. Rumble. Instantly, 1,000 chains rushed toward Guhai and the unborn man. When 1,000 chains attacked, it was like 10,000 horses galloping. This was especially so for the 10 Underworld Flame Divine Marshals from Heavenly Palace. The 10 chains looked like 10 flaming dragons opening their bloody mouths and tearing at Guhai. Guhai smiled coldly, and the Arctic gourd appeared in his hand. As soon as the gourd opened, overwhelming blue cold air rushed out in all directions. Boom! With a loud sound, all the surrounding flames were forced away. The scene of 1,000 chains galloping stopped. No, it was frozen. The 1,000 Divine Marshals of Underworld Flame, including the 10 Divine Marshals of Heavenly Palace, were all frozen into ice sculptures. The 1,000 chains stopped in midair, facing Guhai. They were stiff and could not move. Chapter 1150. Divine Marshal Underworld Flame was a dead spirit, and the Eastern Spirit Flame suppressed the power of 3 souls. Divine Marshal Underworld Flame's power was mostly the power of the Fire God, which the Arctic Gourd specifically countered. Even the Arctic Gourd severely injured Jiang Lianshan, let alone the Divine Marshal Underworld Flame. The unborn man's earlier attack was too weak, so he could not cause much damage. However, Guhai was different. The 1,000 Divine Marshal Underworld Flame instantly lost their ability to fight. Guhai smiled coldly as he turned his head to look at the Ghost Head Lifespan Array again. Within the Ghost Head Lifespan Array, the previously arrogant Xiaohou was instantly silenced. There was no helping it. The scene before him was too strange. Normally, Divine Marshal Underworld Flame would handle the trivial matters properly. This was 1,000 Divine Marshal Underworld Flame. Even outside the Eastern Spirit Flame Sea, they were a force to be reckoned with. However, that Arctic Gourd actually froze them instantly. Guhai walked to the Ghost Head Lifespan Array again and punched. The entire Ghost Head Lifespan Array shook violently. The countless ghost heads suddenly quivered as if they were startled awake. They all looked at Guhai. Kill me. Destroy me. I beg you, let me be destroyed. I don't want to be like this anymore. Save me. Save me. Countless ghost heads screamed miserably. Guhai's face sank. The punch earlier had opened a crack in the Ghost Head Lifespan Array. Through this crack, Guhai saw the scene inside. There were some flames inside as well, but they were much fewer than outside. It was a canyon. Countless trapped ghost citizens could not escape around the canyon. They all screamed miserably. At this moment, a strange Divine Marshal Underworld Flame sat cross-legged at the peak of the canyon. That Divine Marshal Underworld Flame gave off a scarlet fiery light, as if it was all blood. Sin turned into blood? Xiaohou is extending his life? The unborn man asked in surprise. The deity general of the infernal flames continued to reach out and grab the ghostly citizens before tearing them apart and devouring them one after another. However, it only devoured the bodies of the ghostly citizens and not the heads. It tossed the heads into the sky, and the heads were sucked into the Ghost Head Longevity Array as they screamed in terror. The Ghost Head Lifespan Array nourished waves of strange energy, ensuring that the ghost heads did not lose their consciousness. They only revealed boundless fear. One ghost head was nothing, but what about 100 million? What about 1 billion? The surging aura of fear once again surged towards the divine general of the underworld flame, as though it was giving the divine general of the underworld flame the power to repeat this action. The blood divine marshal created fear, and fear provided strength. Xiahou Shou's goal was to maintain the stability of the longevity array. The eyes of the blood divine commander were completely red, as if it had no consciousness of its own. However, Gu Hai could sense a threatening aura from it. "What is Xiahou Shou doing?" Gu Hai asked in a low voice. This subject does not know. The unborn man also looked into the distance in shock. The blood divine commander was at the top of the valley. Below, in the valley at the end of the valley, was the black-robed Xiahou Shou. The Arctic gourd is indeed a good treasure. However, it is too unfair for it to be in your hands. Xiahou Shou stood at the entrance of the valley and sneered. "Ha! It is not unfair for it to be in your hands. This ghost head lifespan formation of yours does not look very impressive. If I throw another punch, it will break, right?" Gu Hai said coldly through the gap. The might of Gu Hai's fist was incomparably horrifying. Although he did not use his full power, since Gu Hai said so, he naturally could do it. With one more punch, the ghost head lifespan formation would definitely break. It is indeed troublesome to deal with you a few days ago. However, even if you're strong now, what can you do? Xiahou Shou said coldly. "Oh, besides Divine Commander Underworld Flame, do you have any other tricks up your sleeve?" Gu Hai said coldly. Xiahou Shou's hand seemed to be stroking something. Gu Hai took a closer look, and his eyes suddenly narrowed. "Mao Tianyun," the unborn man shouted in surprise. Xiahou Shou's skinny hand was stroking a black cat. The black cat was very docile. There was a blood spot between its eyebrows, and its eyes shone with a cold light. "Mao Tianyun? So he is here?" Gu Hai's face darkened. "So, you know each other? That's great. This is a pet that I caught a few days ago." "Oh, right, his name is Mao Tianyun. He is unparalleled in controlling fire and is invincible in dry spring. I spent a lot of effort to catch him." Xiahou Shou sneered. "Meow." Mao Tianyun looked at Gu Hai and the unborn man, who were outside the gap, with red light in his eyes. At that moment, Mao Tianyun did not recognize the two of them. He only listened to Xiahou Shou's orders. Mao Tianyun is at the great completion stage of Heavenly Palace. How can you control him? Gu Hai's face darkened. "His Holiness, look at the blood spot between Mao Tianyun's eyebrows. He must have fallen into Xiahou Shou's trap. He must have been blinded by resentment. That's why Xiahou Shou succeeded." The unborn man said. "Resentment. Yes. The 1 billion ghost heads not only produce fear, but also resentment. Who wouldn't be resentful when their heads are taken away? Moreover, they have to look at their enemies every day, but they can't fight back. The resentment must be very strong. However, there is no resentment in the surroundings. This means that Xiahou Shou has collected it. It is similar to De Hong's control. He must have blinded Mao Tianyun with resentment. Then, he took advantage of the situation." The unborn man said worriedly. "How do we save Mao Tianyun?" Gu Hai asked with a frown. "Restrain Mao Tianyun and Xiahou Shou. I can undo the control." The unborn man said. "Haha, restrain? You should worry about yourselves. That Mao Tianyun is at the great circle of the Heavenly Palace. Although his 3 spiritual souls are suppressed here, he is still at the great circle of the Heavenly Palace. Who do you think you are?" sneered Xiahou Shou. However, Gu Hai did not pay any attention to him. He once again struck the ghost head longevity array with his fist. "Humph! Go ahead and tear that Gu Hai to shreds," Xiahou Shou said coldly. "Meow." Mao Tianyun roared and pounced forward. In the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of Gu Hai and clawed at Gu Hai. Gu Hai's face darkened. He deflected his fist and struck out. "Huh!" Both Mao Tianyun and Gu Hai paused. Meow. With a single meow, the surrounding sea of flames seemed to have been summoned. Surging flames surged towards Mao Tianyun, forming a fire force field around him. A terrifying aura rushed towards Gu Hai. Mao Tianyun of the fire element? Gu Hai's face darkened. He could see how powerful Mao Tianyun was. However, no matter how powerful he was still slightly weaker than Jiang Lianshan. However, Gu Hai did not want to hurt him. He did not use the Arctic gourd immediately. Gu Hai could only strike with his fist. Hong, 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 hong. Gu Hai's fist and Mao Tianyun's claw collided again and again. The huge impact was as if the heavens were falling and the earth was cracking. The surrounding sea of flames shook violently. The unborn man was hiding in the distance. Xiao Shou, who was inside, was shocked. Gu Hai, how is this possible? His injuries are all healed. How can he block a great circle of the heavenly palace? Xiao Shou could not believe it. Previously, he thought that Gu Hai's abilities were all because of his Dharma treasures. Unborn man, who is this Gu Hai? Why have I never heard of him before? Xiao Shou shouted again. Of course you haven't heard of him. Didn't His Holiness just say that he was just a mortal 30 years ago? The unborn man sneered. Mortal? 30 years? Whose reincarnation is he? Xiao Shou asked again. No, His Holiness is not the reincarnation of anyone. His Holiness relied on himself. He walked step by step to where he is today. He killed people in the world of the living and established the Dahan celestial empire. How can a frog at the bottom of a well like you understand his life? The unborn man sneered. Impossible. Establishing the Dahan celestial empire in the world of the living? Where is the world of the living? How can he establish the 3 holy lands and 3 celestial empires in the world of the living? Xiao Shou said in disbelief. That's why I said that you were a frog at the bottom of a well. The 3 great celestial empires and 3 holy lands in the world of the living? How long ago was that? The unborn man sneered. How long ago? Wasn't everything fine 30 years ago? All right, there's also that sky chess pavilion. Old man Guanxi must have faked his death. How can they tolerate a Dahan celestial empire? Xiao Shou showed a trace of disbelief. It's not about whether they tolerate it or not. They can't stop it at all. Long Zhanghua, Old Man Guanxi, Jiang Rulai, and Matriarch Ji were all killed by His Holiness. The whole world knows about it, but you don't? The unborn man sneered. Xiao Shou. After a long silence, Xiao Shou sneered. Are you lying to me? That Gu Hai was still immortal 30 years ago. How can he kill them 30 years ago? Do you think I'm stupid? Xiao Shou couldn't accept it. Those top-notch existences actually died in the hands of Gu Hai. What's in it for me to lie to you? Of the 3 holy lands and 3 great celestial empires, only the Wanshou Taoism still exists. The rest are like dust. The unborn man sneered. Xiao Shou still couldn't believe it. However, in just a moment of disbelief, boom! With a loud sound, Mao Tianyun was instantly smashed into the ground by Gu Hai. True Fire Gourd, absorb fire. Extreme Cold Gourd, cool down. Vine World Gourd, bind. Gu Hai shouted. Meow. Mao Tianyun let out an angry roar. The sounds of the battle in the distance had all stopped. The battle was over. The True Fire Gourd absorbed all the flames that Mao Tianyun controlled, including the pink aura formed by the dry spring. The Extreme Cold Gourd kept freezing Mao Tianyun, causing his body to stiffen. The Vine World Gourd tied him up. Mao Tianyun was restrained by Gu Hai in the blink of an eye. Everything happened so quickly that Xiao Shou couldn't accept it. Could it be that what the unborn man said was true? Long Zhanghua, Old Man Guanxi, Matriarch Ji, and Jiang Rulai were all killed by Gu Hai? If so, what kind of ferocious person did he offend? This is impossible. Mao Tianyun is at the peak of Heavenly Palace. Xiao Shou exclaimed. Outside the Eastern Spirit Fire Sea, he was at the peak of Heavenly Palace. Here he isn't. Gu Hai said coldly. Gu Hai walked to the gap of the Ghost Head Longevity Array again. Unborn man, you said that as long as we capture Xiao Shou, we can release Mao Tianyun's control. Gu Hai said in a low voice. Yes, His Holiness. The unborn man confirmed. That's good. I'll capture him. You save Mao Tianyun. Gu Hai turned and looked coldly at Xiao Shou again. Chapter 1151. After restraining Mao Tianyun, Guhai looked at the ghost head longevity array again and punched it. The loud sound of the punch breaking through the air showed how powerful it was. Once it landed, the ghost head longevity array would definitely explode. Xiahou Shou was furious. How dare you? Array change. Xiahou Shou waved his hand, and the ghost head longevity array in front of Guhai shrunk and retreated. Boom! Guhai's punch missed. Even so, it still created a huge shockwave. Countless ghost heads suddenly surged toward the Crimson Divine General at the peak of the canyon. Whoosh! Under Xiahou Shou's control, the Crimson Divine General stood up, opened its mouth, and inhaled. Roar! He watched as the 1 billion ghost heads are devoured by the Divine Commander. No! Save me! Save me! Countless ghost heads screamed in agony. However, it was useless. The aura of the Crimson Divine General seemed to be able to tear the entire void apart. Swallowing 1 billion ghost heads was not enough. As it opened its mouth, the hundreds of millions of ghostly citizens around the canyon were sucked into the Crimson Divine General's mouth. The red light around the Crimson Divine General increased, and its sins increased. Save me! Save me! Senior, save me! Don't eat me! The hundreds of millions of ghostly citizens screamed nonstop, and the Crimson Divine General's body grew bigger and bigger. Xiahou Shou, who was not far away, wanted to control it, but he was knocked away by a force on the Crimson Divine General's body. Xiahou Shou, what is this? You can't even control it yourself? The unborn man exclaimed. Guhai took a step forward and appeared in front of the Crimson Divine General in an instant. He punched at the Crimson Divine General, hoping to save the ghostly citizens. Roar! The Crimson Divine General felt threatened by Guhai, and its eyes glowed red. Its fist collided with Guhai's fist. Boom! With a loud sound, the canyon beneath the Crimson Divine General exploded. Guhai paused, but the Blood Divine General didn't retreat half a step. All of the netherworldly citizens were swallowed by his mouth in an instant. What? Guhai's expression changed. His punch was actually unable to force the Crimson Divine Marshal back. What kind of monster was this? How could its strength be on par with Jiang Lianshan? Kill him, kill him! Xiahou Shou pointed at Guhai and roared. Although Xiahou Shou could not get close to the Divine Commander, the Divine Commander was still unconscious and could listen to Xiahou Shou's orders, especially the orders to kill. Kill! The Crimson Divine General roared and immediately pounced towards Guhai. Guhai's face sank, but he saw the Sanguine Divine General suddenly extend its right hand and cleave down from above. Shing! A beam of golden light suddenly appeared and shot straight at Guhai. Guhai's expression changed, and he met the attack with a punch. Boom! A loud boom rang out as Guhai was sent flying back 300 meters. There was a huge trench in the ground that was at least 50 miles long. It was a trench that had been left behind by Sword Chi. Divine Sword? Is this the move of the Divine Sword? Guhai's expression changed. Kill! The Crimson Divine General charged towards Guhai again. It raised its hand and cleaved down at Guhai again and again. On the ground, sword scars were left one after another. The terrifying sword scars traversed 1,000 miles and headed straight for Guhai. Fortunately, Guhai's body was impenetrable, so he wasn't injured. Only a few white marks were left on his skin. The life-extinguishing saber clashed with the Divine Sword again and again. The Crimson Divine General's strength was actually on par with his. Guhai's heart was already in turmoil. Divine Sword? What is the Divine Sword? Rokudo Shinkuin's golden god body was the Divine Sword. It was the Divine Sword. It couldn't be wrong. This Crimson Divine General was related to Rokudo Shinkuin. So terrifying? The might of the Divine Sword displayed the terrifying power of the Crimson Divine General. How is this possible? Even with such ferocious power, it couldn't hurt Guhai. Xiahou Shou was also shocked. Xiahou Shou naturally knew how powerful the Crimson Divine General was. If it weren't for Supreme Vermilion Bird's treasure, Xiahou Shou could have dominated the world with the Crimson Divine General. However, The Crimson Divine General in front of him was blocked by Gu Hai. Although there was no clear victor, the battle at this moment made Xiahou Shou's heart skip a beat. Xiahou Shou was anxious. However, the Crimson Divine General didn't need to be controlled by Xiahou Shou anymore. It was now angry and charged towards Gu Hai again and again. Xiahou Shou suddenly turned his head and looked at the unborn man not far away. The unborn man had the strength of the Yuanying state. I can't do anything to Gu Hai for now. I'll catch you first. Xiahou Shou stared and instantly charged towards the unborn man. The unborn man was shocked when he saw Xiahou Shou charging towards him. He only had the strength of the Yuanying state in the Eastern Spirit Fire Sea. How could he be a match for Xiahou Shou? However, the unborn man also had a magic treasure. Buzz! However, a golden alms bowl flew out and suddenly enlarged 10,000 times. Then it descended from the sky and enveloped the unborn man and Mao Tianyan. Boom! It was like a huge iron box that covered the unborn man and Mao Tianyan. You think you can stop me with a big pot? Power of fire, break. Xiahou Shou slammed his palm down. Clang! The golden alms bowl suddenly released a golden light wheel that instantly dissipated the power of Xiahou Shou's palm. This is not a big pot, but the Vairocana golden alms bowl that the Vairocana Buddha lent us before we left. It's powerful and boundless. In the sea of fire, it's like an indestructible enchantment. No matter how you attack, you won't be able to break it. The unborn man shouted from within the golden alms bowl. There's no such thing as an indestructible enchantment. Earthline golden dragon, he might call. Leaf fire essence, break this golden alms bowl. Xiahou Shou roared again. Ark, ark, ark. Suddenly, dragon roars came from underground as if fire dragons were rushing towards the golden alms bowl. Boom, boom, boom. It was as if mountains were crashing into the golden alms bowl. The golden alms bowl only shook but didn't break. How can a Vairocana Buddha's treasure be so easy to break? Unless you have the power of his holiness, you, Xiahou Shou, are still far from it. The unborn man sneered from within the golden alms bowl. Unborn man, come out. Xiahou Shou shouted coldly. Boom, 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 boom. Not far away, the battle between Gu Hai and the Crimson Divine Commander was getting fiercer and fiercer. Gu Hai had a ferocious look on his face as he blocked the divine sword again and again. Just as Gu Hai was familiarizing himself with the divine sword, the Crimson Divine Commander suddenly changed its move. It straightened its arms and bent its wrists like a hoe, chopping towards Gu Hai's shoulder. Boom! This slash was even more powerful than the holy sword from before. It caught Gu Hai off guard, and with one strike, Gu Hai's arm caved in. Gu Hai screamed in pain as he dodged another heavy blow. Ka! Ka! After twisting his shoulder, the collapsed shoulder was restored. However, Gu Hai was even more surprised by the Crimson Divine Commander's identity. This is Jiang Lianshan's Shinong Ho. Jiang Lianshan's move? Jiang Lianshan's move? Gu Hai was shocked. Roar! The Crimson Divine Commander pounced towards Gu Hai again. With one hand holding Rokudo Shinkoen's divine sword and the other hand holding Jiang Lianshan's divine sword, Gu Hai found it extremely difficult to deal with. It was hard to determine the victor. In the midst of the battle, Gu Hai turned his head to look at Xiahou Shou and his eyes lit up. Boom! This time, when he clashed with the Crimson Divine Commander, Gu Hai showed weakness and allowed a heavy blow to his back. Gu Hai borrowed the force and rushed towards Xiahou Shou. Xiahou Shou was attacking the Vairocana Golden Alms Bowl and did not expect Gu Hai to target him. Xiahou Shou! Gu Hai shouted. Xiahou Shou quivered and turned his head. However, it was too late. Gu Hai was already in front of him. What? Save me! Xiahou Shou exclaimed. The Crimson Divine Commander pounced forward with all his might. However, Gu Hai's palm had already landed on Xiahou Shou's body. Boom! Xiahou Shou was heavily injured and fell to the ground, vomiting a mouthful of blood. Gu Hai's strength was so great that Xiahou Shou could not resist at all. Quick, save me, save me! Xiahou Shou shouted at the Crimson Divine Commander. However, the Crimson Divine Commander was not thinking clearly and did not save Xiahou Shou. Instead, it started fighting with Gu Hai again. Boom, boom, boom. After a series of battles, the Crimson Divine Commander was so enraged that it lost its mind. It attacked Gu Hai again and again. At this moment, the unborn man put away the Malvarakana golden alms bowl and walked over to Xiahou Shou with a cold smile. Ha ha! It turns out that even you cannot control this Crimson Divine Commander. As he spoke, the unborn man reached out and restrained the heavily injured Xiahou Shou. Unborn man, you will die a horrible death. What are you trying to do? Xiahou Shou shouted angrily. The unborn man immediately placed some restrictions on Xiahou Shou's body. Then he tapped Xiahou Shou's glabella. Bam! The unborn man tapped Xiahou Shou's glabella. He took out a drop of blood from his glabella and tapped it on Mao Tianyun's glabella. Mao Tianyun's glabella trembled, and a gust of red qi rushed from his glabella to Xiahou Shou's head. No. Resentment transfer? Unborn man, you dare to harm me. Xiahou Shou shouted in shock. This is the resentment that you sent to Mao Tianyun's head. Enjoy this resentment yourself. Ha ha! The unborn man laughed. The resentment rushed into Xiahou Shou's head. Xiahou Shou immediately cried out in pain. Ah! After a series of cries, Xiahou Shou was no longer in the mood to talk. Mao Tianyun, on the other hand, woke up weakly. What happened? Mao Tianyun asked in shock. His Holiness, Mao Tianyun, is awake. The unborn man shouted. In the sky, Gu Hai, who was fighting, waved his hand. Whoosh! The three gourds instantly left Mao Tianyun and arrived at Gu Hai. Meow, what happened? My head hurts. Unborn man, why are you here? Mao Tianyun twisted his body and asked in shock. Even without Xiahou Shou's control, the Crimson Divine General is not affected. Mao Tianyun, help His Holiness to subdue the Crimson Divine General. The unborn man said. Mao Tianyun raised his head and saw the battle between Gu Hai and the Crimson Divine General. What is this? Rokudo Shinkuan's move? Mao Tianyun asked in shock. Not only that, he also knows Jiang Lianshan's move. The unborn man smiled bitterly. Chapter 1152. Without much hesitation, Mao Tianyun rushed into the sky. The Crimson Divine General was in a rage. He received Xiahou Shou's last order and kept attacking Gu Hai. His moves were terrifying and powerful. His body was as tough as Gu Hai's, as though he was invulnerable. Gu Hai and the Crimson Divine General were unable to hurt each other. Meow! Mao Tianyun rushed into the sky and attacked the Crimson Divine General from the back. Dang! The Crimson Divine General slashed Mao Tianyun with his divine sword and sent him flying. Meow! I don't believe it. Mao Tianyun was at a disadvantage and rushed forward again. Boom! While the Crimson Divine General was unprepared, Mao Tianyun attacked its back. However, the effect was not obvious. The Crimson Divine General was invulnerable. Mao Tianyun's claws were bent, but he could not hurt it. Meow! How can this be? Mao Tianyun exclaimed. You don't have to attack anymore. Although you are better than the others in the Eastern Spirit Flame Sea, your strength is still suppressed, Gu Hai shouted. Then what should we do? Lure him out. You take the unborn man and lead the way. Gu Hai shouted. All right. Mao Tianyun nodded gloomily. The Arctic Gourd, True Fire Gourd, and Vine Whirl Gourd had all been used on the Crimson Divine General. However, the Crimson Divine General was immune to all of them. This made Gu Hai feel very surprised. Gu Hai's body was invulnerable. He was on par with the Crimson Divine General. Mao Tianyun and the unborn man led the way in front. Gu Hai and the Crimson Divine General retreated as they fought and moved out of the Eastern Spirit Flame Sea. Gu Hai knew that once they were out of the Eastern Spirit Flame Sea, the Crimson Divine General would not be his match. He did not even have to do it himself. A group of Heavenly Palace Great Perfection Realm officials would be able to subdue the Crimson Divine General. Now, while the Crimson Divine General was still confused, he had to lure it out. Following the path that they had come from, the group moved quickly. In just 4 hours, They had arrived at the border of the Eastern Spirit Sea of Fire. Quick, lure him out and let me teach him a lesson. Mao Tianyun immediately shouted and rushed out. When he reached the border, the Crimson Divine Commander suddenly stopped. He turned around and headed towards the depths of the Eastern Spirit Fire Sea. What? He doesn't want to come out? Mao Tianyun exclaimed. Guhai was flabbergasted. Wasn't the Blood Divine Marshal unconscious? How did he know that it was dangerous outside? Guhai immediately pounced forward. The Crimson Divine Marshal continued to battle with Guhai, but he was lured to the edge of the Eastern Spirit Sea of Flames several times, unwilling to leave. What should we do now? Mao Tianyun asked in shock. You guys go back first. Unborn man, immediately interrogate Xiahou Shou. What is this Blood Divine Commander? Guhai shouted. Yes, the Unborn man replied. However, Guhai was unwilling to leave the Crimson Divine Commander behind. Mao Tianyun quickly brought the Unborn man back to the Eternal Ing capital. In the Eternal Ing capital, Skeleton Guhai had been waiting for a long time. How long will it take for this Xiahou Shou to wake up? Guhai asked. I will do my best. I want to go to the Longevity Temple, the Unborn man said. Guhai nodded. The Unborn man brought Xiahou Shou to his residence. After entering the Longevity Temple, he placed Xiahou Shou on an 8 trigrams platform. He reached out and tapped Xiahou Shou's forehead. Wong. The resentment between Xiahou Shou's eyebrows instantly emerged. The Unborn man used a small bottle to collect it. Xiahou Shou's hood had already been removed. A thin and shriveled old man with disheveled hair looked at the Unborn man miserably. Unborn man, you captured me? You captured me? No. Xiahou Shou roared in shock and anger. If you don't want to die so early, then tell me immediately. What is that Crimson Divine Commander? Ghost Head Longevity Array. Normal people can't withstand that intense chi of fear. Even a perfect Heavenly Palace expert would be crippled. However, the Crimson Divine Commander withstood it. Who is he? The Unborn man asked. You want to know? Don't even think about it. I won't tell you. Xiahou Shou said coldly. This is not the Eastern Spirit Fire Sea. I am not your opponent in the Eastern Spirit Fire Sea. But here, you're under my control. I have 10,000 ways to deal with you. The Unborn man said coldly. Xiahou Shou snorted. You asked for it. The Unborn man reached out and activated the 8 trigrams platform. Wong. The chain that pierced through Xiahou Shou's shoulder blade immediately triggered waves of electricity, causing Xiahou Shou to tremble. The Unborn man took out a black worm and slowly stuffed it into Xiahou Shou's glabella. What are you doing? What are you doing? Xiahou Shou exclaimed. If you don't want to tell me, then I will do it myself, the Unborn man said coldly. Corpse worm? No, I will tell you. Don't do it. Xiahou Shou exclaimed. The Unborn man ignored him and let the corpse worm drill into Xiahou Shou's head. Xiahou Shou trembled violently. The Unborn man then drew a series of runes on Xiahou Shou's head. After a while, Xiahou Shou stopped struggling. However, at this moment, Xiahou Shou's eyes had become hollow. What is the origin of that Crimson Divine Commander? The Unborn man asked. I don't know, Xiahou Shou said blankly. You don't know? Then how did you get it? The Unborn man asked coldly. 30 years ago, I saw it in a secluded valley in the Eastern Spirit Fire Sea. At that time, it was already riddled with holes and looked like a broken piece of wood. However, this broken piece of wood emitted a terrifying aura. I felt that it was extraordinary and wanted to refine it. Unexpectedly, it still had spirituality, so I wanted to refine it into the Netherworld Flame Divine Commander. Xiahou Shou explained blankly. Broken piece of wood, riddled with holes? The Unborn man said in surprise. After he was refined into the Netherworld Flame Divine Commander, I couldn't fully control it. His consciousness was also very blurry. He kept mentioning the words Vermilion Bird's treasure, Immortal of 6 paths, and His Holiness was unwilling. Xiahou Shou explained. Vermilion Bird's treasure? Immortal of 6 paths? His Holiness was unwilling? The Unborn man said in shock. His strength made me realize that I might have come into contact with some kind of great treasure, especially the vermilion bird's treasure. His consciousness was blurred, but he was still brooding about it. I guessed that the vermilion bird's treasure must be something extraordinary. Perhaps it was the vermilion bird supreme's treasure. I had to get the secret he was talking about. Therefore, while searching for the vermilion bird's treasure, I captured countless ghostly citizens to prolong his life, hoping that he could wake up. Unfortunately, his thoughts became more and more chaotic and blurred. Xiahou Shou said blankly, "Ghost head, longevity array?" Such an evil method would, of course, make him more confused. However, did you find anything in the past 30 years? The unborn man asked. No, I searched the entire Eastern Spiritfire Sea. Other than some places with countless arrays, I found nothing. There were other people in the Eastern Spiritfire Sea. I sent other Netherworld Flame Divine Commanders to investigate those arrays, but they were always gone. I didn't dare to go personally. Coincidentally, Gu Hai and the unborn man captured one of my Netherworld Flame Divine Commanders and wanted to find me. I used him to find out who was in the array. In the end, I found Jiang Lianshan. Xiahou Shou explained blankly. What about Mao Tianyan? The unborn man asked. On the day Mao Tianyan entered, I found out that he had entered one of the 8 diagrammed arrays set up by Jiang Lianshan. That array was very dangerous. When he came out, he was already in a daze. I captured him with the Crimson Divine Commander and poured resentment into him, making him work for me. Xiahou Shou said blankly. Mao Tianyan, did you get a bargain? The unborn man asked strangely. Yes, the Eastern Spirit Flame Sea. Since you have already walked through it and know the locations of all the formations, draw them out. The unborn man instructed. Yes, Xiahou Shou answered. Before long, the unborn man brought a map to where Skeleton Gu Hai was. His Holiness, this is the array map of the Eastern Spiritfire Sea, and the unborn man described his question to Gu Hai. A piece of broken wood? Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. How could a piece of broken wood be so powerful? Is there a way to wake this piece of broken wood up? Gu Hai asked with a frown. That Crimson Divine Commander has devoured more than 1 billion ghostly citizens. He is filled with fear, endless sin, and resentment. He needs to release those ghostly citizens and send them into the cycle of reincarnation. Perhaps, the unborn man explained. Release? Gu Hai was slightly stunned. Yes, although they were devoured by the Crimson Divine Commander, this is a type of longevity array. Logically speaking, they have not been completely destroyed. They are just struggling in the Crimson Divine Commander's stomach. They cannot be released. The unborn man explained. Let's do it then. Gu Hai nodded, but releasing souls is not my strength. The unborn man said worriedly. It's fine. Mahavarakana should be familiar with this. The Eastern Spiritfire Sea is too dangerous. You don't have to go in anymore. Gu Hai instructed. Yes. The unborn man nodded. There is still Dong Zongshou. I will find him as soon as possible. Gu Hai said. Thank His Holiness. The unborn man said gratefully. After sending off the unborn man, Gu Hai immediately invited Mahavarakana over. Mahavarakana readily agreed. He gave Mahavarakana a map and pointed out his location. 2 days later, Mahavarakana arrived at the depths of the Eastern Spiritfire Sea. Gu Hai's main body was in a stalemate with the Crimson Divine Commander. He pinned it to the ground, and both of them were unable to move. Umipa, Mr. Good, I'm coming. Mahavarakana suddenly appeared in front of them. Start releasing souls. Gu Hai shouted as he suppressed the Crimson Divine Commander. Releasing souls is not difficult. However, I just sense that the Eastern Spiritfire Sea seems to be suppressed by a force. The reincarnation passage is blocked. Mahavarakana frowned. Release souls into my celestial dome of the ancients. Wake this Crimson Divine Commander up first. Gu Hai instructed. All right. Mahavarakana nodded. As he spoke, he sat down cross-legged and recited lines of Buddhist scriptures. They turned into golden swastikas. In an instant, countless swastikas entered the Crimson Divine Commander's body. Ah! The Crimson Divine Commander cried out in pain. Black gas suddenly emerged from its body. After the black gas passed, blue ghosts were released from its body. They bowed to Guhai and Mahavarakana gratefully. Guhai immediately sent the ghosts into the celestial dome of the ancients to be reincarnated. Buddhist chants sounded as Mahavarakana released souls. The Crimson Divine Commander struggled frantically. However, the Guhai before him was not weaker than him at all. Again and again, Guhai pushed him to the ground and continued to purify his soul. Chapter 1153. No matter how hard the Crimson Divine General struggled, the surface of its body continued to spurt out billowing black gas. The boundless, sinful red light was also rapidly dissipating. Every word of Mahavarakana's transcendence was heavenly music. The ghostly citizens within the Crimson Divine General's body were transcended one after another and reincarnated into the immortal vault of antiquity. Just like that, Guhai fought and transcended at the same time. After a day, the Crimson Divine General finally calmed down and stopped attacking Guhai. Moreover, its body shape was slowly changing. Gradually, the armor disappeared and it turned back into the shape of a withered tree root. However, the withered tree root seemed to be alive. Its head was extremely old. Moreover, it had the shape of a human, like a skinny old man. Cough, 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 cough. A series of coughs sounded like an old man with one foot in the grave. After transcending, the aura of fear that extended its life has also dissipated. Its life. Mahavarakana frowned slightly. At that moment, although the Crimson Divine General still exuded a dangerous aura, it was already extremely old and had difficulty moving. Guhai, cough, cough, we meet again. I didn't expect you to become so powerful now. The withered tree old man that the Crimson Divine General had transformed into suddenly spoke. You know me? Guhai was surprised. I have offended you previously. My life force was already exhausted and I had reached the end of my life. However, a trace of stubbornness was still lingering in my heart. When I was in a deep sleep, Master Sho took the opportunity to refine me into the Divine General of Netherworld Flame for him to use. Unfortunately, the more he extended my life, the more my consciousness became blurrier. Now, I can barely wake up because of your transcendence. The withered tree old man sighed. You know me? Who are you? At the same time, you know the moves of Rokudo Shinkuin and Jianglian Shan. I don't remember you. Guhai was surprised. Guhai didn't remember the withered tree old man's ability. You have seen me before. However, I wasn't like this back then, and I didn't speak to you. The withered tree old man said bitterly. You are? Guhai asked in a deep voice. I'm His Holiness's Ho. The old man sighed. Ho? Shinong Ho? The fourth of the 16 great magic weapons of ancient times. Jianglian Shan's Shinong Ho? Guhai asked in surprise. That's right. You're suppressed here, but I'm not. That's why I was able to fight evenly with you earlier. If we were in the outside world, I wouldn't be a match for you. Kumu said with a bitter smile. You actually have intelligence? Wait a minute. You followed us to 800,000 years ago and stayed there with Jianglian Shan until 800,000 years ago? Guhai asked with a frown. To be precise, I slept in the Eastern Spirit Fire Sea for 800,000 years. This is the place where His Holiness died. His Holiness died peacefully. At that moment, His Holiness seemed to have seen Morong Yen. Although he was crushed by Rokudo Shinkuin, His Holiness wanted to die. At the moment of his death, His Holiness left with a smile on his face. Shinong Ho said with a bitter smile, You're saying that Jianglian Shan is dead? Guhai frowned in surprise. Jianglian Shan is dead? Then who is the Jianglian Shan I saw earlier? Shinong Ho didn't seem to understand the meaning behind Guhai's words. He nodded and said, His Holiness fought with Rokudo Shinkuin for a long time. Rokudo Shinkuin used the sacred sword many times against me. During the battle, I also learned the sacred sword. Unfortunately, in the end, I was also riddled with holes. My hoe was destroyed in the battle, leaving me with only the hoe handle. You learned the sacred sword from Rokudo Shinkuin, but you just said that Jianglian Shan is dead? Then who was the person I saw a few days ago? Wasn't he Jiang Lianshan? Guhai frowned. This is also the reason why I can't let go of my obsession. He is His Holiness, but he isn't. His Holiness wanted to die. When he died, his wish was fulfilled. But, Shenong Ho said bitterly. Wait, tell me first. Who is the Jiang Lianshan I saw a few days ago? What do you mean by, but he isn't? Guhai frowned. Shenong Ho looked at Guhai and sighed. He is His Holiness's soul, the fire deity. Fire deity? Guhai was stunned. Yes, His Holiness's 3 souls and 6 spirits were destroyed in that battle. However, the fire spirit, which is the fire deity, survived because of the Eastern spiritual sea of flames. Although he has His Holiness's memories, a spirit body can't have His Holiness's emotions. He is the fire deity. Because of the power of the Eastern spiritual sea of flames, he didn't dissipate. Therefore, he can't leave the Eastern spiritual sea of flames. He is Jiang Lianshan's fire deity? No wonder, from his conversation, I felt that he had lost his humanity. But he still had Jiang Lianshan's shadow. Guhai frowned. A person's body has 3 souls. The 7 spirits are derived from the 3 souls. Without the 3 souls, the 7 spirits should dissipate. But it didn't. This fire deity has always been pretending to be His Holiness. He is only a part of His Holiness. How can he be qualified to pretend to be His Holiness? I once went to find him, but was severely injured by his scheme. Huh, Shenong Ho said bitterly. The spirit body is also a part of a person. How can you? Guhai frowned. He is only a part of His Holiness. He can't pretend to be the whole thing. It's like if you lose your hair, can he pretend to be you? Shenong Ho said unwillingly. Guhai was slightly taken aback. Guhai, how are His Holiness's family now? Shenong Ho looked at Guhai. Guhai was silent for a moment, then told him what had happened in the past few years. See, if he is His Holiness, how can he watch Qiyu Crown Prince die? If he is His Holiness, how can he watch Morongyan die? Shenong Ho said angrily. What is he planning in the Eastern Spirit Sea of Flames? When the unborn man interrogated Xiaoho Shou, you mentioned something about the vermilion bird's treasure. Guhai asked curiously. Shenong Ho was silent for a moment, then nodded. His Holiness is a fire deity. He wants to obtain the vermilion bird's power and use the Eastern Spirit Sea of Flames to be reborn. All these years, he has been searching for the vermilion bird's treasure. Reborn? Jiang Lianshan is resurrected? Guhai's eyes widened. Don't even think about it. The so-called reborn does not mean that His Holiness can be resurrected, but that his fire deity physique is transformed into a soul body. With his fire deity as the main body, he will form 3 new souls. It will not be the original His Holiness. At most, he will have a part of His Holiness's memory. Shenong Ho explained. The vermilion bird's treasure? We can't find it after 800,000 years. That doesn't exist, right? Guhai frowned. No, it exists. 800,000 years ago, when His Holiness fought Rokudo Shinkuin, we saw the supreme vermilion bird. Shenong Ho said, You saw the supreme vermilion bird? He didn't die? Guhai was shocked. It's true. In this Eastern Spirit Sea of Flames, His Holiness fire deity, physique escaped Rokudo Shinkuin's destruction. It was the supreme vermilion bird who helped him in the end. Shenong Ho recalled. What's going on? Guhai asked in shock. That year, His Holiness fought against Rokudo Shinkuin. With the help of the Sinyuan, Rokudo Shinkuin grew stronger and stronger. In the end, His Holiness was no match for His Holiness. In this battle, His Holiness vented the last bit of regret in his heart. In the end, he prepared to draw the power of the Eastern Spirit Sea of Flames into his body to self-detonate. He was prepared to die together with Rokudo Shinkuin. Shenong Ho recalled. Draw the power of the Eastern Spirit Sea of Flames to self-detonate. Yes, but it didn't succeed. Rokudo Shinkuin used the Sinyuan to draw the power of the 3,000 great Daos to seal His Holiness, preventing him from self-detonating. Just as Rokudo Shinkuin was about to destroy His Holiness's body finally exploded with a burst of flames. Even I was blown away. The burst of flames avoided Rokudo Shinkuin's attention, and His Holiness's body was blown to pieces. Shinongho recalled. That burst of flames? Guhai frowned. Yes, it was that burst of flames. That burst of flames brought His Holiness's fire god and me into the sea of flames. After Rokudo Shinkuin left, it condensed into a huge flaming vermilion bird. The flaming vermilion bird sealed a wisp of Nanming primordial fire into His Holiness's fire god, preserving the fire god's body. It told him that as long as he didn't leave the Eastern Spirit Sea of Flames, the fire god's body could continue to survive in the Eastern Spirit Sea of Flames. The vermilion bird also said that it was only a wisp of his energy body. The rest of his energy was sealed somewhere in the Eastern Spirit Sea of Flames, and it told His Holiness's fire god to find the vermilion bird's treasure. Then, he could use the vermilion bird's treasure to be reborn. Shinongho recalled. A wisp of the vermilion bird's energy body? Yes, it seems that the vermilion bird was sealed somewhere. Even he himself couldn't say where it was. He only knew that in the Eastern Spirit Sea of Flames, the vermilion bird finally managed to release a wisp of energy. However, this wisp of energy couldn't last for long. It disappeared after mentioning the vermilion bird's treasure. Shinongho recalled. And then, His Holiness's fire god wanted to refine me and asked me to listen to his orders. I only listened to His Holiness. How could I agree to him? After all, I was a part of His Holiness. However, I was framed by him and managed to escape. Later, I went to seek revenge but failed. I couldn't accept it. I wanted to destroy him, who was pretending to be His Holiness. This is the only thing that kept me alive until now. Shinongho said hatefully. You want to destroy him? Guhai asked in a low voice. That's right. His Holiness's 3 souls are the foundation. If the 7 spirits are scattered, as long as the 3 souls are there, a new body can be formed. In other words, the spirit body is just a spirit body. His Holiness's fire god is the same as my spirit body. How could it be qualified to refine me? Shinongho said in a low voice. It's been 800,000 years. He still hasn't found the place where the vermilion bird was sealed? Guhai frowned. 800,000 years. It's enough time for him to dig 3 feet into the Eastern Spirit Sea of Flames. Unfortunately, if he hadn't met the vermilion bird at that time, no one would have believed it. Shinongho sighed. I understand now. Why does Zhang Lianshan need Jingwei? He needs the vermilion bird god in Jingwei's body to help him find the vermilion bird, open the seal, and borrow its treasure to be reborn. Guhai said in a low voice. Vermilion bird god? Shinongho was startled. Guhai told him about Jingwei and Lin what? So that's how it is. Haha, he really isn't scrupulous. He tricked His Holiness and turned the little princess into something neither human nor ghost. So it was just to satisfy his own selfish desires. He found a node in the Eastern Spirit Sea of Flames. He wants to use the vermilion bird god to use that forbidden technique. He wants to sacrifice the princess's life to the Eastern Spirit Sea of Flames to open the vermilion bird seal. Shinongho said with an ugly expression. Sacrifice Wan'er's life? He wants to kill Wan'er and kill Jingwei. Guhai's expression turned cold. Chapter 1154. East Spirit Sea of Flames. In a huge 8 trigrams array, Yu and Zhang Lianshan met again. The father and daughter did not get along well when they met. They even started fighting. Zhang Lianshan's palm and Yu's palm collided in the air. Flames shot everywhere, and hostility filled the air. Both of them were fire elemental experts. They could control the flames in all directions. They were wearing dragon robes. Neither of them was willing to back down, their faces ferocious. Behind Zhang Lianshan stood Ingo and an anxious Jingwei. Behind you stood Ho-Yi, who was anxious. No one interfered that they could not. Only Ingo's expression changed occasionally. He was hesitating. Sister, father, stop fighting, sister, father. The Jingwei shouted anxiously. However, Yu and Zhang Lianshan did not stop. Bastard, what are you doing? Zhang Lianshan stared at you. You looked at Zhang Lianshan coldly. You are not dead. You can't wait for me to die. Jiang Lianshan said coldly. I don't care if you're dead or not. You should not find trouble with Jing Wei. You said coldly. Sister, no. Father did not find trouble with me. The Jing Wei said anxiously. You looked at the Jing Wei and frowned. Jing Wei, come behind me. I've already discussed with Gu Hai. The vermilion bird god will be given to you. No, Father said that once the vermilion bird god leaves Lin Wan Air's body, it will disappear. It will not work. The Jing Wei said anxiously. How can you believe his words? Ho said coldly. The Jing Wei looked at Jiang Lianshan. He was in a dilemma. On one side was his father. On the other side was his sister. He did not know what to do. Why can't you believe my words? I made the vermilion bird god. What do you know? I was the one who helped you complete your fire elemental zombie ancestor. Now you're questioning me? Bastard, I should have burned you to death in that seal. So you don't have to anger me now. Jiang Lianshan glared. At the mention of the seal, Huey's eyes immediately turned red, and a murderous aura erupted once again. Seal? Ha ha. You still have the face to mention seals? Guhai was right. You have Jiang Lianshan's shadow, but you don't have Jiang Lianshan's humanity. If it weren't for my strong desire to live, I would have turned into ashes by now. You still want me to thank you? Yu's face was ferocious. In the end, didn't you obtain a cultivation base? Jiang Lianshan said coldly. You really want to thank you? I can't wait to break open your chest and peel off your flesh to see what color your heart is. Ho said coldly. Evil creature, evil creature. Jiang Lianshan glared at you. Elite guard, what are you waiting for? Come over here. You shouted again. The elite guards were anxious and did not know what to do. Jing Wei, don't listen to her. She's crazy, Jiang Lianshan said in a low voice. Jing Wei, what else do you believe in him? How did you die that year? Look at him go beside you. This is your body. Who drowned you in the East Sea? Do you still think about him? Qi Yu, we have all been tricked by him. Do you believe in him? Or do you believe in me? Hui shouted. However, the elite guards did not understand. Sister, I believe in both. Believe my ass. Today, it's either him or me. If you still recognize me as your sister, come behind me immediately. Otherwise, you don't have to come back ever again. Hui said with a ferocious expression. I will come over, sister. The elite guards said anxiously. Jing Wei, Jiang Lianshan shouted. Father? The elite guards paused. Do you still want to recognize me as your father? Jiang Lianshan said coldly. The elite guards showed a painful expression. What should he do? And you, Hui, do you still remember what I told you? Jiang Lianshan said in a low voice. Not far away. Hui's expression changed. I sealed your cultivation and made you follow Jiang Ying. After Jiang Ying was sealed, I made you leave the Dian dynasty and establish a force in the underworld. You gathered a large number of drought demons and waited for Jiang Ying to be released. I let you follow her. I was helping her manage her forces. Now, you dare to be so arrogant? Ha! Evil creature, evil creature. Jiang Lianshan said coldly. Hui's expression changed. Everything that Jiang Lianshan said was not false. Jiang Lianshan, you're wrong. Ho, Yi, and Xing Tian are in charge of a large number of forces in the underworld for me. Those forces were conquered by me before I was sealed. They're my subjects. They are only helping me protect my country. It's not because of you, Yin said coldly. Ho, Yi, evil creature, you are ignorant and disrespectful to your father. Today, I take back my previous order. Ho, you come back to me, Jiang Lianshan said in a low voice. Huey's expression was gloomy. At this moment, Ho-Yi also had a complicated expression. Ho-Yi, you were a subject of the Dian dynasty back then. I gave you everything. Jiang Lianshan shouted again. Ho-Yi's expression changed, but he soon became determined. His Holiness, I respect you as my old master. If it was anything else, I would definitely do it for you. However, I am sorry about this. Oh, he shook his head. Huh? Jiang Lianshan glared. I am the great Yin Sky Dynasty's divine archer marquis, Ho-Yi. You taught me to be loyal to my country. If I go to your side, I will be a traitor. Sorry, I am now only loyal to the great Yin Sky dynasty and his holiness. He shook his head. Soon, I will re-establish the Dian dynasty. What is mine will all be mine. Zhang Lianshan shouted. Sorry. He shook his head firmly. Humph. Zhang Lianshan snorted angrily. However, Hui was satisfied. She looked at Jingwei again and said, Jingwei, why are you still standing there? Come over. Oh. Jingwei was about to step forward. Jingwei, you don't recognize me? Zhang Lianshan shouted. Jingwei's expression froze. He lowered his head and was silent for a while. Then, Jingwei showed a pained expression and said, Sister, he is father. He may have hurt you by sealing you, but he did it for your own good. Otherwise, the great Yin Sky dynasty would not exist. Also, although I drown in the East Sea, I don't blame father. Really, I don't blame him. What did you say? Huey's expression darkened. She had a bad feeling. I'm sorry, sister. I miss father. Father wants me to help him leave the eastern spiritual sea of fire. I must help father. I must stay by father's side and help him leave the eastern spiritual sea of fire. Jingwei shook his head. You are crazy. Hui stared at him. I'm sorry, sister. Jingwei shook his head. Hui said in a low voice. Yes, your majesty. He replied. Bring Jingwei back. Hui said in a low voice. Yes. He stepped forward. Bring Jingwei back. Have you asked for my permission? Ingo sneered and stood in front of Jingwei. Jingwei frowned and looked at Ingo. He did not say anything. Kill whoever stands in your way. Ingo is no exception. Kill. Hui said coldly. Yes. He replied. He reached out and pulled out a divine arrow. It was a fire elemental divine arrow. He pulled the bowstring and his eyes turned cold. Ingo showed a look of disdain. Pung. He released the arrow and it turned into a fiery dragon. It bared its fangs and claws and arrived in front of Ingo. Ingo's eyes turned cold. He threw a punch. Be careful, this is not the shooting sun arrow. It is the nurturing sun arrow. Zhang Lianshan shouted. The shooting sun arrow was a water elemental divine arrow that countered fire. However, the nurturing sun arrow was different. It was a fire elemental divine arrow. When the arrow was shot, it gathered the fire energy of the world and flew toward Ingo. Ingo's face sank. He threw a punch. However, when the divine arrow reached his fist, it had already absorbed the fire energy of the endless eastern spirit flame, sea, and crashed into Ingo. A loud sound rang out. The power of this arrow was not much weaker than Huey's. The huge impact caused a boundless shockwave. Ingo was forced to take a step back. What? Your divine arrow is not affected here? Ingo said in surprise. In this place, his 3 spiritual souls were suppressed. Even Ingo could not bring out much of his strength. However, Ho-Yi's divine arrow was not weaker than Guhai's. After Ho-Yi forced Ingo back with his arrow, he immediately rushed forward to grab Jingwei. However, Ingo reacted faster. He immediately pulled Jingwei and retreated into the flames. Take Jingwei and leave. Go to little beast and wait for me. Zhang Lianshan shouted. Okay. Ingo pulled Jingwei and immediately rushed into the flames. Father, don't hurt sister. Before leaving, Jingwei shouted. Jingwei did not reject Ingo taking him away. He had already made the decision to stand on his father's side. Although the choice was difficult, he could only let down his sister for his father's sake. He would apologize to his sister in the future. Stop right there, Jingwei, you stupid girl. Zhao roared angrily. Boom. The strength of Huey's hand was greater. Zhang Lianshan's strength was greater as well. The father and daughter both charged ferociously. Where are you going? He quickly chased after them. However, he was not as familiar with the Eastern Spirit Flame Sea as Ingo. He could not fly here and could only run. After running a few times, he lost sight of Ingo and Jingwei. Come out. He roared gloomily. In the distance, Zhang Lianshan and Hui were unable to determine the victor. The father and daughter looked at each other coldly. After charging for a while, Zhang Lianshan revealed a cold expression. Evil creature, If there is anything, wait until I return to the divine farmer city. This is not a place for you to stay. Leave immediately. We looked at Jiang Lianshan coldly and did not say anything. Evil creature. Jiang Lianshan snorted. Boom. Jiang Lianshan's palm slammed into the hui, separating them in an instant. Jiang Lianshan took a step forward and rushed into the fire. This time, we did not chase after him. She quietly and coldly watched Jiang Lianshan disappear into the flames. Looking at Jiang Lianshan's disappearing figure, Huey's eyes were bloodshot. There was even a trace of moisture in the bloodshot eyes. Evil creature? Heh, evil creature? A trace of mist flashed through Huey's eyes, and she revealed a trace of hatred. Because at this moment, Qi suddenly recalled his childhood. That year, Hui was only 3 years old. She rode on Jiang Lianshan's neck. Jiang Lianshan happily played with Hui and carried her in circles. Ride a big horse, ride a big horse. Oh, oh. Ha ha. Little Jiang, my little baby, you are the best gift given to me by the heavens. Ride, ride, ha ha, is it fun? Fun, fun, Dad, I want to go over there. Huh, wherever my baby wants to go, go. Dad, I peed in my pants. I hurt your neck. It's okay. Ha, my daughter's pee is more precious than the spiritual spring dew. Ha ha, the love of the past, the evil creature of today. What a good, evil creature. Jiang Lianshan, you have changed so much. I really wish you had died back then. Hui gritted her teeth. A trace of mist flashed in her eyes. No, he is not Jiang Lianshan. Suddenly, a voice sounded behind her. Who? Her face suddenly turned cold, and she turned her head. She saw that Gu Hai, Mahavarakana, and a weak Shin Nongfu had unknowingly appeared behind her. Greetings, eldest princess, Shin Nongfu said weakly. Chapter 1155. Limitless Celestial Capital, 5 Elements Palace. Long Wanyu, Hutu, Gaochen, Changsheng, and Ziwei stare at Mao Tianyan. Little cat, you are too frustrated this time. It was not easy to ask you to do something, but you were controlled? If not for my master's ability, you would have been more of a hindrance. Gaochen said curiously while munching on sunflower seeds. Meow, how would I know? I still don't know. Mao Tianyan said gloomily. What did you encounter? How did you get confused and end up being taken advantage of by Xiaoho Shou? Instead, you were controlled? Goddess Hutu asked curiously. I don't remember. When I went in, I looked around. I went through 8 trigrams formations. When I reached the 9th one, I couldn't remember. Mao Tianyan frowned. In other words, you had an accident in the 9th 8 trigrams formation. You escaped with great difficulty, but were caught by Xiaoho Shou. You should remember what was in the 9th 8 trigrams formation, right? Changsheng asked while chewing on a drumstick. I don't remember. It was in there that made me confused. It was like a dream, but I can't remember what it was. Mao Tianyan frowned. This is 30's Dream Force Field. Long Wanyu frowned. Dream Force Field. Everyone looked at Long Wanyu in confusion. That's right. No matter what you encountered in the Dream Force Field, when you came out, it was like a dream. It was fragmented. Long Wanyu frowned. It seems so. I only remember a little fragment. It was like a dream. I can't remember it. Mao Tianyan recalled. Fragment? What is a fragment? Long Wanyu asked. I'm not too sure. I saw a cat that looked exactly like me. Everything was the same. Then we fought. After that, I can't remember. Mao Tianyan recalled. A cat that looked exactly like you? Goddess Hutu asked curiously. Do you remember the location of the Dream Force Field? Long Wanyu asked. Yes, I remember. As long as there is a map. Mao Tianyan recalled. Let's go to brother-in-law's clone and tell brother-in-law as soon as possible. Long Wanyu said. All right. Mao Tianyan nodded. In an 8 trigrams formation in the 8 trigrams formation. While Ingo and Jing Wei were waiting, Jiang Lianshan quickly arrived. Father, are you okay? Jing Wei asked worriedly. I'm fine. Jiang Lianshan shook his head. What about sister? Is sister all right now? Jing Wei was still worried. That evil child's fine. If I hadn't given her everything, she wouldn't be where she is today. She actually dares to disobey me. Humph, Jiang Lianshan said angrily. It's good that sister is fine. Jing Wei smiled. All right, Jing Wei. This is the last 8 trigrams formation. You need to drip your blood and integrate it with the power of the vermilion bird god. Hurry, Jiang Lishan said. As he spoke, he waved his hand. The entire 8 trigrams formation suddenly moved. Then, in the center of the 8 trigrams formation, a flaming mountain rose from the ground. There was an altar at the top of the mountain. Do we need to drip blood again? Father, every time we drip blood, I have a feeling of fear, Jing Wei said worriedly. Fear? Jiang Lishan frowned and looked at Jing Wei. Yes. These days, we have dripped a total of 63 drops. I told you before, as long as the essence blood dripped onto the altar, I would suddenly feel a sense of danger approaching me. With every drop, the sense of danger would become stronger. Although I am in a sea of fire, I still have a feeling of fear. I'm so scared, the Jing Wei said worriedly. With me around, what are you afraid of? Jiang Lishan said gently. That's right. With father around, what am I afraid of? Jing Wei nodded. Walking to the altar, Jing Wei forced out a drop of blood. Before he could drip it on the altar, Jing Wei suddenly trembled and revealed a look of fear. Ah! Jing Wei cried out in fear. What's wrong? Jiang Lishan asked. I saw a bird. I think I saw a bird. It was so scary. Its red feathers were all standing up. It was fierce to me, as if it was going to pounce on me and eat me. Jing Wei said in fear. It's all an illusion. It's not like that. Ingo comforted. Jiang Lishan was excited. That's right. It seems like I was right. After 800,000 years of searching, I finally found it. Father, I am scared. Cannot drip blood? Jing Wei's forehead was sweating. Don't you want me to go out with you? Jing Wei, father needs you now. Only you can help me. Jiang Lishan comforted Jing Wei. Jing Wei's eyes were filled with uncertainty. After all, the illusion just now was too scary. A giant bird was going to tear him apart? That ferocious face was too scary. Hurry up, Jiang Lishan shouted impatiently. With a shout, Jing Wei looked at his father in shock. Father is shouting at me? Jiang Lishan also realized that he had lost his composure. After losing his composure, he was not going to pretend to be a loving father anymore. Jing Wei, hurry up and drip blood, Jiang Lishan said coldly. Father, you are not. You were not like that just now. Jing Wei looked at his father in shock. Jiang Lishan grabbed Jing Wei's right hand. The blood that was forced out of Jing Wei's hand trembled and was immediately shaken by Jiang Lishan into the altar. Roar! The moment the blood dripped onto the altar, Jing Wei saw the illusion again. No, it should be an illusion that he saw through the vermilion bird god. The giant redbird shark claws seemed like they were going to tear him apart as they slashed down. Ah! The elite guard screamed in fear. Rumble! After the altar received Jing Wei's blood, it immediately sank into the ground. Is it done? Ingo asked expectantly. Yes, it's all right. Jing Wei's vermilion bird god has sensed the supreme vermilion bird. There is only one step left. Only one step left. Jiang Lishan suddenly looked at Jing Wei. His eyes flashed with excitement and coldness. At this moment, Jing Wei was shocked by the illusion and broke out in cold sweat. He suddenly raised his head and saw Jiang Lishan's ferocious and terrifying eyes. Father, what happened to you? I'm a little scared, Jing Wei said in fear. Don't be scared. Everything will be fine soon. Let's go. I will bring you to the dream realm, Jiang Lishan said coldly. At this moment, he no longer had the gentleness of a loving father. Instead, he looked at Jing Wei coldly, as if he was looking at a dead thing. Father, don't look at me like that. Father. Jing Wei looked at Jiang Lishan in fear. Let's go. Don't talk nonsense. Ingo reached out and grabbed Jing Wei. Don't touch me. Jing Wei wanted to push him away. However, Ingo's strength was much stronger than Jing Wei's. Jing Wei could not move at all. Father, save me, Jing Wei said in fear. Jiang Lishan did not care. He stepped forward and shot forward. Ingo grabbed Jing Wei and followed closely behind. Being held by Ingo, Jing Wei suddenly felt his father's coldness towards him. In an instant, Jing Wei thought of his sister. Previously, sister tried her best to save me, but although he did not know what happened to his father, Jing Wei already regretted. He regretted his previous decision and his willfulness. Eastern Spirit Sea of Flames. Hui chased after Jing Wei and Ingo for a while. However, because he was not familiar with the Eastern Spirit Sea of Flames, he lost them and could only retreat. However, when he returned to the previous battlefield, he found Gu Hai and the rest in front of Zhao. His Holiness, I am useless. I lost him. Hui came forward to apologize. Zhao did not care about Hui. Instead, he looked at Gu Hai and the rest, especially Shen Nongchu. Greetings to the eldest princess. Shen Nongchu said weakly. Greetings to the eldest princess? Zhao and Hui raised their eyebrows. In their memories, they did not know this old man. Eldest princess, have you forgotten? When the eldest princess first went incognito, it was this old man who helped the eldest princess hide from his holiness. Shen Nongchu said bitterly. Shen Nongchu. Zhao suddenly stared. Shen Nongchu nodded. This old man is now a piece of rotten wood. That is why you can't recognize my original appearance. Cough, cough. Shen Nongchu? You are His Holiness's Shen Nongchu? Oh, he also recognized him and was surprised. Zhao's eyes were uncertain. Suddenly, Zhao thought of Gu Hai's words and squinted his eyes at Gu Hai. You just said that the person just now was not Jiang Lianshan. We just found out. Previously, we heard a huge commotion here, so we came over. Unfortunately, we were one step too late and he escaped. Gu Hai nodded. You said that he was not Jiang Lianshan? Are you sure? Zhao asked again. Let Shen Nongchu say it. Gu Hai nodded. This matter would be more convincing if Shen Nongchu said it. Zhao looked at Shen Nongchu. Shen Nongchu nodded and sighed slightly. His Holiness died 800,000 years ago. That was not His Holiness, that was... Shen Nongchu told them about Jiang Lianshan and the fire god. No wonder. He even knows the old man's most secret. So he is just the fire god, pretending to be the old man. Zhao's face turned cold. Ho Yi's eyes widened. So the Jiang Lianshan, just now, was a fake? He immediately felt a lingering fear. He was almost fooled by him. Yes, eldest princess, don't blame His Holiness. I have experienced an 800,000-year reincarnation cycle, so I know everything that happened back then. In addition, Gu Hai just said that you all resented His Holiness. In fact, it was all His Holiness' fault. It was all because of this His Holiness's fire god. He tricked His Holiness, and His Holiness benefited greatly from him back then. His Holiness could not forget you all and wanted you, Chi-Yu, and you ought to benefit greatly as well. That was why he devised those methods. If you were not lucky, you would not be here now. His Holiness is innocent. He did not know that you would suffer that kind of torment, did not know that you were in danger of dying. His Holiness's fire god swore that everything would be safe. So His Holiness did what he did. His Holiness was also tricked. He was tricked by himself. He was His Holiness's fire god, so he knew His Holiness the best. That was why he was able to trick His Holiness. Eldest princess, don't blame His Holiness. Cough, cough, cough. Shen Nongchu said bitterly. Chi's expression immediately changed. So the one he resented all these years was not Jiang Lianshan. His father was still the father who loved him, but he was tricked by this fire god. He was his father's fire god, and he had grasped his father's weakness to trick him. He had almost killed him. Was it all because of him? Chi's eyes flashed with towering rage. At the same time, he felt gratified. His father was still the same father, and all the bad things were done by this fire god. Suddenly, Chi's expression changed. You said the Vermilion Bird Supreme was sealed, and he prepared for 800,000 years for the Vermilion Bird God. Using the Vermilion Bird God to find the seal and open it? Is he going to use that sacrificial method? Chi's pupils constricted. I think so too, Shen Nongchu said bitterly. Not good. We have to find Jing Wei as soon as possible. Jing Wei is in danger. Chi's expression darkened. But how are we going to find His Holiness in the vast eastern spiritual fire sea? Hui said bitterly. Chi's and Shen Nongchu's expressions also darkened. I might know where they are going. Gu Hai suddenly narrowed his eyes. That was because Mao Tianyin had pointed out a location on the map where the skeleton doppelganger was. Although Mao Tianyin had suffered a great loss when he entered, he had helped Gu Hai find a very important place. It was the Dream Realm force field. Oh, everyone looked at Gu Hai. Follow me. I know a place. Quick. Gu Hai immediately started walking in a direction. Everyone followed him with a trace of hesitation. Chapter 11:56. With Gu Hai leading the way, Ho Yi, Mahavarakana, and Shinnong Pai followed closely behind. They went straight to the place where Mao Tianyin was hit. Xiaohou had drawn a map of the Eastern Spiritual Fire Sea. Mao Tianyin found the place according to the map. Gu Hai was familiar with the map and naturally found the place in the shortest time possible. It was a forest surrounded by rolling flames. The fire here was soaring into the sky, forming a circling flow of fire. It was a super huge 8 trigrams formation, which was no weaker than 8 trigrams C. This is... Ho Yi's face fell. This is a little south of the Eastern Spiritual Fire Sea. It should be the place where the supreme vermilion bird worshipped. There's a dream realm force field here, which is relatively... Gu Hai explained. Just as Gu Hai was halfway through his sentence, suddenly, a shrill scream came from the huge 8 trigrams flame forest. Ah! A woman's hoarse voice penetrated the grand formation and rang out. Waner! Gu Hai exclaimed. Jingwei! Ho Yi suddenly exclaimed. Bastard! If you dare to hurt Jingwei, I'll kill you. Ho Yi glared and immediately rushed in. Wait! Gu Hai shouted. However, Ho Yi had already rushed in. Not only Ho, but Shinnong Pai also followed closely behind and rushed in. Ho Yi also wanted to chase after them. However, he was not as worried as Ho Yi and stopped. How could Gu Hai not be anxious at this moment? However, Gu Hai knew the horror inside from Long Wanyu. Maharakana, Ho Yi, let's go in too. Remember, this is the Dream Realm force field left behind by 30. It is extremely dangerous. Gu Hai instructed Mahavarakana. Dream Realm force field? Ho Yi was puzzled. Wait, Mr. Good. Mahavarakana suddenly shouted. Gu Hai looked at Mahavarakana. 30's Dream Realm force field? Shakyamuni Buddha has tried it before. Mahavarakana suddenly said. Really? Gu Hai's eyes lit up. Even Long Wanyu did not know much about the Dream Realm force field. She only knew that it was dangerous. So Gu Hai had no choice but to go in and take a look. He did not expect to see Shakyamuni Buddha in the Celestial Dome. Ho Yi looked at it. Mahavarakana was. Ho Yi knew a lot about Mahavarakana, was a peerless expert in the perfection of heaven. However, what do the names that Gu Hai and Mahavarakana mention mean? Shakyamuni Buddha? Who is that? Why haven't I heard him? Furthermore, judging from Mahavarakana's tone, he was extremely respectful towards Shakyamuni Buddha, and Buddha was Buddha Jio Buddha was. Buddha Wu also just mentioned. 30 was E. Why did Gu Hai and Mahavarakana feel that he was very powerful when they talked about him? The Dream Realm force field. If you don't wake up, it will dig into the depths of your memory and make you imagine yourself. That self will attack you. Whatever the self in your memory has, he will have. He will be as strong as the self in your memory. Mahavarakana explained. So you will hallucinate and fight with yourself? Gu Hai frowned. Yes, your opponent is yourself. Unless you are awake from the beginning and know that it is a dream, then your opponent will not be able to obtain the power in your memory. That way, if you defeat him, you can break the Dream Realm force field. Mahavarakana explained. Wake up from the Dream Realm. Gu Hai frowned. Don't worry, I have a way. Give me your hands. Mahavarakana said. Gu Hai and Ho immediately extended their right hands. Mahavarakana quickly drew a swastika on their hands. This swastika was sensed by Shakyamuni. It can make you wake up earlier. Remember, wake up as soon as possible. The earlier you wake up, the less power it will obtain from you. Mahavarakana explained. Okay, thank you. Gu Hai nodded. Ho Yi nodded blankly. Remember, the Dream Realm force field can dig into the deepest parts of your memory, even some memories that you are not aware of. Wake up quickly. Otherwise, once you are immersed in the dream, It will be extremely dangerous. Mahavairakana shouted. I know the deepest parts of my memory. Guhai answered. Both Guhai and Ho-E could not wait any longer. With Mahavairakana's help, they immediately jumped into the sea of fire. Ho-E and Mahavairakana looked at each other, and both of them also stepped in. Guhai stepped in. Boom! The Dream Realm force field immediately acted on Guhai. Even someone with a strong will like Guhai suddenly fell into a trance as if he had entered a dream. The swastika golden talisman could only speed up the process of waking up, but not immediately. There was no doubt about 30's strength. With Guhai's current strength, it was still extremely difficult for him to resist 30's power. Guhai seemed to have entered a dream instantly. In the dream, it was pitch black. It was pitch black from top to bottom, left to right. Why am I here? Where is this? Why am I here? Guhai rubbed his head in a daze. Clearly, the Dream Realm force field was extremely powerful. It instantly sent Guhai into a dream and made him forget how he had arrived. The surroundings were pitch black. Guhai rubbed his head and tried to recall while looking around. However, there was nothing around, not even the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. It was as if he had entered a void. Suddenly, he heard a furious roar from the depths of the darkness. When you came, you only had 3 souls and no body. If I hadn't saved you, you would have been buried in the void. I gave you life, gave you power, and gave you power. You stole everything from me, stole my powerful body, destroyed my gods, stole my world, and harmed my people. 30, hand over your life. A furious roar suddenly exploded. The owner of that furious roar seemed to have a monstrous might. An explosive aura rushed straight at Guhai, causing Guhai's heart to tremble. Guhai's eyes widened as he vaguely saw the roaring figure. It was a shirtless man. The man's muscles bulged, and just a glance at him gave off an explosive force. The shirtless man was tens of thousands of feet tall. Veins popped out all over his body, and his anger soared to the heavens. In his right hand, he was holding a huge axe. The axe was not an ordinary object. Guhai recognized it at a glance. Wasn't this axe the heaven-splitting axe? The man holding the heaven-splitting axe? Could it be the Long Zhangwa? Guhai followed the explosive body and looked at the man's face. At this moment, a man's voice suddenly sounded from the darkness. That voice was extremely cold, without a trace of emotion. The winner is the king, and the loser is the thief. The 3,000 great Daos are in my hands, and all your abilities have been taken by me. The power to split the heavens and earth. The indomitable body? It's all mine. Even your 3 souls and 7 spirits have been destroyed by me. Why did I come to this void? Because only here can you completely disintegrate into nothingness and be consigned to eternal damnation. No, from now on, all traces of you will disappear. Your soul will scatter. Reincarnation, rebirth. You don't have a chance. You will never have the power to rise again. You will never be able to rise again. As for the others, I will destroy them all. This world is mine. The cold voice sounded from the darkness. The veins on the naked man's body popped out. He seemed to be enraged again and was about to explode. Could it be that the Long Zhangwa and 30 are fighting? Guhai pondered in his heart. As he pondered, his gaze finally shifted to the giant's head, and he saw the giant's face clearly. It's not the Long Zhangwa? Guhai exclaimed in shock. Ah! Suddenly, the swastika symbol on his right hand emitted a burning sensation, causing Guhai to shudder. So it was a dream. Dream force field? Guhai shivered and let out a long sigh. However, in the next moment, Guhai looked at the giant with the heaven-splitting axe in astonishment. This giant's appearance was not the Long Zhangwa. His face was extremely ferocious, and his eyes were bloodshot, as if they were filled with endless resentment. Not the Long Zhangwa? Then who was this person in front of him? How could there be such a person in the depths of his memories? He didn't know this person at all. However, for some reason, looking at this giant, Guhai felt a sense of familiarity. Guhai could empathize with that anger and depression. In his memories, there was no such person. Other than the Long Zhangwa, There was no one else who could wield the heaven-splitting axe. No, there is another person who can wield the heaven-splitting axe. That is... Guhai looked at the giant in front of him in shock. Pangu? Guhai's eyes widened. The giant in front of him was Pangu? But why was in his memories? In his memories, there was no Pangu fighting 30 in the void. Could it be that it was just a figment of his imagination in the past? However, it was no longer important why there was Pangu in front of him. What was important was that as Guhai regained his consciousness, Pangu suddenly stared at Guhai. Winner takes all? Haha, 30. I don't believe in winner takes all. I am the king. You're just a dog in front of me, wagging its tail and begging for mercy. Dogs will also bite their masters. Today, I will kill you, you evil dog. Pangu roared. Pangu's hair was disheveled, his long hair fluttering in the wind, like an invincible demon god, holding the heaven-splitting axe in his hand, charging towards Guhai. Did Pangu think he was 30? Guhai's face changed, constantly pinching himself. Didn't I wake up? Why hasn't Pangu disappeared? Didn't I wake up? Pangu arrived with the might of heaven, and with the heaven-splitting axe, he seemed to want to split everything in the world, kill gods and Buddhas, and destroy everything. A huge murderous aura rushed straight towards Guhai, making Guhai's heart tremble. Wait, I'm not 30. I'm Guhai. You have a wrong person. Guhai suddenly shouted. However, at this moment, Pangu did not listen to Guhai at all, as if he was not willing to communicate with Guhai at all, as long as he killed Guhai in front of him. In the Dreamland force field, in front of Chi, there was an Emperor Chi who looked exactly the same, and the two fiercely fought. In front of Shinnon Pai, there was an intact Shunnon Pai, and the two began to fight. Vairocana fought against Vairocana. Hoi fought against Hoi. Only Guhai was fighting against Pangu at this moment. The heaven-splitting axe struck out, destroying heaven and earth directly towards Guhai. Guhai had no choice but to take out the life-extinguishing saber and meet the attack head-on. Boom! A loud noise resounded throughout the sea of fire. Chapter 11:57. Dream Realm Force Field. Pangu's sky-splitting axe was majestic and boundless. Guhai's expression changed as he struck out with the life-extinguishing saber. A deafening sound reverberated through the entire sea of fire. Guhai was shocked to find that the life-extinguishing saber had blocked the sky-splitting axe. He blocked it? One had to know that he could not withstand the power just now. Guhai was prepared to be severely injured by the power of the axe. However, when the mighty axe hit the life-extinguishing saber, its power suddenly weakened significantly. It was as if Pangu had stopped at that moment. Senior, you saw it? I'm not 30. Guhai looked at Pangu with some excitement. However, Pangu did not seem to hear Guhai's voice at all. His expression flickered intensely. There was anger, dejection, regret, and unwillingness. Finally, Pangu's ferocious expression slowly disappeared. Only bitterness was left on his face. 30. Pangu suddenly looked at Guhai seriously. Senior, you're mistaken. I'm not 30. Guhai shouted again. However, Pangu could not hear Guhai at all. He continued to speak. This world is yours. Are you worried that I'll start all over again and overturn everything you've won? I can choose not to start over. I can choose to be buried in this void and disintegrate into nothingness. I only ask one thing of you. The common people are innocent, and all living beings are innocent. They will be your people, your children. Be tolerant and don't vent your anger on them because of me. Pangu suddenly spoke. Pangu's voice sounded like he was begging. Boom! Pangu suddenly climbed down. Although he could not see anyone else, Guhai felt a transparent foot stepping on Pangu's head. Is Pangu speaking from his memory? Could it be that Pangu finally apologized to 30 for the sake of the common people and had his head stepped on by 30 in humiliation? Guhai's expression changed. In front of him, Pangu seemed to have heard 30's words. His expression changed again. I gave up on fighting not because I was afraid of you, but because I suddenly realized that I was very stupid. If I fight with you again, I will only be venting my resentment before death. Although I can still injure you severely, With your character, you will definitely return the injuries I inflicted on you tenfold, 100-fold, 1,000-fold. Once I die, there will be no one in the world who can compare to you. I hope you can forgive me. I hope you can forgive me. Perhaps there will be voices against you for a short time, but after 10,000 years, you will be the only one in the world. Pangu will no longer exist. All living beings will be your people. I hope you can treat them well," said Pangu in the end. Boom. Pangu seemed to have suffered a heavy blow. Immediately, it was torn apart. Gradually, they dispersed in front of Gu Hai. Even when everything was gone, Gu Hai was still in deep shock. Is this Pangu from the depths of my memory? In the end, in order to not blame the common people, he actually held back his rage. He would rather be humiliated by the evil dog who used to wag its tail in front of him than hurt the common people because of his self-esteem. For some reason, there seemed to be a kind of unseen feeling. Gu Hai felt inexplicably sad, and 2 lines of tears fell from his face. Pangu, you were wrong. 30 did not let go of anyone who provoked it. The entire 30 Immortal Dome was destroyed by its anger. However, I still admire you. I can tell with a single glance that you have a strong temper. For you to be able to do this, those martyrs who fought against the 30s and sacrificed themselves will have no regrets. Gu Hai sighed in the end. This was also what Gu Hai heard from Laozi on Earth in the past. Laozi once said that in the past, the 30 Immortal Dome was boundlessly vast. When the Kuan Peng spread its wings, its size was larger than the Earth. Unfortunately, 30 was too harsh on the common people later. In order to not let the challengers be born, the Earth was shattered, resulting in what the scientists on Earth called the Big Bang. The common people could only live on the countless fragments of the Earth, which was the countless planets. Moreover, the application of the laws of heaven and earth was also taken away. All living beings were trapped on their own planets, as if imprisoned in a prison, and were not allowed to go out. The size of a planet was the size of a prison. It also sent countless dogs with flying saucers to constantly monitor the common people. Those who dared to provoke 30 were all destroyed. Cruel suppression, making the common people enslaved. Gu Hai looked at his right hand, and the golden swastika symbol slowly disappeared. Fortunately, I have the golden swastika symbol. Otherwise, Pangu would not be like floating cotton, only sinking into his own memory. If he obtained my memory and fought with me, I don't know when he would be able to leave. Gu Hai took a deep breath. With a step, Gu Hai immediately stepped out of the dark illusion, broke through the interference of the dream force field, and stepped into the depths of the 8 trigrams formation. The 8 trigrams formation area covered by the dream force field. Jiang Rulai and Ingo stood beside an altar. The elite guard were lying on the altar, their hands and feet were fixed, unable to move. On top of the altar, a layer of light blue flames floated out, as if burning the elite guards. "Father, save me, it hurts." The elite guard shouted in pain, tears welling up in his eyes. Why did this happen? Why did Father become so cold and heartless? Didn't he dote on me the most in the past? Jing Wei, haven't you noticed? The person in front of you is not your father. Ingo said indifferently. What? The elite guards quivered and looked at Jiang Lianshan in surprise. Jiang Lianshan coldly glanced at Ingo. Who asked you to speak? I just felt that there was no threat to us now, so I wanted to tease the elite guards. Ingo immediately smiled apologetically. Jiang Lianshan no longer blamed Ingo, but looked at the elite guards. You're not my father. Who are you? The elite guards stared at Jiang Lianshan in horror. Who I am isn't important. What's important is that you've already helped me activate the various formations. Furthermore, you'll be able to help me find the Vermilion Bird Supremacy soon. Jiang Lianshan said indifferently. You are not my father? Not Father Sage? The Jingwei suddenly cried out with a sour nose. It turned out that everything was a lie. Previously, his sister tried her best to save him, but he said such hurtful words to his sister. How sad would his sister be? Serve him right? Begin, elite guards, Jiang Lianshan said indifferently. As he spoke, Jiang Lianshan gently activated the altar. On top of the altar, blue flames suddenly surged into the sky. The blue flames instantly enveloped the elite guards, and the flames rushed towards the elite guard's body. Even though the elite guards had a fire cauldron body, under the blue flames, they still felt a burning pain. Ah! The elite guard screamed in pain. This shout echoed throughout the ritual array. Coincidentally, at this moment, Guhai, Ho, and the others arrived outside the ritual array. The people outside immediately rushed into the formation. However, with the Dream Realm force field suppressing them, they could not immediately find a place after entering. So painful, what kind of flame is this so painful? The elite guard screamed in pain. This is called the Vermilion Bird Divine Flame. It is the flame produced when the Vermilion Bird is undergoing nirvana. Even a fire cauldron body will be burned into nothingness. However, don't worry, it will not burn you ugly. Under this flame, you will only evaporate in the flame. Jiang Lianshan said indifferently. No, don't burn me. The elite guards screamed in horror. This was because the elite guards saw that his hair was evaporating like water vapor, disappearing in an instant. Not only his hair, but his whole body was in pain. His whole body was evaporating. He was quickly being burned into nothingness by the Vermilion Bird Divine Flame. Screech! The elite guards suddenly heard a bird cry. The Vermilion Bird Divine Flame suddenly appeared in between the elite guards' eyebrows, trembling crazily. If I don't burn you, how will the Vermilion Bird Divine Flame be stimulated? The energy from your body is actually flowing to the Vermilion Bird Divine Flame. This is called sacrificing one's body to the Divine Flame. I remember telling you about this sacrifice method before. Jiang Lianshan smiled proudly. Sacrificing one's body to the Divine Flame? Sacrificing my 3 souls and 6 spirits together with my body? After the sacrifice, my soul will be destroyed, and I will never be able to reincarnate? The elite guard screamed in horror. That's right. Otherwise, how can we stimulate the Vermilion Bird Divine Flame? Jiang Lianshan smiled. Stimulate the Vermilion Bird Divine Flame? The elite guards immediately showed a look of despair. So everything was to use me as a sacrifice to the Vermilion Bird Divine Flame? The greed he had for the Vermilion Bird Divine Flame in the past instantly turned into horror and despair. At this moment, the elite guards hated the Vermilion Bird Divine Flame. If he was not so obsessed with the Vermilion Bird Divine Flame, how could his soul be destroyed today? I don't want the Vermilion Bird Divine Flame anymore. I don't want it anymore. The elite guards cried in fear. At this moment, the elite guards realized that his body was becoming more and more transparent under the Vermilion Bird Divine Flame. His 3 souls and 6 spirits were all heavily injured, and his soul was about to be destroyed, never to rise again. Screech, screech, screech. Under the stimulation of the energy produced by burning the elite guards, the Vermilion Bird Divine Flame kept letting out sharp cries. At the same time, the sharp cries caused the flames in the entire East Spirit Flame sea to boil. Rumble! Looking at the East Spirit Flame sea from the outside, one could see that the East Spirit Flame sea seemed to be enraged. It shook crazily, letting out thunderous sounds. Countless types of flames surged into the Vermilion Bird Divine Flame from all directions. The Vermilion Bird Divine Flame absorbed the sacrifice of the elite guards while flying into the sky. It was like a dazzling sun, releasing millions of rays of light. Screech! Suddenly, another cry of the Vermilion Bird was heard. This is not the Vermilion Bird Divine Flame's voice. Ingo's eyes lit up. Supreme Vermilion Bird. That's right. After 800,000 years, I heard it again. Jiang Lianshan's eyes lit up. The Vermilion Bird Divine Flame suddenly grabbed at the void with its sharp claws. Rip! A crack appeared in the void, and a black hole appeared in the crack. It suddenly sucked in all the flames surging from the East Spirit Flame sea. Then, the interior of the black hole became brighter. It was like a small space in the shape of a coffin. In the small space, a 5,000 jong tall vermilion bird was lying down. It seemed to have been asleep for a long time. Its body was like a sponge, crazily absorbing the boundless flames. Supreme Vermilion Bird? It was really sealed here? Ingo's eyes widened. Wang, The sleeping supreme vermilion bird suddenly opened its eyes. Two rays of golden light shot out from its eyes. Supreme vermilion bird is resurrected. Jiang Lianshan's eyes lit up. Screech. After supreme vermilion bird was resurrected, it stepped out of the small space in the shape of a coffin and swallowed the vermilion bird divine flame. At this moment, the elite guards on the altar were completely transparent. Their 3 souls and 6 spirits were all burned away. Even their physical bodies were burned away. Only a trace of smoke was left, revealing a terrified and hopeless expression. At this moment, as long as a gust of wind blew, the smoke would disperse, and the elite guards would completely disappear from this world. Chapter 1158. On the altar, the elite guard was almost completely burned, leaving only a smoky outline. Or rather, it was the remains of the burnt corpse. Only a trace of remnant will lingered, maintaining the smoky outline without dissipating. Jiang Lianshan and Ingo did not even look at the death of the elite guard. At this moment, both of them were staring at the supreme vermilion bird who had swallowed the vermilion bird deity. It was 50,000 feet in size, filled with boundless ferocious might. With the supreme vermilion bird's awakening, all the flames in the eastern spirit fire sea suddenly calmed down. It was as if all flames could only submit in front of the vermilion bird. The vermilion bird spread its wings. Boom! Endless Nanming leaf fire instantly erupted. I, Zhu Qiqi, am finally out again. Screech. Supreme vermilion bird suddenly let out a long cry towards the sky. The long cry reverberated throughout the world. In an instant, the entire eastern spirit fire sea, the entire netherworld, was filled with supreme vermilion bird's voice. That long cry was like the return of a king. The world was shocked when a vermilion bird's cry rang out. Countless bird-type, demonic beasts trembled, as if they had heard the voice of a king. They could not help but feel a sense of worship. Dahan, Celestial Empire. Kong Xian was sitting in the commander's camp, listening to the report of a few ghost Dao old ancestors in front of him. Suddenly, a vermilion bird's cry rang out, causing Kong Xian, who was drinking tea, to crush the teacup in his hand. Grand Marshal, what happened? Old ancestor Mang Shan asked in surprise. Kong Xian stepped out of the hall and looked in the direction of the eastern spirit fire sea in surprise. His eyes flashed with uncertainty. Who was Kong Xian? In the current world, Kong Xian was almost at the top of the bird-type demonic beasts. However, when he heard the vermilion bird's cry, his heart unconsciously trembled. Kong Xian's eyes were filled with uncertainty. Wait here. I'm going to meet His Holiness. Kong Xian said in a deep voice. Heart trembling? This was the result of a high-ranking bird suppressing a low-ranking bird. High-ranking bird? Who? Whose cry was that? Kong Xian went straight to the eternal Yin capital, west of the netherworld. Yin Shun Palace. Sky Fiend Divine Scorpion and Sky Fiend Wushang charged over. My lord, who was that voice just now? Was it Kong Xian? Scorpio asked in surprise. The Yama Divine Hall fell into a dead silence. Then, a blurry figure walked out of the hall. Scorpio and Wushang Demon followed closely behind. They were extremely respectful. When Vast Freedom Demon heard this voice, he looked at Dongfang with a serious expression. Zhu Qiqi, you're not dead yet? Zhu Qiqi, Vermilion Bird Supreme? Wushang Demon exclaimed in shock. The Vast Freedom Heavenly Demon narrowed his eyes and stared at Dongfang. Master, should we go take a look? Scorpio asked curiously. No need. Zhu Qiqi? She's famous for being petty. Back then, when her ritual failed, we thought that she had died in the ritual. Who would have thought? The Vast Freedom Sky Fiend said in a deep voice. Kong Xian headed straight for the Eternal Yin capital. Outside the Eternal Yin capital, Skeleton Guhai and Long Wan Yu both looked at Dongfang. His Holiness, whose voice was that? I felt a suppression. Kong Xian exclaimed in shock. Zhu Qiqi. Long Wan Yu frowned. Zhu Qiqi? Kong Xian exclaimed in shock. That's Vermilion Bird Supreme. She's revived. Guhai explained. Vermilion Bird Supreme? Kong Xian's expression changed. Brother-in-law, has your main body seen Zhu Qiqi? Long Wanyu asked worriedly. Soon, my main body was trapped in the Dreamland force field. However, because of Mahavirakkana's swastika symbol, my main body woke up. I should be able to break out of the Dreamland force field and see Zhu Qiqi soon. Guhai shook his head. Brother-in-law, you have to be careful of Zhu Qiqi. She's petty and usually goes back on her words. She's sinister and cunning. Long Wanyu recalled. Goes back on her words? Doesn't keep her word? Guhai was slightly stunned. Yes. Long Wanyu nodded. Guhai fell into deep thought. Was Zhu Qiqi so tasteless? Vermilion Bird Supreme let out a long cry that reverberated through the heavens. Nanming Li fire fiercely revolved around her, and a monstrous aura erupted. Ingo and Jiang Lianshan were excited. After Vermilion Bird Supreme vented her anger, Jiang Lianshan immediately said, Congratulations, Zhu Qiqi. Zhu Qiqi lowered her head and looked at the two people on the altar. Jiang Lianshan, you did well. You didn't waste this venerable's remaining strength to protect the fire god for you. Zhu Qiqi said with satisfaction. Although it took a long time, it was finally done. That little vermilion bird god, have you refined it? Jiang Lianshan asked. Yes, that little vermilion bird god has merged with my great vermilion bird god and helped me ignite the divine fire. Zhu Qiqi nodded satisfyingly. My strength is back. Zhu Qiqi nodded in satisfaction. At this time, Jiang Lianshan's expression relaxed. In that case, please fulfill your promise and help me rebirth, condensing my 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls. Zhu Qiqi paused and suddenly narrowed her eyes at Jiang Lianshan. You said that as long as I help you get out, you'll help me rebirth. I only have the fire god's body now. I can't leave the Eastern Spirit's sea, so I need your help. Jiang Lianshan repeated. Isn't the fire god's body good? The Eastern Spirit Sea will be my headquarters in the future. You'll be the chief steward of my headquarters here. Zhu Qiqi said indifferently. Chief steward? Heh, you must be joking. As long as I'm reborn, I'll help you be reborn. Now, it's your turn to help me, right? Jiang Lianshan said with a smile. You're just the fire god. It's impossible for you to condense your 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls. Don't think too much, you're fine now. Zhu Qiqi said indifferently. Jiang Lianshan narrowed his eyes and his face darkened. Is Zhu Qiqi going back on her words? You said you'd help me rebirth, but now you're making excuses? Nothing is impossible. Others can't do it, but you can. Because the vermilion bird has an ability that no other creature has. Nirvana and rebirth. You can help me rebirth. Jiang Lianshan said again. Nirvana and rebirth can only be done by myself. I can't help others rebirth. Zhu Qiqi said coldly. No, that's not what I heard. It's something unique to the vermilion bird, your inner core, the nirvana pill. As long as you swallow the nirvana pill, you can be reborn. Jiang Lianshan said solemnly. Zhu Qiqi's face turned cold. Heh, you've really investigated a lot. This concerns whether I can be reborn, so I had to investigate carefully. Jiang Lianshan said solemnly. Ha ha ha. Do you know how hard it is for us to cultivate our inner core? Helping you rebirth? If we help you rebirth, it'll be gone. It can only be reborn once. Why should I give it to you? Zhu Qiqi's expression changed instantly. I know it's hard to cultivate back without the inner core, but it's not impossible. It's just that the cost is higher. However, you promised me this nirvana pill. Jiang Lianshan said solemnly. Promised you? Heh, Jiang Lianshan, I gave you everything you have. If not for me, you would have been destroyed back then. Not only are you not grateful to me, you want to take a yard after taking an inch? Zhu Qiqi said coldly. Zhu Qiqi's attitude was clear. She would not give the nirvana pill to Jiang Lianshan no matter what. However, Jiang Lianshan was not particularly angry. Instead, he revealed a faint smile. Zhu Qiqi, are you sure you won't give it to me? Jiang Lianshan confirmed again. That's right, don't even think about the nirvana pill. Zhu Qiqi glared. Then forget it. I'll take it myself. Jiang Lianshan shook his head. You'll take it yourself? Zhu Qiqi was stunned, as if she did not understand Jiang Lianshan's meaning. Jiang Lianshan waved his hand and said, "Vermilion bird god, 8 trigrams power, eastern spiritual sea of flames, 8 trigrams formation rise." Jiang Lianshan shouted, but the entire eastern spiritual sea of flames suddenly shook. Rumble! The earth shook, the sky fell, and the earth cracked. The flames in the void suddenly trembled rapidly. At the same time, a huge altar suddenly protruded from each of the 64 locations in the eastern spiritual sea of flames. As soon as the altars appeared, they instantly shot out a beam of golden light towards Zhu Qiqi. Boom! The first beam of light was like a chain, piercing through Zhu Qiqi's body and binding her. "Ah, it hurts, what's that?" Zhu Qiqi's expression changed. Boom, 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 boom. A series of golden lights rushed out from the altars one after another, binding Zhu Qiqi's body in the blink of an eye. In just a short while, the 8 trigrams formation connected the heavens and the earth, binding Zhu Qiqi with rolling power. Countless rays of light surrounded Zhu Qiqi, slowly forming the pattern of the 64 trigrams on her body. Zhu Qiqi suddenly couldn't move her body. "Ah, what's that? Let go of me. Jiang Lianshan, you're courting death." Zhu Qiqi struggled and roared. Jiang Lianshan revealed a cold smile. "Vermilion Bird Supreme, Zhu Qiqi, I know you're strong, one of the 4 ancient demonic beasts. How strong are you? If you go back on your word, I won't be able to defeat you. So, I've been setting up this formation since 800,000 years ago. This is a variation of the 8 trigrams formation. I've been setting it up for 800,000 years just for today. Jiang Lianshan, do you think you could trap me? Namingly fire break." Zhu Qiqi roared. Rolling blue flames instantly burned the altars around her. "It's useless. Before I let you out, I infused the little vermilion bird god with the essence blood of the elite guards, dripping blood on the 64 trigrams altars. In other words, my 8 trigrams formation is connected to the little vermilion bird god. Didn't your great vermilion bird god fuse with the little vermilion bird god? This is what I've been waiting for. If you continue to struggle, I can instantly detonate your great vermilion bird god. Do you believe me?" Jiang Lianshan's face twisted. Zhu Qiqi's expression changed when she sensed it. The vermilion bird god was indeed bound by the 8 trigrams formation. "Jiang Lianshan, you despicable person. I saved you, and this is how you scheme against me?" Zhu Qiqi glared at him. "If you were a man of your word, there wouldn't be today's calamity. You went back on your word, so I retaliated. Now, do you want me to destroy your vermilion bird god and take your nirvana pill, or do you want to obediently spit it out?" Jiang Lianshan sneered at Zhu Qiqi. Zhu Qiqi glared at Jiang Lianshan. She thought that she had Jiang Lianshan firmly in her calculations, but she didn't expect that she would be the one to fall into Jiang Lianshan's trap. Vermilion bird god? He had long set up a trap for 800,000 years just to trap her today? To steal her nirvana pill? "Jiang Lianshan, I will kill you." Zhu Qiqi roared gloomily. "Spit out the nirvana pill." Jiang Lianshan looked at Zhu Qiqi coldly. Chapter 1159. The giant 8 trigrams formation connected heaven and earth, sealing Zhu Qiqi. Although Zhu Qiqi was the vermilion bird paragon and possessed monstrous strength, the vermilion bird deity was still under the control of the vermilion bird deity. Not to mention, the formation that Jiang Lianshan had prepared for 800,000 years was specifically designed to deal with Zhu Qiqi. Zhu Qiqi went back on her words, and Jiang Lianshan bared his fangs. Zhu Qiqi still had some tricks that she had not used yet. However, not having time meant that her tricks were useless. Jiang Lianshan would not give her time. He waved his hand, and the giant 8 trigrams formation trembled. Zhu Qiqi glared, feeling like the vermilion bird deity was about to be torn apart. Under such strong pressure, Zhu Qiqi could only spit out a flaming nirvana elixir with unwillingness. The nirvana elixir floated in the air. The surrounding space trembled slightly, as if this nirvana elixir was incompatible with the surroundings. The Nirvana elixir contained Zhu Qiqi's enormous power. The instant Zhu Qiqi spat out the Nirvana elixir, she suddenly withered a lot. It was as if all the blood in her body was spat out along with the Nirvana elixir. Nirvana elixir? Ha! It's really the Nirvana elixir. Jiang Lianshan's eyes lit up. As long as Jiang Lianshan swallowed the Nirvana elixir, he could be reborn. From then on, he would no longer have the body of the fire deity. Instead, he would gather his 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls and rebuild his physical body. I've given you the Nirvana elixir. Now let me go. Zhu Qiqi shouted with hatred. Jiang Lianshan ignored her. Instead, he stared at the Nirvana elixir as if he wanted to grab it. However, at this moment, Ingo's eyes suddenly lit up. He pounced without hesitation. Jiang Lianshan's expression changed. Ingo, what are you doing? I'll help you get it. Ingo rushed over without looking back. Ingo's crazy attitude made Jiang Lianshan feel bad. How dare you steal my things? Jiang Lianshan's expression changed, and he pounced over. Ingo was about to grab the Nirvana elixir. Jiang Lianshan, however, met it with a palm strike. Ingo's expression immediately darkened as he met this palm. With a loud boom, the void trembled violently. Ingo and Jiang Lianshan paused in midair. Ingo, how dare you touch my Nirvana pills? Jiang Lianshan said angrily. The two of them were not far away from the Nirvana elixir. Neither of them wanted to give way to the other. They also stared at each other, not allowing the other to get close to the Nirvana elixir. I'm the new commander-in-chief of the sorcerer tribe. Why wouldn't I dare? Ingo said calmly. Immediately, Zhu Qiqi, who was standing at the side, glared at Ingo and said, Are you the new chief commander of the Wu clan? What about Jiang Chen? Ingo and Jiang Lianshan, however, paid no attention to Zhu Qiqi. Ingo, I was the one who helped you to achieve what you have today. Jiang Lianshan said coldly. No, it's not you. It's Jiang Lianshan. You're just Jiang Lianshan's fire god. It's not the same. Besides, even if that's the case, so what? Ingo sneered. You deliberately pretended to join me. So you came for the Nirvana elixir. Jiang Lianshan said with hatred. So what? Jiang Lianshan's era is over. You, a defective product, still want to stir up trouble? I think there's no need for that. Ingo said coldly. Don't forget, you can't even fight one punch from Guhai. You want to fall out with me? You're really courting death. Jiang Lianshan said coldly. As he spoke, Jiang Lianshan instantly charged at Ingo. The two fists collided in the air. However, this time, Jiang Lianshan did not beat back Ingo. Instead, the two were in a deadlock. Know your strength. That day, you couldn't even fight one punch from Guhai. You couldn't even block one of Ho Yi's arrows. Jiang Lianshan said in shock. If I didn't hide my strength, how could you be at ease with me? Ingo sneered. Good. Ingo, I really underestimated you. However, this is the Eastern Spiritual Flame Sea. You're just a water zombie ancestor. Jiang Lianshan said hatefully. Everything was under his control. He did not expect this Ingo to betray him. Jiang Lianshan hated this feeling. He was even more furious with Ingo. So what if you're a water zombie ancestor? Water can subdue fire. Jiang Lianshan, step aside obediently. I'll help you build a zombie body and let you leave the Eastern Spiritual Flame Sea. Ingo said indifferently. Ha, zombie body? Submit to you from now on? What a joke. Ingo, I created you. If you dare to disobey me today, then there's no need for you to exist. Jiang Lianshan said coldly. Jiang Lianshan and Ingo immediately exerted force in their arms, charging forward again and again. The Eastern Spiritual Flame Sea shook violently. Neither of them wanted the other to get the Nirvana pills. As they fought, they got further and further away from the Nirvana pills. Zhu Qiqi, who had already wilted, had her eyes light up. It's really a dog-eat-dog situation. The Nirvana pills were not far away. Strands of red light came out of Zhu Qiqi's body. Although she was currently bound, As long as Jiang Lianshan did not control the gigantic 8 trigrams formation, she would be able to break free of the formation's bindings soon. Then, she would be able to get the Nirvana pills back. Fight! Fight! Wait a little longer. I'll show you. What's mine will always be mine. Nirvana pills, my Nirvana pills. Zhu Qiqi stared at the Nirvana pills in the air, not far away with excitement. However, just as Zhu Qiqi was filled with hope, a right hand suddenly appeared below the Nirvana pills. A right hand? Zhu Qiqi was stunned. Where did the right hand come from? Then, she saw that right hand grab. Pa! The right hand grabbed the Nirvana pills. Gu Hai suddenly appeared and grabbed the Nirvana pills. What? There's someone else? Zhu Qiqi exclaimed. Gu Hai was the first to come out of the Dream Realm's force field. He immediately rushed here. The moment Gu Hai arrived, Jiang Lianshan and Ingo started fighting. Hence, they did not notice Gu Hai's sudden appearance. Gu Hai saw the 15,000 Zhongtao Zhu Qiqi the moment he arrived. However, he did not have time to pay attention to her. Gu Hai quickly searched for the elite guards. In an instant, he saw a wisp of faint smoke on the altar. What? Gu Hai panicked when he saw that wisp of smoke. Was he too late? The elite guards were still sacrificed. Lin Wanner was also sacrificed. Dead? They were annihilated, leaving only a trace of residue. No, no. Gu Hai screamed in horror. At the same time, in the Eternaline capital. No. Skeleton Gu Hai instinctively screamed. Brother-in-law, what's wrong? Long Wanyu asked worriedly. I was one step too late. Lin Wanner was already annihilated. Only a wisp of smoke is left. Gu Hai said regretfully. A wisp of smoke is left? No, Zhu Qiqi is there. Brother-in-law, why don't you ask Zhu Qiqi for help? Her Nirvana pills can allow people to be reborn from the ashes. Long Wanyu said, Nirvana rebirth from the ashes? Can she still be saved? You're saying that one can still be saved? Gu Hai suddenly raised his head and asked in surprise. Yes, but it might be very difficult. We need her Nirvana pills. She's such a petty person. She won't agree. Long Wanyu said with a bitter smile. Nirvana pills? I saw the Nirvana pills. How do I use them? Gu Hai asked anxiously. Put them directly on the ashes of the dead. As long as they haven't been dead for more than 2 hours, they can be reborn from the ashes. However, brother-in-law, do you think Zhu Qiqi will agree? Long Wanyu said in surprise. Yes, of course, Gu Hai said in surprise. In the Eastern Spirit Sea of Fire, Gu Hai's main body took advantage of Jiang Lianshan and Ingo's fight to pounce on the Nirvana pills. He grabbed them in an instant. He didn't have time to think as he rushed towards the elite guards on the altar. No, what are you doing? That's my Nirvana pills. Give me back my Nirvana pills. Screech. Zhu Qiqi roared in shock and anger. In the distance, Jiang Lianshan and Ingo, who were fighting, suddenly turned their heads when they heard Zhu Qiqi's roar. Gu Hai, how dare you? That's mine. Ingo suddenly glared and roared. He saw Gu Hai pouncing towards the smoke of the elite guards with the Nirvana pills in his hand. Jiang Lianshan also suddenly understood what Gu Hai wanted to do. He wanted to save the elite guards? I've been busy killing the elite guards for 800,000 years just to get this Nirvana pills. If you waste it on the elite guards, wouldn't my 800,000 years of hard work be in vain? Gu Hai, you're courting death. Jiang Lianshan suddenly roared. Gu Hai didn't have time to pay attention to the threat in the distance. He went to the smoke of the elite guards' ashes and gently placed the Nirvana pills in the smoke of the elite guards' mouths. Wong! The Nirvana elixir suddenly emitted a rainbow-colored light, instantly enveloping the smoke of the Jingwei. The surrounding flames were immediately absorbed into the elixir. The surface of the Jingwei's body instantly turned gray, as if countless streams of light were flowing towards the Jingwei. At this moment, under the powerful effect of the Nirvana pills, the smoke of the elite guards seemed to be reversing time and quickly regenerating. The power of reversing time was the power of the Nirvana pills. The Nirvana pills were slowly melting, slowly helping the elite guards to regenerate. No, my Nirvana pills! Zhu Qiqi, Jiang Lianshan, and Ingo roared in grief at the same time. At this moment, two loud sounds came from not far away. Boom! Boom! It was you and Shun Nong Chu who broke through the Dream Realm force field and suddenly appeared. The moment they appeared, they saw Jiang Lianshan and Ingo rushing towards Gu Hai. In front of Gu Hai was the blurry elite guards. What's going on? You flew over angrily. Rumble! Ingo and Jiang Lianshan arrived. Each of them struck out with their palms, bringing with them an extremely fierce aura. This aura seemed to want to blow away the ashes of the elite guards. Stop them. I am saving the elite guards. Quick! Gu Hai protected the ashes of the elite guards and roared at you and Shun Nong Chu. The two instantly understood. Almost at the same time, they blocked in front of Gu Hai and struck towards the sky. Yu's palm struck Ingo's palm. Shun Nong Chu's palm struck Jiang Lianshan's palm. Boom! Boom! Two super loud sounds exploded in the entire Eastern Spirit Sea of flames. Yu and Shun Nong Chu blocked the furious Ingo and Jiang Lianshan. Ingo, it's all your fault. Jiang Lianshan roared gloomily. He was so close to succeeding, but he failed at the last step. We have just consumed 1/10 of the Nirvana pills. We still have a lot. It's not your fault. You didn't let the elite guards turn into ashes and gave Gu Hai a chance. Ingo said angrily. Turn into ashes? You worriedly turned to look at Gu Hai. The elite guards are undergoing Nirvana rebirth. They can't be disturbed. Stop them. Gu Hai shouted. Okay. You nodded. He turned his head and looked at Jiang Lianshan and Ingo with a cold expression. Chapter 1160. Jiang Lianshan and Ingo stared at the altar. As time passed, the number of Nirvana pills dwindled, and the elite guards were reborn from the ashes. Zhu Qiqi was shrouded by the 8 trigrams array and could not move. She did not interrupt and just watched coldly. The elite guards are in the midst of Nirvana rebirth. They cannot be disturbed. Stop them. Gu Hai shouted. All right. You nodded and turned around, looking at Jiang Lianshan and Ingo with a cold expression. Jiang Lianshan, didn't you say it's not easy to pass through the Dream Force field? Ingo shouted gloomily. Jiang Lianshan's eyelids twitched. He did not expect Gu Hai's group to find him so quickly. We still have more than half of the Nirvana pills. We must get them back. Ingo, help me get them back, and I will let bygones be bygones. Jiang Lianshan said solemnly. Jiang Lianshan knew something was wrong when he saw you and Shun Nong Chu. Shun Nong Chu looked coldly at Jiang Lianshan and coughed. Hua Shun, 800,000 years ago, I could have followed his holiness, but it was you who pretended to be his holiness. I was unwilling and stubborn, so I dragged this rotten body until now. Last time, I was ambushed by you, but today I won't have another chance. You should go accompany his holiness. Old Chu, you lunatic, what does my business have to do with you? Jiang Lianshan glared at him and said gloomily. If you change your appearance, of course it has nothing to do with me. But if you pretend to be his holiness, then it has nothing to do with me. Hua Shun, give me your life. Shun Nong Chu rushed out. Boom. In an instant, Shun Nong Chu and Jiang Lianshan's fists collided. The huge impact caused the entire void to shake violently. The two were actually unable to determine the victor. Old Chu, Jiang Lianshan roared angrily. Boom, boom, boom. The two experts clashed fiercely again and again. Ingo didn't help because his eyes were fixed on the Nirvana pills. Jiang Lianshan had too much karma, which was why he was restricted everywhere. He did not have much karma, so he still had a chance to obtain the Nirvana pills. However, you continued to stare at Ingo. We also had karma with Jiang Lianshan's fire god. You, Jingwei, and Qiyu were princesses and princes of the Celestial Empire, but their experiences were extremely miserable. They used to think that Jiang Lianshan was the cause of their miserable lives. They resented Jiang Lianshan, but they couldn't vent their anger. After all, he was their biological father. But now they could vent their anger. It turned out that their biggest enemy was the god of fire. Not only did he cause the 3 siblings to have a rough life, even their father, Jiang Lianshan, died because of him. If he hadn't deceived Jiang Lianshan wouldn't have lost Morong Yin, and he wouldn't have died. With such a big grudge, Hui wanted to rush up and tear him to pieces, but he restrained himself. He wanted to protect Jingwei and couldn't let her resurrection be disturbed. There was still Ingo staring at him. Looking at Ingo's appearance, Hui's eyelids twitched. Ingo was Jingwei's corpse. This appearance was his sister's appearance. Ingo was anxious. Hui stared at him. How could he snatch the Nirvana pills? However, if this continued, the effect of the Nirvana pills would be completely gone. I don't care. Ingo's face turned cold, and he rushed over. When Ingo rushed over, Hui's eyes turned cold, and he stepped forward. The two men's fists collided with a loud bang. Hum! With a loud sound, Ingo took a step back, and Hui also took a step back. Ingo, your strength is extraordinary. Hui narrowed his eyes and said coldly, Of course. You are the fire element zombie ancestor refined by Jiangli and Shan, and I am the water element zombie ancestor refined by Jiangli and Shan. You were sealed in the Inferno prison, and I was suppressed in the Yellow Springs Sea. The experience we got was about the same. So, I can't be weaker than you. Ingo said coldly. Ingo, Jingwei is your spirit, and you are her physical body. I don't want to hurt you, so don't push your luck. Hui said coldly. Spirit? Physical body? Ha ha ha, what a joke. Do you think I care about her? Ingo sneered. Hui narrowed his eyes and looked at Ingo. You are right. My physical body used to be one with Jingwei, but that's all in the past. Now this physical body gave birth to a new spirit, which is me. Ingo, do you think I will destroy my self-awareness and give my physical body to someone else? Ingo sneered. So, your new spirit never intended to return your physical body to Jingwei? Hui said coldly. Never. She's not worthy. What ability does she have to make me destroy my self-awareness? Give up my physical body? Ingo sneered. Yes, she doesn't have the ability to take back her physical body, but she has me as her sister. Hui said coldly. Sister? Ingo's face suddenly sank. I will help him take back everything. Since you can't coexist with Jingwei, I will destroy your self-awareness. Hui's eyes turned cold, and he rushed over again. Boom! With a loud sound, Hui and Ingo collided again. The huge impact shook Ingo's heart. You're qualified? You and I have the same experience. When Jiang Lianshan separated my physical body from Jingwei, he refined my physical body into a pure Yin body. I'm purer than you. Ingo said coldly. Boom, boom, boom. The two zombie ancestors collided again and again, neither giving way. It seemed like they were evenly matched. Yes, your innate conditions are better than mine. However, my will is stronger than yours. Hui glared. Boom! Hui glared and let out a ferocious cry, sending Ingo flying. Ingo looked at Hui in surprise. Will? Humph, you're not much stronger. I am a new commander of the Sorcerer Tribe. You are all Sorcerer Tribe cultivators. You must listen to my orders. Ridiculous. Hui glared and pounced again. Boom, boom, boom. Hui and Ingo fought fiercely. Although the difference in strength between the two of them was not much, there was a ferocious and vicious aura in Hui's power. This made Hui's attacks fiercer and fiercer, and he hit Ingo again and again. Ingo showed a ferocious expression, but he was depressed. Although he was not suppressed much, he could not surpass Hui. Jiang Lianshan and Shen Nongqi also fought fiercely. Unfortunately, Shen Nongqi was too old and coughed as he fought. He was suppressed by Jiang Lianshan. The two battlefields were extremely fierce. Guhai stood at the altar, but he did not have any intention of helping. Guhai had more important things to do. He had to protect the revival of the elite guards and Lin Waner. With the release of the Nirvana elixir's power, the revival of the elite guards seemed to reverse the flow of time. After a while, the eyes of the elite guards seemed to slowly become solid. That pair of eyes started to move slightly, as if it had gained a bit of consciousness. Those eyes were not those of the elite guards, but Lin Wan-er. Guhai recognized her immediately. There was no fear in Lin Wan-er's eyes, only tenderness. When she looked at Guhai, she was full of tenderness, as if she cherished him. Wan-er, it will be done soon. All right, let's go home. Guhai said gently. Wan was going to be revived. Guhai felt a warmth in his heart. Just as Gu Hai's heart was softening, the cry of a vermilion bird suddenly resounded in all directions. Screech! The vermilion bird roared. In an instant, a torrential fire rushed towards Zhu Qiqi. Boom! Suddenly, there was a loud sound. It was the 64 altars of the giant 8 trigrams formation that suddenly exploded. With a roar and an explosion, Gu Hai's expression suddenly changed, and he turned to look at Zhu Qiqi. Boom, boom, boom. Altars exploded one after another in all directions. The entire Eastern Spirit Sea of Flames seemed to have exploded. From the outside, the entire Eastern Spirit Sea of Flames seemed to have exploded into a ball. The surrounding mountains and lands were all blown up into the sky. In the eternal Een capital, the skeleton Gu Hai narrowed his eyes and looked into the distance. In the Yama Shrine, the vast freedom demon was also silent for a while. Eastern Spirit Sea of Flames? What happened? Is Zhu Qiqi going to destroy the Eastern Spirit Sea of Flames? The vast freedom demon muttered. Even though the vast freedom heavenly demon was extremely curious, he didn't go to investigate. He just watched quietly from afar. Screech! Boom! Another loud sound came from the Eastern Spirit Sea of Flames. In the entire netherworld, countless peerless experts were in a panic at this moment. They didn't know what earth-shattering thing was happening in Dongfang. Only Gu Hai, who was inside, knew that things were about to get serious. This was because Zhu Qiqi had been silently accumulating her strength. At this moment, it suddenly exploded, instantly bursting the giant 8 trigrams formation. The golden chains of light binding Zhu Qiqi's body completely exploded as well. With a roar, monstrous flames enveloped her body. The wounds that were pierced by the formation were instantly regenerated by the flames and completely healed. The flames of the entire Eastern Spirit Sea of Flames revolved around Zhu Qiqi. Zhu Qiqi was like a god descending from the heavens in this sea of flames. A vast aura rushed towards Gu Hai, who was at the altar. In the distance, Jiang Lianshan and the others who were fighting changed their expressions. Old man, you're still stopping me. Zhu Qiqi is out. Why don't you dodge? Jiang Lianshan roared. Huh, fire god, I don't want to live at all. If I kill you, I can rest in peace. How can I let you go? Shin Nong Chu roared ferociously. Boom! The battle between Shin Nong Chu and Jiang Lianshan was still ongoing. On the other side, Zhao suddenly became worried. He wasn't worried about Zhu Qiqi, but about Jing Wei. Could Gu Hai stop Zhu Qiqi? Ha ha ha! Zhao, don't you have a stronger will than me? Now, you can forget about helping Gu Hai. I can't get the Nirvana elixir, so you can forget about it. I'm the new commander of the sorcerer tribe. I'll let you know the consequences of offending the new commander of the sorcerer tribe. Ingo continued to block Zhao. You're really a lunatic. Zhao's face turned cold. Boom, boom, boom. Zhao and Ingo's battle didn't stop. In this way, only Gu Hai was left. Zhu Qiqi took a step forward. The flames that engulfed the entire Eastern Spirit Sea of Flames surged towards Gu Hai with heavenly might. Her 50,000 feet tall body was like a monstrous beast that wanted to crush Gu Hai completely. However, Gu Hai couldn't escape, because on the altar behind him, Jing Wei's body had only half recovered. Half of the Nirvana elixir hadn't taken effect yet. Zhu Qiqi wanted to snatch back the Nirvana elixir. Gu Hai had to stop her. Only Gu Hai was left. He raised his head and looked at the 50,000 feet tall Zhu Qiqi. Chapter 1161. Eastern Spirit Sea of Flames. Zhu Qiqi, who was 50,000 feet tall, pressed down on Gu Hai with heavenly might. Gu Hai shielded Jing Wei behind him. He held the life extinguisher in his hand and looked at Zhu Qiqi solemnly. Solemnly, Gu Hai said, Supreme Vermilion Bird, I, Gu Hai of the Dahan Celestial Dynasty, had no choice but to use the Nirvana elixir because of my family. In the future, I will return you a treasure to make up for today's losses. Return? Do I need you to return it? What right do you have to negotiate with me? What's mine is mine. The Nirvana elixir is not something that this lowly girl can enjoy. Get lost. Let me tear this lowly girl apart and condense the energy released by the Nirvana elixir. I can even restore the Nirvana elixir to its original state. Tear this lowly girl apart? Guhai's eyelids twitched. His previous friendliness was completely gone. He revealed a trace of coldness. Heh, I originally respected you as the supreme vermilion bird and didn't want to do anything bad to you. However, you want her to die. Sorry for offending you. I didn't get the Nirvana elixir from you. I took it from Jiang Lianshan and Ingo. Humph, since you don't want it, then I'll punish you, Guhai said coldly. Ignorant junior. What a joke. Zhu Qiqi shouted coldly. Her huge vermilion bird claw grabbed at Guhai. 10 heavenly cycles. Guhai shouted. Huh. The ferocious saber aura collided with the sharp claw. Under the powerful force, Zhu Qiqi's body stopped. She actually couldn't break Guhai's palm aura. Guhai didn't expect to block Zhu Qiqi's vermilion bird claw so easily. Oh, so you're also suppressed by the Eastern Spirit Sea of Flames and can't use the power of 3 souls? That's all there is to it. Guhai's eyes lit up. That's all there is to it? Hee hee, if you didn't spit out the Nirvana elixir, would you still be standing in front of me now? Zhu Qiqi said coldly. I said wait. With the suppression of 3 souls, you might not be my match, Guhai said coldly. Since he couldn't use the power of the 3 souls, Guhai wasn't afraid of anyone with his fire god body. Zhu Qiqi looked at Guhai with bloodshot eyes and sneered. You think you can stand on equal footing with me by suppressing 3 souls? You're not qualified. Guhai looked at Zhu Qiqi coldly and did not reply. At this moment, he only needed to protect the elite guards. The Eastern Spirit Sea of Flames has not been extinguished for millions of years. Do you know what that is? This is the power my master gave me. It's just that he gave me too much back then, and we didn't handle it properly. Now that I'm out of the seal, I should be able to use this master's power? Zhu Qiqi sneered. Guhai's expression changed. Not far away, Yu Ingo, Jiang Lianshan, and Shen Nongqi were also frowning. Master? The Vermilion Bird Supreme had a master? Master above, Qiqi thanks Master for bestowing me with supreme divine power. Master, please return the power to me. Zhu Qiqi shouted. Buzz. Suddenly, the boiling Eastern Spirit Sea of Flames trembled. Following that, waves of transparent red energy inexplicably swept over from all directions, causing the surrounding flames to retreat one after another. The moment the transparent red energy appeared, it suddenly caused the heaven and earth to tremble. It was as if a mighty god had descended. A terrifying aura rushed straight to the heart and radiated in all directions from the Eastern Spirit Sea of Flames. Whoosh! Whoosh! In the Eastern Spirit Sea of Flames, countless fire-type, demonic beasts all knelt down in fear. Not only in the Eastern Spirit Sea of Flames, but in the outside world, living beings and dead spirits in cities all knelt down one after another. It was as if the eye of the heavens had opened. All living beings and dead spirits were terrified and radiated in all directions of the netherworld. This was the aura of the 30th level. It was this aura that suppressed all living beings to kneel down. Eternal In Capital. Countless civilians and officials knelt down. Guhai and a group of powerful experts withstood it. His Holiness, what is this aura? Why do I feel like the Immortal of the 6 Paths is here? Kong Xian said in surprise. Mosquito Daoran and Dragon God Ing rushed over from all directions. Each of them had a look of horror on their faces. Guhai and Long Wanyu looked at each other. This is the aura of the 30th level? Long Wanyu said in surprise. Ancient Palace entrance. Many demonic beasts and dead spirits in the heavenly devil sacred ground also knelt down. Scorpio and Wushang Demon looked at the vast freedom heavenly devil in shock. Whoosh! Whoosh! Another 2 figures flew over. One was wearing a black robe, and the other was wearing a white robe. Big brother, second brother, you are out of seclusion? Wushang Demon's eyes lit up. Third brother, fourth brother, what happened? Where did this aura come from? The white-robed figure said in surprise. The black-robed figure looked at the vast freedom heavenly devil and asked, Master, is this Zhu Qiqi? Zhu Qiqi's power from the ritual? The power of the 30th level. So the ritual didn't fail, but succeeded. The 30th level is still alive? The vast freedom heavenly devil's voice carried a trace of panic. Eastern spirit fire sea. The red and transparent energy condensed into a gas and then a liquid. It floated in the air like a large lake. There was a gap in the lake, and that gap was the tributary that flowed to Zhu Qiqi. Zhu Qiqi slowly absorbed the energy. Just a little bit, and her aura suddenly increased by 10 times, no, 20 times. In an instant, a void-shattering aura rushed toward Guhai. Under this aura, even if he wanted to resist, he couldn't think of doing so. Boom, boom. Not far away, Mahavarakana and Ho-E rushed out of the Dreamland force field. Mr. Good, this is the power of the 30th level? Mahavarakana exclaimed. That's right. This is bad, Guhai said bitterly. Ho-E didn't understand. No, this power of the 30th level doesn't have the mark of the 30th level. It's just his power. Mr. Good, I fought him once. This power doesn't belong to anyone. It belongs to whoever gets it, Mahavarakana said. What did you say? Guhai stared. We can steal it, Mr. Good, Mahavarakana said excitedly. How? Guhai's eyes lit up. I don't know. I didn't say anything back then. Mahavarakana laughed bitterly. You didn't say anything? I might have a way. Guhai's eyes lit up. What? Mahavarakana was shocked. Ho-E, Mahavarakana, protect Jingwei's body. Don't disturb her resurrection. I'll deal with Zhu Qiqi. Guhai stared and rushed over. Okay, Mahavarakana and Ho-E answered. Guhai rushed toward Zhu Qiqi. Zhou Tianchu, you're courting death. Zhu Qiqi snorted. She reached out and clawed at Guhai. Boom! Guhai's saber energy exploded. Guhai was also hit by the sharp claw. If it had been anyone else, they would have been crushed by the claw with the power of 30. However, Guhai did not. Guhai's physical body was unbeatable. With a loud bang, Guhai flew into the sky. The immense pain did not make Guhai lose his ability to fight. Instead, it made him more alert. As he flew into the sky, Guhai suddenly felt the power suppressing his 3 spiritual souls disappear. His 3 spiritual souls trembled and could be used again. That was right. The East Spirit Flame Sea had suppressed his 3 spiritual souls with the power of 30. As for the power of 30, Zhu Qiqi summoned it and condensed the transparent power in the shape of a large lake. The suppression on his 3 spiritual souls was gone. Without the suppression, Guhai could use his 3 spiritual souls. God-slaying light. Guhai shouted. The heavenly eye appeared in between his eyebrows. A beam of light of destruction shot toward Zhu Qiqi. Light of destruction? You know Jiang Chen's cultivation method too? Humph. Zhu Qiqi's eyes turned cold. She spread her wings. Boom! Rolling flames instantly canceled out the light of destruction. Guhai's 3 spiritual souls had disappeared. So had Zhu Qiqi's. Zhu Qiqi was the Vermilion Bird Supreme. She had already perfected the God Legion. Naturally, her strength was even more powerful. The East Spirit Flame Sea was about to collapse because of the power of 30. However, Zhu Qiqi spread her wings. Endless Nanming Leaf Fire instantly covered the area. Zhu Qiqi, who had blocked the light of destruction, looked at him. Guhai opened his mouth and inhaled. The huge lake of 30 that belonged to him split into a second branch and rushed toward Guhai. It instantly entered Guhai's body. Guhai had absorbed it. Guhai had activated the Heaven and Earth Great Compassion prose poem. Lifespan Divine Text Spirit. The innate skill was used to cultivate the spirit. Spirit light. It was a cultivation method created by 30. It was like how the heavens created life cultivation, Fushi created life cultivation, and 30 created spirit cultivation. The innate skill was the cultivation of spirit light. It was the cultivation of the power of 30. Now, Guhai was fully absorbing the power of the Heaven and Earth Great Compassion prose poem. The power without 30 naturally found a way to break through the dam and rush toward Guhai crazily. This rush was even faster and more urgent than the rush toward Zhu Qiqi. Impossible. The power that Master gave me can only be absorbed by me. I must have seen wrongly. Zhu Qiqi rubbed her eyes in disbelief. She rubbed her eyes with her wings. However, the power of 30 that was flowing toward Gu Hai was still increasing. Is he, Gu Hai, really stealing my power? Bastard, that was given to me by Master. How dare you touch it? You're courting death. Zhu Qiqi roared. She flapped her wings, and a huge fire rushed toward Gu Hai. Gu Hai blocked with a life-extinguishing saber. His power increased tremendously as he slashed down. Boom! Zhu Qiqi was too strong. Gu Hai was sent flying again. However, Gu Hai's body was invulnerable. Although Gu Hai was in pain, he could still bear it. He absorbed the power of 30 and rushed toward Zhu Qiqi again to disturb her and prevent her from snatching the Nirvana elixir. Zhu Qiqi was indeed very upset at this moment. It was not easy to borrow power from Master. In the end, she did not handle it well and was sealed for tens of thousands of years. It was not easy to get out of the seal, but the power that Master borrowed was going to be stolen by someone else. No one can steal my Master's power. It's all mine. Roar. Zhu Qiqi pounced toward Gu Hai fiercely. Gu Hai was waiting for the battle. At the same time, he was pleasantly surprised. The power of 30 that he had just absorbed was helping him to break through the Heaven and Earth Great Compassion prose poem. The Heaven and Earth Great Compassion prose poem was too difficult to cultivate. Gu Hai had not been able to find a method. By chance, he was only at the 4th heaven. He thought that there was no hope for further improvement. However, the power of 30 was helping him to break through. His heavenly I was now extremely hot. Gu Hai understood that it was about to break through. Chapter 1162. While Zhu Qiqi and Gu Hai fought over the power of 30, the suppression of the eastern spiritual sea of flames on the 3 souls was instantly lifted. Everyone could use the power of the 3 souls in an instant. Qi's aura surged, and a ferocious aura rushed towards Ingo. However, Ingo was also a water-type zombie ancestor, and he was no longer restrained. With a wave of his hand, the boundless heavenly river appeared. Boom! The battle between Qi and Ingo shattered the void. However, Jiang Lianshan and Shun Nong Pai did not change much. Shun Nong Pai was a treasure and was not suppressed by the eastern spiritual sea of flames. That was why he could fight Gu Hai to a draw. Without the suppression of the eastern spiritual sea of flames, Shun Nong Pai was still as strong as before. Only Jiang Lianshan suddenly showed a look of panic. Jiang Lianshan was only a fire god, and he only survived because of the eastern spiritual sea of flames. Now that the eastern spiritual sea of flames was about to be extinguished, he would not be able to hold on much longer. If he did not undergo Nirvana rebirth, he would be annihilated. No, we must get the Nirvana pills immediately. Old Thing spread out. Jiang Lianshan roared. As he spoke, Jiang Lianshan took out the soul-dispersing gourd and charged at Shun Nong Pai with a ferocious expression. At this moment, the most furious person was Zhu Qiqi. Someone dared to compete with her for the power of 30? After all, Zhu Qiqi was in the great circle of the God Legion. Although the Nirvanic rebirth pill had drained her, with 30 levels of power pouring into her, she was now even stronger than she had been at her peak. Screech! 10 cycles. Boom! With a loud sound, Gu Hai was blasted into the starry sky again, shattering a large number of stars. Uft! Gu Hai spat out a mouthful of blood. He knew how strong Zhu Qiqi was, but this injury was not enough to hurt his foundation. Gu Hai's physical body was too strong, especially without the suppression of the eastern spiritual sea of flames. The spiritual mother was also constantly pouring out power to strengthen and repair his body. Whoosh! Without hesitation, Gu Hai rushed down again. On one hand, he didn't want to give up on the huge lake of 30 points of strength. On the other hand, if he didn't rush down, Wonder would definitely die. Ingo was dragging you along without benefiting himself, making you unable to free his hands. Rumble! When Gu Hai sucked in 30% of his power, Zhu Qiqi instantly went crazy. Little thing, you're not dead yet? Zhu Qiqi glared and roared. Zhu Qiqi soared into the sky and was about to catch Gu Hai. Gu Hai's eyes suddenly focused, and he waved his hand. Hungry Ghost Owl, Reincarnation, open. A huge hungry ghost road reincarnation entrance suddenly appeared in front of Zhu Qiqi. Huff! Zhu Qiqi, who was charging upwards, immediately fell into the path of hungry ghost samsara. Gu Hai waved his hand, and the entrance suddenly disappeared. It's gone? Oh, he asked in surprise. At this moment, the power of 30 converged, and Zhu Qiqi disappeared. More than half of the flames in the Eastern Spirit Sea of Flames also dissipated. Immediately, countless cultivators outside could see what was happening inside. In God Temple's entrance. So many people? Vast Freedom Heavenly Devil exclaimed in surprise. Lord, that's Gu Hai and you? Ah, there's also Jiang Lianshan. Impossible. Isn't he dead? Who is that? Scorpio exclaimed. The scene in the Eastern Spirit Sea of Flames was beyond the Heavenly Devil Holy Ground's experts' expectations. Most importantly, Zhu Qiqi was gone, dealt with by Gu Hai. Impossible. That was the Vermilion Bird Supreme. Vast Freedom, Heavenly Devil, and the others were silent for a long time. Lord, look at the Eternal Een capital. Why didn't Gu Hai's clone go there? Wushang Demon's expression suddenly sank. Vast Freedom, Heavenly Devil looked at the Eternal Een capital. At this moment, the skeleton of the Eternal Een capital, Gu Hai, just happened to turn his head and look in the direction of the Een God Temple. The leaders of the two factions looked at each other from a distance. Then, skeleton Gu Hai smiled coldly. Vast Freedom, Heavenly Devil, on the other hand, was gloomy. Lord, Gu Hai is absorbing the power of the lake. What kind of power is that? Scorpio asked. That's the power of 30. It should be the power of 30 that kept the Eastern Spirit Sea of Flames burning for millions of years. Vast Freedom, Heavenly Devil, said coldly. But that's Gu Hai taking advantage of it. Wushang Demon said unhappily. The Vast Freedom, Celestial Devil, shook his head. Zhu Qiqi can't just die like that. Also, don't touch 30's power. Only someone like Gu Hai, who doesn't know the difference between life and death, would dare to snatch it. 30 gave it to Paragon Vermilion Bird, so only Zhu Qiqi can use it. Whoever dares to touch it can only face death. Wait and see. Vast Freedom, Heavenly Devil, said solemnly. Yes, everyone answered in unison. Eternal Een Capital, Kong Xian, Mosquito Daoran, and Dragon God Ying's expressions changed when they saw the Eastern Spirit Sea of Flames. His Holiness, should we go and help? Kong Xian asked anxiously. No, we can't move. Skeleton Gu Hai shook his head. Why? Long Wan Yu was also surprised. We are standing here to guard against the heavenly demon Holy Ground's interference. Gu Hai said solemnly. Guard against the heavenly demon Holy Ground? Everyone was stunned. If we don't move, it means we still have some strength left. The heavenly demon Holy Ground won't dare to act rashly. Once we move, the heavenly demon Holy Ground will definitely interfere. At that time, Skeleton Gu Hai said solemnly. All right, but Long Wan Yu said worriedly. Zhu Qiqi has been sent into the path of hungry ghosts reincarnation. The situation is in our favor. Gu Hai shook his head. Yes. Everyone nodded. In the distant Eastern Spirit Sea of Flames, Gu Hai vigorously operated the Great Compassion poem of Heaven and Earth to absorb the power of 30. Perhaps the power of 30 was really meant for Zhu Qiqi. It was specially designed to stimulate Zhu Qiqi's power. Even if Gu Hai absorbed it, he couldn't turn it into his own power. However, he could use it to stimulate the Great Compassion poem of Heaven and Earth. After a short while, Gu Hai felt that the Great Compassion poem of Heaven and Earth had a breakthrough. Sizzle. The heavenly eye at the center of Gu Hai's brows emitted black gas as it burned. The black gas floated above Gu Hai's head. It seemed like it was going to form a huge dark cloud. The Great Compassion poem of Heaven and Earth, the fifth heaven, the heavenly eye appears. Gu Hai's eyes suddenly lit up. What was the heavenly eye appears? It was the heavenly eye floating high up in the sky, and forming the heavenly eye. Although it was still changing, with this trend, everything was developing in a good direction. The black gas increased. The aura of the black gas also grew stronger. However, at this moment, there was a loud bang in the void, and boundless flames appeared again. Guhai, do you think it's fine to just send me into the path of hungry ghost? 6 paths of reincarnation. No matter which one, I can open it. Shriek. Zhu Qiqi's voice suddenly resounded in the void. However, he saw that space was torn apart by sharp claws. Then, Zhu Qiqi stepped out with a ferocious cry. With a ferocious expression, she rushed towards Guhai's body. Eternal Een capital. Oh no, brother-in-law, I forgot to tell you. The Vermilion Bird Supreme was 30's pet in the past. She has been in the 6 paths of reincarnation for countless years and countless times. It can't trap her. Long Wanyu's expression changed. In the distance, Zhu Qiqi rushed towards Guhai again. Guhai waved his hand, and the entrance to the hell path of reincarnation opened. Boom! Zhu Qiqi saw it clearly this time. She tore with her claws, and the huge entrance suddenly closed. Do you think I can use it a second time? Zhu Qiqi said with a ferocious expression. Guhai's expression changed, and he felt troubled. The 5 paths of reincarnation was useless? Zhu Qiqi won't be fooled again. Whoosh! Zhu Qiqi absorbed 30's power again, and her aura surged again. It was much stronger than Matriarch Ji's aura. Now, even Ho and Ingo's aura were slightly weaker. Bastard Ingo, get lost. Ho's expression changed, and he punched Ingo. Ha ha ha, if I can't get it, don't think you can leave. Ingo stopped Ho. Ho's expression turned cold. Suddenly, a fiery red cloud floated in the sky. The aura of heaven's might pressed down. Ho was going to open her eye of heaven. Ingo's expression changed. Oh, there's a girl who can use Master's power? Humph. Myriad Spirit Destruction Art Lock. Zhu Qiqi roared. Immediately, Zhu Qiqi spat out a ray of golden light that rushed towards Ho's red cloud, locking it in place. The eye of heaven in the red cloud couldn't open. What? Ho's expression turned cold as he looked at Zhu Qiqi. This is the art Master taught me to restrain spiritual light. You're not qualified to use Master's power in front of me. Zhu Qiqi sneered. Oh, do you see it? You can't open your eye of heaven. So what if you can't open it? Ha ha. Ingo became arrogant again. Ho's expression turned gloomy, and a fierce look flashed across his face as he charged towards Ingo. Boom! Ho was really angry. This time, his fierce attack sent Ingo flying, and blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. The two continued to fight. Zhu Qiqi continued to absorb the power of 30, causing it to soar into the sky once more. At the same time, it slashed towards Guhai once more. That was because Guhai was plundering his things. He had to kill him. Guhai's expression changed. He couldn't use the 5 paths of reincarnation, so he could only continue with the 10 cycles. Guhai was prepared to be sent flying again, but unfortunately, the absorption of 30's power was much slower. Guhai raised a life-ending saber and was about to slash again. Amiba. Suddenly, a Buddhist chant was heard. Mahavarakana suddenly appeared in front of Guhai and Zhu Qiqi. Get out of the way, Mahavarakana. You're no match for him. Guhai's expression changed. What was Mahavarakana doing? He was at the peak of Heavenly Palace, but his power was about the same as Yi Futian's. If it weren't for his invincible body, he would have died. Baldy, you're here to die too? Do you think you can stop me? Zhu Qiqi said with a cold expression. Siddhagarba said that if I don't go to hell, who will? Mr. Good, I saw that you can absorb 30's power. How can 30's power make you stronger? I'm here to help you under my orders. Unfortunately, I've been mediocre all these years. The 30 tribulation is near, and the people can't escape it. I once said that he wants to purify the world, destroy all living things, and give birth to new spirits. I'm useless, so I can only help you from here. Mahavarakana said, Namo Amitba, Namo Sakyamuni. The Mahavarakana is boundless, and the Buddha's sea is boundless. Mahavarakana suddenly rushed toward Zhu Qiqi. Mahavarakana, Guhai said in surprise. Zhu Qiqi's expression also turned cold. How dare a mere peak of heavenly palace boast in front of me? Ridiculous. Zhu Qiqi's claw, which carried the might of heaven, slashed down. The vast impact didn't appear, but Mahavarakana and Zhu Qiqi suddenly retracted and disappeared from where they were. However, a blazing sun that was 10,000 feet long appeared where he was standing. In the blazing sun, there was an apparition of Mahavarakana. The inside of the blazing sun was like a huge, boundless sea of flames. A huge Zhu Qiqi flew quickly above the sea of flames, as if trapped in the blazing sun. This is? Everyone was stunned. Vast Freedom Demon also looked at the scene in the distance in shock. This is impossible. How can Mahavarakana trap Zhu Qiqi? Guhai also stared at Mahavarakana's apparition in the blazing sun in front of him. How did Mahavarakana do it? Mr. Good, I burned my remaining body to create this blazing Sun Buddha Sea world. At most, it can last for half an hour. Please cherish it. In the blazing sun, Mahavarakana's apparition smiled and said. Guhai, however, shuddered. Burn my remaining body? Was Mahavarakana committing suicide? Mahavarakana, if you do this, I can't explain it to Sakyamuni Buddha. Guhai said bitterly as he absorbed the power of the 30 tribulation. I am a Dharma Laksana. Mr. Good, you don't have to feel sad for me. If I know that I am like this, I will definitely be relieved. I, Lousy, and the rest have high hopes for Mr. Good. All these years into hand, I have seen Mr. Good's love for the common people. Now that I can contribute to the common people, I have no regrets. I hope Mr. Good will take care of yourself. Mahavarakana's apparition put his palms together, his expression benevolent. Chapter 1163. Vermilion Bird had the upper hand. Jingwei and Lin Wanner would die, and Guhai would suffer endless revenge. But now, Mahavarakana suddenly chose to sacrifice himself in exchange for half an incense stick of time for Guhai. This made Guhai feel very moved. Mahavarakana, in the future, if I have the ability, I will definitely save you. Guhai clenched his teeth and did not say anything else. He quickly absorbed the power of 30. Rumble. During the breakthrough of the Heaven and Earth Great Compassion poem, rolling black gas soared into the sky, forming a vast dark cloud. Inside, Vermilion Bird flew angrily in a sea of flames, tearing apart the void. All around, the world was filled with Buddhist chants. The sound was deafening and soul-stirring. Damn Baldy, when I come out, I will consign you to eternal damnation. Zhu Qiqi roared. Mahavarakana's apparition put his palms together, but ignored her. On the other side, Jiang Lianshan saw that he had lost his support and was about to be destroyed. He used all his strength and charged at Shun Nong Pai with the soul-dispersing gourd. Boom! The soul-dispersing gourd shot out divine sand that landed on Shun Nong Pai's body. The divine sand was very harmful to Shun Nong Pai. Countless holes appeared on Shun Nong Pai's body, and he was forced to retreat. You deserve it, old man. Your weapon spirit is similar to a soul body. You should have used the soul-dispersing gourd. Die. Jiang Lianshan said with a ferocious expression. Cough, cough, poof. Shun Nong Pai's eyes were red. Even though his body was heavily injured and riddled with holes, he still blocked in front of Jiang Lianshan and attacked Jiang Lianshan with punches and palms. Old man, you are wasting my time. Jiang Lianshan became more and more furious. Shun Nong Pai was risking his life to stop him. He was already riddled with holes under the soul-dispersing gourd. Why would he not let him go? Jiang Lianshan was extremely irritated. If you want to die, then die. Explode the soul-dispersing gourd. Jiang Lianshan wanted to blow up the entire soul-dispersing gourd. As long as he could blow up the Shun Nong Ho, the soul-dispersing gourd would be useless. Just as Jiang Lianshan activated the soul-dispersing gourd to explode. Suddenly, a divine arrow shot over from afar. Boom! The divine arrow instantly knocked the soul-dispersing gourd out of his hand. What? Jiang Lianshan's expression changed. He who was protecting the elite guards shot out an arrow from afar. Ho-E, how dare you? Jiang Lianshan was furious, impersonating his holiness. He deserves death, said Ho-E coldly. With a cold voice, Ho-E pulled out another arrow and instantly shot it at Jiang Lianshan. Swish! The arrow instantly arrived in front of Jiang Lianshan. However, Jiang Lianshan seemed to be extremely familiar with Ho-Yi's archery skills. Even though Ho-Yi had recovered his strength, he still twisted his body strangely and dodged Ho-Yi's divine arrow. Humph! I was the one who taught you archery skills. You want to kill me? Dream on. Jiang Lianshan said coldly. Ho-Yi's eyelids twitched. But at this moment, Shen Nongho suddenly rushed in front of Jiang Lianshan. Old thing, even without the soul-dispersing gourd, you are no match for me. You want to stop me with your battered body? Go to hell. Jiang Lianshan struck with his palm. This time, Shen Nongho did not take it head-on. Instead, he tilted his body and dodged. Then, he suddenly gave Jiang Lianshan a bear hug. What are you doing? Jiang Lianshan's expression changed. He was actually being hugged. Ho-E, Shen Nongho roared. Swish, swish, swish. Ho-E once again shot 3 arrows at Jiang Lianshan. Old thing, you think you can hold me back by hugging me? Ho-Yi's arrows can hit me? Dream on. Jiang Lianshan's expression turned sinister. Jiang Lianshan's palm struck towards Shen Nongho's head. At the same time, he quickly turned his body and dodged Ho-Yi's divine arrow. Swish! Jiang Lianshan dodged the divine arrow again. His palm was about to smash Shen Nongho's head. Shen Nongho did not panic. Instead, he looked calm. Grand Princess, this old man can finally see you and his holiness resolve the misunderstanding. This old man's death is worth it. Shen Nongho said with a serene expression. Jiang Lianshan's expression changed as if he had guessed something bad. The speed and strength of his hand increased. His holiness, this old man has followed you here. Shen Nongho finally said with a smile. Old thing, no. Jiang Lianshan's palm struck Shen Nongho's head as he roared in fear. Oh! Shen Nongho suddenly exploded. A monstrous might rushed towards Jiang Lianshan while he was hugging Jiang Lianshan. Ah! Jiang Lianshan let out a painful cry. Ho-Yi's expression changed. He finally understood that Shen Nongho did not want him to shoot the arrows just now, but now. Pulling back the bow shooting, a total of 9 arrows were shot towards Jiang Lianshan. On the other side, the moment Shen Nongho exploded, Ho's battle stopped. Ho's eyes instantly turned red as he looked at the location of the explosion. Ho seemed to have gone crazy as he attacked Ingo with his palm. Ingo was instantly sent flying by the crazy Ho. This time, he vomited a large amount of blood, and his face was filled with shock. How is this possible? Ingo cried out in alarm. Again, I'll kill you. Ho revealed a ferocious expression as he charged at Ingo. That overwhelming killing intent surged over like a sea of sabers. Seeing this, Ingo felt a chill in his heart. He knew that he could not stay here any longer. Facing Ho's palm in panic, Ingo vomited another mouthful of blood as he turned around and fled. Seeing Ingo flee, Ho did not chase after him. Instead, he instantly charged towards Jiang Lianshan. Ingo did not dare to fight anymore. Not to mention the reversal of the situation, Ho's ferocious attitude would definitely chase after him with the intention of perishing together. Ingo fled. While running, he suddenly saw the soul-dispersing gourd. It's not like I gained nothing. Ingo gloomily grabbed the soul-dispersing gourd. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Ingo disappeared into the horizon. Ho instantly charged towards Jiang Lianshan. The Shen Nongho exploded and died. Only some of its fragments were left. While Jiang Lianshan was heavily injured, he was hit by 9 arrows from Ho-E. However, he was still alive. He was just extremely weak. At this moment, Jiang Lianshan knew that he could not stay here any longer. He turned around, wanting to escape, but Ho suddenly blocked his path. Ho waved his hand and collected the countless fragments of the Shen Nongho. Then, he looked at Jiang Lianshan with a cold expression. Cough, cough. Ha! You want to kill me? Jiang Lianshan looked at Ho weakly. You should have died long ago. If I knew it was you, the first thing I would do when you came out of the seal would be to kill you. Fire God, you killed so many of my family members. Ho showed a cold expression as he extended his hand and slapped. Jiang Yin, I am your father. The weak Jiang Lianshan showed a trace of fear. You have never been, Ho said coldly. He extended his hand and grabbed. Jiang Lianshan was held in the center of his palm that was full of fire. Jiang Lianshan let out a painful cry. Oomph. Ho snorted. Boom. He clenched his hand, and Jiang Lianshan's fire god was completely annihilated. Not far away, he gritted his teeth. Obviously, he was unwilling to accept that Jiang Lianshan died so easily. This kind of person should be tormented as much as possible. After destroying Jiang Lianshan, he carefully kept the fragments of a Shenong Ho. Then, he looked at Jing Wei, who was not far away. Jing Wei was lying on the altar. He had consumed more than half of his nirvana pills. Jing Wei seemed to be able to move slightly. Ho Yi's eyes flashed with anticipation. Jing Wei could be reborn. It was something worth comforting. He looked up at the sky. The red clouds in the sky was his eye of heaven. Was it sealed by Zhu Qiqi? Break! Ho Yi roared. Boom! In the sky, the power that sealed the red cloud instantly exploded. The red cloud suddenly split apart from the center, and a golden red eye of heaven suddenly opened. As soon as Ho Yi's eye of heaven opened, a powerful aura of heaven rushed down. Far away, Vast Freedom, Heavenly Demon, took a deep breath. This Ho, if it wasn't for Ingo's interference, he would have opened his eye of heaven. Wushang Demon said in surprise, Eye of heaven, this is a special case of the immortal of the six paths. Scorpio said with an ugly expression, There are 5 innate skills in the world. The immortal of the six paths has 1, Jiang Chun has 1, Yuan Shi Tianzuan has 1, Ho Yi has 1, and Gu Hai has 1. If I had known, I would have taken it from Ho and Gu Hai. What a pity. Vast Freedom, Heavenly Demon said in a deep voice. Ho Yi's innate skill has matured, but Gu Hai's is not. Master, maybe we... Wushang Demon said expectantly. Vast Freedom, Heavenly Demon stopped talking and looked into the distance coldly. Ho Yi opened his eye of heaven and walked to Gu Hai. Gu Hai absorbed the power of 30, but the dark clouds above his head were getting thicker and thicker. It seemed that he was about to open his eye of heaven. 30 strength? Ho Yi also activated his innate skill and absorbed it. But after absorbing for a while, the Hui stopped. He looked at Gu Hai in confusion. This power is set up for Suzaku, right? Others can't use it all. Can't you strengthen your innate skill? Gu Hai said in a deep voice. My innate skill has reached the advanced level. This power is not enough for me to break through. Ho shook his head. Then I'll take it all. I will give Jing Wei a big gift later. Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Huh? He looked at Gu Hai in confusion. Other than destroying matter, the Eye of Heaven can also destroy souls, right? Gu Hai looked at Ho. Ho Yi's expression suddenly changed. He seemed to have guessed something. Zhu Qiqi has absorbed a part of the power of 30, and her current strength has reached the peak. You may not be able to kill her, but she must die today. You and I will work together to destroy her soul. Didn't Jing Wei want the Suzaku god? I will take back Lin Wan Heir's body, and not only will I give Jing Wei the Suzaku god, but I will also give her the body of a Suzaku. Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Destroy Zhu Qiqi's soul and help Jing Wei take over her body? He narrowed his eyes and nodded, agreeing to Gu Hai's deal. Screech boom. However, he saw the distant sun explode with a loud bang. Mahavarakana's vast Sun Buddha Sea world was instantly shattered by Zhu Qiqi. Mr. Good, I'm sorry. I couldn't hold on for half an hour. Mahavarakana said regretfully before disappearing into ashes. Half an incense stick's worth of time? A half-baked baldy like he wants to trap me for half an incense stick's worth of time? You're asking for death. Screech. Zhu Qiqi roared. Gu Hai, we will do as you say. Ho, he said in a deep voice. As he spoke, Ho, he stepped forward and blocked Zhu Qiqi to buy more time for Gu Hai to absorb the power of 30. Mahavarakana, I will bury Zhu Qiqi with you soon. Gu Hai said with a ferocious expression as he absorbed the power of 30. Chapter 1164. Mahavarakana was dead. Shinong Chua was dead. Jiang Lianshan was dead, and Ingo had escaped. Only Gu Hai, Ho, Zhu Qiqi, and Ho Yi were left. Ho Yi was in charge of protecting Jingwei and was unable to leave. Gu Hai continued to absorb the 30 force that was like a huge lake. In a short time, he had absorbed 1/3 of the 30 power. After Zhu Qiqi broke the seal, she was furious. "This is mine." Zhu Qiqi glared at Gu Hai and roared. As Zhu Qiqi pounced, the Nanmingli fire covered the eastern spirit sea of flames again. In the fire, Zhu Qiqi's claws tore through the void and charged at Gu Hai. Whoosh! Ho took a step forward and blocked in front of Gu Hai. "You again? You want to protect him? Then die with him." Zhu Qiqi clawed at Ho with her claws. Ho glared and met the attack with a punch. Hong! The fist and claw clashed, tearing a large space in the void. A huge black hole instantly enveloped Ho and Zhu Qiqi. Ho blocked Zhu Qiqi's attack with a punch. Zhu Qiqi's expression changed as she looked at Ho in shock. "Ancient vermilion bird supreme? That's all you got?" Ho said coldly. "Screech." Zhu Qiqi, on the other hand, was incomparably gloomy. The vermilion bird flapped its wings, and flames swept toward Ho like a collapsing heavenly river. Fire? Ho was not afraid of fire. In the ancient era, Zhu Qiqi represented the demon race in the war of witches and demons. Ho was now the peak of the witch race branch, the fire elemental zombie ancestor. How could he be weaker than Zhu Qiqi? Boom! Shrouded in flames, the two men's fists and claws collided once more. Once again, dusk blocked Zhu Qiqi's attack. However, both of them had expended all of their strength in the exchange of blows. A deafening boom reverberated throughout the netherworld. Heavenly Demon Holy Land, Inshun Temple. The Mahesvara, heavenly demon, looked at the eastern spirit sea of flames in silence. "Master, although the flames are in the distance, the sound is not wrong. Is that Ho?" Wushang demon asked in surprise. The Mahesvara heavenly demon nodded. "This chi is so powerful. That's Zhu Qiqi, and they're actually evenly matched?" Scorpio said in shock. "We just don't know how many great Tao she grasped." A person at the side said, "We'll find out soon enough." Everyone said solemnly. Buzz. However, in the eastern spirit sea of flames, two fiery red, illusory figures of the great Tao suddenly appeared. The great Tao was like a tree. As the Tong Tian shook, more flames filled the surroundings. If this is the great Tao that Zhu Qiqi has grasped, then is it the great Tao that Ho has grasped? Wushang demon narrowed his eyes. Boom! The two great Taos collided. This caused the entire underworld to explode. Buzz, buzz. Two more great Taos appeared, still opposing each other, causing the battlefield to become even more intense. See also mastered the second great Tao? How old is she? How did she cultivate? Scorpio said in surprise. Screech. In the direction of Zhu Qiqi's two great Taos, 10 great Taos suddenly appeared. The might of the way soared into the sky, and the entire land of Dongfang seemed to be trembling. 12. Master, didn't you say that Zhu Qiqi can only grasp 2 great Taos at most? Wushang demon said in surprise. She can only do that by absorbing some of the power of 30. Her power has now surpassed that of an ordinary perfected god. Vast Freedom Demon said solemnly, in the eastern spirit sea of flames. As Zhu Qiqi used all her strength, 12 great Taos of fire appeared, suppressing Ho's 2 great Taos in an overwhelming manner. Ha! Stinky girl, you can't do it now, right? This is part of the power that Master gave me. You will never be able to beat my Master. Zhu Qiqi said with a sinister expression. Ho's mouth turned cold, and anger flashed in his eyes. Rumble! The red clouds in the sky gathered again, and then the eye of heaven opened again. Here it comes again. I said that Master's power is useless in front of me. Zhu Qiqi shouted coldly. Zhu Qiqi spat out a ray of golden light toward the red clouds, wanting to seal the red clouds again. No one can stop me from using my power. Open, Ho shouted coldly. Boom! The red clouds were separated, and the golden light that Zhu Qiqi spat out exploded. The Eye of Heaven opened abruptly. As soon as the Eye of Heaven opened, a destructive aura rushed down, and even Zhu Qiqi's expression changed. Boom! The Eye of Heaven shot out a beam of golden red light of God annihilation. It was like a waterfall that shot straight for Zhu Qiqi. Zhu Qiqi's expression changed, and she spread her wings. Immediately, for great Daos activated the power of the void, forming a shield-like power to meet the attack. Boom! The great Tao shield exploded, and the power of the god destroying light was far more than that. It continued to rush toward Zhu Qiqi. Bastard, that's my master's power. Break! Zhu Qiqi shouted angrily. 10 great Daos trembled at the same time, causing an even stronger shield to soar into the sky. Boom! With a loud sound, the god-destroying light was finally blocked. The god-destroying light seemed endless. Even though it didn't have any effect at first, it continued to surge out endlessly, deadlocked with the power of the 10 great Daos. Zhao's fist and Zhu Qiqi's claws were still locked in a deadlock. The two peerless experts couldn't do anything to each other. The surrounding void had been crushed into pieces. The elite guards weren't crushed by the shockwaves because they were protected by Ho Yi. Zhao and Zhu Qiqi both revealed ferocious expressions. They were deadlocked, and neither side had the upper hand. I didn't expect the sorcerer tribe to have a grand sorcerer like you other than Jiangchun. You can actually stop me? Zhu Qiqi said angrily. I'm not a sorcerer tribe member. I'm me, Zhao said coldly. I don't care if you're a grand sorcerer or not. Today, you must die. And Gu Hai, how dare you steal my master's power? You're courting death. I won't let you go. Zhu Qiqi roared with a ferocious expression. On the other side, Gu Hai was absorbing the power of 30 faster and faster. The great compassion fu of heaven and earth had completely advanced to the 5th heaven. Zhao blocked Zhu Qiqi and bought precious time for Gu Hai. Finally, after a while, Gu Hai absorbed all the power of 30. The heaven's eye between his eyebrows had disappeared. The rolling dark clouds in the sky let out a roar. Suddenly, a crack appeared in the middle of the dark clouds. Boom! The crack separated and turned into a vast eye. It was Gu Hai's heaven's eye. The heaven's eye glowed with black light, and the pupils inside were pitch black. When the eye opened, there seemed to be a huge burst of soul-sucking power. Even Ho Yi, who was not far away, couldn't help but tremble. Gu Hai's heaven's eye? It seems to be different from Master's. My soul is trembling, Ho Yi said in surprise. The pupils of Gu Hai's heaven's eye were pitch black. In the white of the eye, there were 7 small chi cores, like 7 planets revolving around a star. The 2 heavens' eyes hung high in the sky, suddenly increasing the vast heaven's might by several times. The distant vast freedom demon also said in a gloomy voice, Gu Hai's heaven's eye? It's actually become something? He absorbed the power of 30, became a heaven's eye. He's really lucky, Scorpio said with an ugly expression. Something's not right. Gu Hai's heavens eye seems to be different from Zhao and Yuan Tianzuan's. Vast freedom demon frowned slightly. What's different? Wu Shang demon was puzzled. Gu Hai's heavens eye seems to have a hint of the heaven-splitting axe. Vast freedom demon said blankly. Heaven's eye, heaven-splitting axe? Everyone was confused. The heaven-splitting axe belongs to Long Zhonghua, and it's already destroyed? Scorpio was puzzled. Vast freedom demon shook his head, indicating that he was not sure either. Eastern spirit sea of flames. Zhao also noticed the strangeness of Gu Hai's heaven's eye. It seemed to have the aura of splitting heaven and earth. It was very strange. Gu Hai did not find anything strange. Familiarizing himself with the heaven's eye, he felt that it could connect to the Grand Tao, as if it could sense hundreds of Grand Taos and even borrow power from them. At this moment, the heavens' eye seemed to have endless power. Gu Hai, hurry, Zhao shouted. Gu Hai nodded and turned to look at Zhu Qiqi. Zhu Qiqi also looked at Gu Hai's heaven's eye in astonishment. No, it's not just Master's power. There's another will in it? Zhu Qiqi exclaimed. Gu Hai did not have the time to talk to Zhu Qiqi. He glared at her. The power of hundreds of grand Daos surged into the heaven's eye, rapidly transforming into the God-vanquishing light. Boom! A ray of God-vanquishing light from Gu Hai's heavens eye shot towards Zhu Qiqi. What kind of God-vanquishing light is that? The vast freedom heavenly demon exclaimed in shock. Gu Hai's God-vanquishing light was not a beam of God-vanquishing light, but a transparent energy. That energy was not in the shape of a pillar, but an axe. It shot towards Zhu Qiqi. Zhu Qiqi immediately felt her heart tremble. With a shout, she activated all 10 Grand Daos, strengthening the shield of Grand Dao to block the second heaven's eye. Boom! Gu Hai's axe collided with the shield of Grand Dao, but strangely, it did not touch the shield of Grand Dao. Instead, it went through the shield and slashed Zhu Qiqi's body. What? Zhu Qiqi exclaimed, her expression changing. Oh! In the next instant, Zhu Qiqi screamed in pain. The next scene made Zhao's eyes widen. There was no wound on Zhu Qiqi's body, but not far from her body, Zhu Qiqi's soul was knocked away by the axe's beam of light. Gu Hai's God-vanquishing light did not attack physical objects, but only the soul. The instant Zhu Qiqi's soul was blown away, she shivered. Her soul looked at her physical body in horror, wanting to rush over and possess it. However, without her soul, her physical body lost all control. All the Grand Daos she activated collapsed. Boom! Zhao's God-vanquishing light instantly struck Zhu Qiqi's physical body, sending it flying. No, my body! Zhu Qiqi's soul cried out in fear and rushed over. Boom! However, at this moment, Gu Hai's heavens, I shot another axe's God-vanquishing light. It descended from the sky and washed over Zhu Qiqi's soul. Boom! Zhu Qiqi's soul instantly exploded. Her soul was scattered. Zhao suddenly turned her head and looked at Gu Hai in shock. That heaven's eye? Was this the heaven's eye that only harms souls? The vermilion bird prime died, just like that? Chapter 1165. Buzz. Qi's eye of heaven suddenly closed, and the red clouds slowly dispersed. Looking at the spot where Zhu Qiqi's soul had exploded, Jiu could not believe it. Everything happened too quickly. Zhu Qiqi's strength was on par with his, but she was destroyed in an instant. Even if he had helped, Gu Hai's eye of heaven was too strange. Zhu Qiqi's soul was destroyed, but her physical body was mostly intact. Gu Hai's eye of heaven was useless against physical attacks, but it only attacked the soul. The torn void around them was slowly recovering, but the countless experts who were watching this battle could not calm down no matter how hard they tried. In a mountain forest, Ingo grabbed the soul-dispersing gourd he had just obtained, and his eyelids twitched wildly as he looked at Gu Hai in the distance. That was the vermilion bird supreme, and Gu Hai killed her so easily. Ingo's expression was ugly. At the entrance of the ancient temple, Master, was Zhu Qiqi pretending to be dead? She was the vermilion bird supreme. Scorpio said in shock. She's really dead. Vast Freedom Demon said in a low voice. Everyone fell silent. Her soul was destroyed. Gu Hai's eye of heaven was so powerful. In the sky above the eastern spirit's sea of fire, Gu Hai closed his eyes. Buzz! In the sky, Gu Hai's eye of heaven closed instantly and merged with the dark clouds. The dark clouds gradually dispersed. Gu Hai also stood quietly in the sky, looking at his masterpiece with some shock. Gu Hai originally thought that he would only severely injure Zhu Qiqi's soul, but he did not expect it to be so thorough. Gu Hai's face turned pale. His cultivation was still a little lacking, and using the eye of heaven just now had consumed too much energy. However, even though everyone could see that Gu Hai had used up a lot of energy, no one dared to underestimate Gu Hai at this moment. The power just now was too terrifying. Eternal In Capital. Brother-in-law, you're too powerful. Was that the combination of the sky, splitting axe, and the eye of heaven? The number one Dharma treasure and number one eye in the world? Long One, you said excitedly. Skeleton, Gu Hai didn't say anything. At the side, Kong Xian, Mosquito Dowrin, and Dragon God Ing were genuinely happy for Gu Hai after recovering from their shock. Everyone continued to look at the newly repaired battlefield. Buzz! When the last strand of Nirvana pills was completely consumed, the Jing Wei's body trembled. He's awake. Ho Yi's eyes suddenly lit up. Zhao and Gu Hai immediately stepped forward. Who? With a wave of his hand, the surrounding area was once again enveloped by rolling flames. He did not want the outside world to see this scene. He saw that on top of the altar, Lin Wan Air had woken up. Besides Lin Wan Air, there was a hazy shadow beside her. It was the elite guard. Jing Wei and Lin Wan Air had both undergone Nirvana rebirth, and the two girls had also separated. I'm... Lin Wanner said in disbelief. I'm alive, sister, I'm alive. Jing Wei suddenly cried out in grievance. Wanner, Gu Hai said gently. Lin Wanner turned her head. When she saw Gu Hai, her eyes immediately reddened. She suddenly understood everything that Gu Hai had done for her. Gu Hai. Lin Wanner crawled up with difficulty and threw herself at Gu Hai. Your body is weak, don't move. Gu Hai immediately hugged Lin Wanner. Tightly hugging Gu Hai, Lin Wanner's eyes suddenly became misty. Deeply smelling the sweat and blood on Gu Hai's body, Lin Wanner was incomparably touched and intoxicated. She gently patted Lin Wanner's back. All right, everything is fine. Let's go back immediately. Okay. Lin Wanner nodded desperately. The elite guard beside her also threw himself at Zhao. Sister, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have disobeyed you. Jing Wei cried and apologized to Zhao. Zhao looked at Jing Wei's regretful and pitiful expression and said gently, All right, don't cry. Gu Hai and I have prepared a new body for you. I'll help you refine the body and merge it with your soul. Okay, I'll listen to you. Jing Wei nodded desperately. Zhao carried Jing Wei to where Zhu Qiqi's corpse was. She saw Jing Wei's soul merge with the vermilion bird's corpse. Zhao's palm was burning fiercely. Boom! In an instant, the vermilion bird's corpse emitted boundless flames. Zhao used her own flames to help remove the incompatible parts, creating the perfect vessel for Jing Wei's soul to refine. Rumble. The fire burned for 2 hours. During these 2 hours, Gu Hai comforted Lin Wanner and carefully collected the fragments of Vairocana. He slowly put them into a box, looking at the Saraira of Vairocana in the box. Solemnly, Gu Hai said, Vairocana, I've avenged you. My words will always be effective. Just wait. One day, I'll revive you. Ka! Gently closing the Saraira box, Gu Hai carefully put it away. Lin Wanner kept accompanying Gu Hai. Feeling Gu Hai's gloomy mood, she held Gu Hai's hand tightly, transmitting warmth to Gu Hai. I'm fine, Gu Hai said gently. Okay. Lin Wanner nodded. Gu Hai, where did you injure Zhu Qiqi's soul severely? Zhao turned to look at Gu Hai. Her 3 souls should have been cut out. The 7 spirits? She should have been cut in half. Zhu Qiqi's consciousness is definitely gone in the 7 spirits. Gu Hai recalled. Then the princess's cultivation can't be improved. This vermilion bird supreme is just a shell. Ho Yi frowned. Screech. Suddenly, the vermilion bird in the fire let out a long cry. Under the long cry, the sound went straight to Tong Tian, and a fiery red phantom of the great path suddenly appeared behind the vermilion bird. Is this the perfection of the heavenly palace? How is that possible? The little princess's 3 souls shouldn't be that powerful, right? Ho, he said in surprise. No, it's the perfection of the heavenly cycle. Zhao's eyes narrowed. Screech. Another long cry, and the sound spread everywhere in the netherworld. The expressions of the people of the heavenly demon Holy Land suddenly changed. Impossible. Isn't Zhu Qiqi dead? What's with this sound? Scorpio was puzzled. The vermilion bird has the ability to be reborn. Could it be that Zhu Qiqi was reborn? She's alive again? Gu Hai and Zhao worked for half a day for nothing? Wushang demon was puzzled. The vast freedom heavenly demon shook his head slightly. It shouldn't be. After the three souls are destroyed, it's completely gone. It's impossible for her to be reborn. But the fire in the distance is covering. We can't see what's inside at all. Wushang Demon said anxiously. The vast freedom heavenly demon turned his head to look at Eternal Een, hoping to see something from Skeleton Guhai's expression. However, Skeleton Guhai was expressionless, and he couldn't see anything. In the eastern spirit sea of fire, the huge vermilion bird's body swayed and turned into human form. This time, it turned into the appearance of a middle-aged woman. "Sister, I succeeded. I'm now a vermilion bird," Jingwei said in surprise. "Jingwei, how did your cultivation suddenly reach the peak?" Zhao frowned. "I don't know either. There seems to be a mysterious power that stimulated my three souls, helping them reach the peak." Jingwei said happily. 30 power? Zhu Qiqi absorbed 30 power before, but it hasn't been refined, and it remains in her body. Maybe it misunderstood that you are Zhu Qiqi, so it helped you reach the peak? Guhai's expression changed. "Who is 30? Zhao asked curiously. Before the Immortal of 6 paths, it was Heaven, which is Immortal Song, and before Immortal Song, it was Immortal 30. 30 is Zhu Qiqi's master. What I absorbed just now is 30's power. In the past, in order to find a strong person, 30 went into the void, and he has been gone for countless years." Guhai explained. He only talked about the 30 described by Long Wanyu, but he didn't mention the 30 of Earth. 30. Zhao squinted his eyes. 800,000 years ago, Fuxi fought with 30's spirit, and in the end, they perished together. If I'm not wrong, he should be able to return soon. The great calamity is imminent. Guhai said solemnly. A strand of his psyche can perish together with Fuxi? I was shocked. Guhai nodded. Zhao took a deep breath. He didn't doubt Guhai's words, but he was shocked by this 30. Is 30 that powerful? He can't be compared to my sister. Guhai, are you afraid of him? Jingwei shouted. Jingwei, don't be rude. Guhai saved you just now. Be polite to him. You haven't thanked Guhai for saving your life. Zhao said. Me? I wasn't my sister. Jingwei was reluctant. Who saved your life? And you repay kindness with ingratitude. If it wasn't for Guhai's help, would you be able to survive? Guhai has saved you twice, and even helped you get the vermilion bird body. What's with your attitude? Zhao said coldly. Jingwei was silent for a while, and finally nodded. Guhai, thank you. Solemnly, Jingwei bowed to Guhai. Although he only knew about this because of his sister, but since he knew about it, Jingwei showed enough respect. Guhai nodded, accepting Jingwei's gratitude. Guhai, I see that you used a lot of energy just now. Your face is still pale. Let's call it day. Zhao looked at Guhai. Goodbye. Guhai nodded. Guhai pulled Lin Wanner, and his figure disappeared from where he was. Zhao said, All right, let's go. Yes. Ho-Yi replied. Phew. Zhao, Jingwei, and Ho-Yi disappeared. Above the east spirit sea of flames, the fire that had never been extinguished suddenly disappeared when everyone left. Eternal Een capital. Long Wanyu looked at the empty east spirit sea of flames and took a deep breath. Luckily, everything went smoothly. Yeah, if it wasn't for Zhao trapping Zhu Qiqi, my Eye of Heaven wouldn't have had such a miraculous effect. We were really lucky. Guhai nodded. Yeah, if Zhu Qiqi's brothers were resurrected, we would be in trouble. Long Wanyu nodded. What brothers? Zhu Qiqi has brothers? Guhai looked at Long Wanyu in shock. Yeah, there are 7 supreme vermilion birds, and Zhu Qiqi is the youngest one. Long Wanyu nodded. 7 people? 7 supreme vermilion birds? Kong Xian and the rest were shocked. Yeah, she's the 7th. That's why she's called Zhu Qiqi. Before her, there was Zhu Yi, Zhu Erji, Zhu Sansan, Zhu Cece, Zhu Wuwu, and Zhu Lulu. Back then, they all sacrificed together, and it seems like only Zhu Qiqi survived. Long Wanyu sighed. Boom. However, at this moment, the east spirit sea of flames that had just been extinguished suddenly exploded with a loud bang. Rolling flames erupted again, filling the entire east spirit sea of flames in an instant. The flames covered the sky and the earth, and expanded the East Spirit Sea of Flames by more than 3 times. Screech! Screech! 6 different cries of vermilion birds spread throughout the underworld in an instant. The 6 of them are resurrected too? Long Wanyu's expression stiffened. Chapter 1166. Guhai brought Lin Wanner back to the square of Earth Suppression Palace. Suddenly, they heard 6 fierce shouts from the direction of the East Spirit Fire Sea. Both Guhai's faces darkened. Kong Xian, Long Wanyu, and the others looked at Dongfang. Zhu Qiqi's 6 brothers? Kong Xian was confused. 6 supreme vermilion birds? Mosquito Daoran was also shocked. Graveness flashed in the eyes of the 2 Guhais. Brother-in-law, you're back. Are these elite guards, or? Long Wanyu looked at Lin Wanner. This is Wanner, Guhai's main body explained. Long Wanyu looked at Lin Wanner and frowned. For a moment, she didn't know what to say. Lin Wanner smiled at Long Wanyu. Although the 2 girls didn't say anything, they seemed to be friendly. 6 supreme vermilion birds? How are their strengths compared to Zhu Qiqi? Guhai's main body looked at Long Wanyu. Of course, their 6 brothers are powerful. They are all pets of level 30. I just don't know if they have the strength of level 30. Long Wanyu said seriously. Guhai looked into the distance and fell silent. Let's go. We'll return to the world of the living first. Guhai's main body said. Lin Wanner nodded. Guhai's main body brought Lin Wanner to Yin-Yang Valley. Long Wanyu followed closely behind. Kong Xian, Mosquito Daoran, and Dragon God Ing all looked at Guhai. Guhai's brows furrowed. Inform everyone to be on alert. Yes, Kong Xian replied. 6 people more powerful than Zhu Qiqi? His holiness is extremely troublesome. Mosquito Daoran said worriedly. Now that things have come to this, we can only face it. Mosquito Daoran, your black mosquito clones are in charge of scouting out the Eastern Spirit Flame Sea's movements. Guhai instructed. Yes, Mosquito Daoran replied. Skeleton Guhai prepared himself. Even if the 6 vermilion birds attacked, he would still have to face them head-on. In Shun Palace, Vast Freedom, Heavenly Devil, and the others kept staring at the Eastern Spirit Sea of Flames. The Eastern Spirit Sea of Flames, which had been extinguished in the blink of an eye, once again flared up in flames. 6 thunderous roars shook the world. 6 vermilion bird brothers? They didn't die? Vast Freedom, Heavenly Demon exclaimed in shock. My lord, will the vermilion bird 6 brothers go crazy if they know that Zhu Qiqi is dead? Scorpio asked with a trace of anticipation. Everyone's eyes lit up. That's right. The 6 brothers only have one sister. Now that Zhu Qiqi is dead, won't it? Guhai is finished. Qi is also finished. Wu Shang Demon said with anticipation. My lord, shall I go and tell them the truth? Scorpio asked expectantly. If you want to die, go ahead. Vast Freedom, Heavenly Demon said indifferently. Scorpio said blankly. The 6 of them are all crazy. Zhu Qiqi just died and they need to vent their anger. If you go now, no matter what you say is right, they will vent their anger on you. At that time, Vast Freedom, Heavenly Demon said indifferently. Yes, thank you, my lord. Scorpio's face stiffened. He didn't want to get involved in this mess. At this moment, a thunderous roar came from the Eastern Spirit Sea of Flames. Little 7, who killed you? Little 7 is dead? I will avenge you, Little 7. Roar, who is it? The furious roar spread throughout the entire Eastern Spirit Sea of Flames. The whole world heard this monstrous voice of hatred. Zhu Qiqi's 6 brothers were going to go on a rampage. The Divine Scorpion, Heavenly Demon, and the others all looked happy and expectant. Ancient Yin capital, Guhai felt as if he was facing a great enemy. He was ready to mobilize the Dahan's power at any time. But in this moment of rage, the Eastern Spirit Sea of Flames suddenly retracted and returned to its normal size. The 6 vermilion birds also went silent and became eerily quiet. What happened? Why did they suddenly stop? Scorpio said in surprise. Vast Freedom, Heavenly Demon was also confused. The eastern spirit sea of flames was eerily quiet. The 6 vermilion birds that were yelling about revenge just now suddenly went silent. In the eastern spirit sea of flames, at the place where Zhu Qiqi was sealed, there were indeed 6 void gaps. 6 huge vermilion birds stepped out from within. Each of them looked ferocious, and their feathers stood on end. When they sensed that Zhu Qiqi was dead, they were instantly enraged and roared angrily. But just as the 6 vermilion birds were about to search for their enemy, 630 power suddenly surged into the 6 vermilion birds' bodies from the void gaps. The 6 vermilion birds quivered and quieted down. Then, they turned into 6 red-robed, burly men and knelt respectfully at the altar. "And Master," the group of vermilion birds said respectfully. "Master, Little Seven was killed. We have to avenge her." One of the burly men said anxiously. Slap! A slap suddenly sounded on the burly man's face. His face suddenly swelled up strangely. But even so, the burly man did not dare to use magic to heal his face. He just did not dare to say anything with a hint of fear. The 6 vermilion birds knelt quietly and suddenly became very quiet. A trace of 30 power flowed out from the 6 of them. It slowly moved the void and formed a majestic voice. "Next, listen to every word I say." The majestic voice said coldly. "Yes." The 6 of them nodded in unison. "The last time, because I transmitted a power to you, this immortal's path back was stolen. After so many years, I have not been able to return. You all have to bear the majority of the responsibility." The majestic voice said, "We did not know. Please forgive us, Master." The vermilion birds said fearfully. The master of the vermilion birds was naturally 30. In the void, there is no path. But this immortal was able to carve out a new path in the past. Naturally, I can carve out another one. Fortunately, the power I transmitted to you all allowed this immortal's remnant consciousness to communicate with you all. Through you all, this immortal will be able to return to the divine continent in no time. During this time, the 6 of you are not allowed to die. 30's voice said coldly, "Yes, of course we will not die." The 6 of them immediately promised. "So, no matter what grudges you all have now, do not make enemies everywhere. Wait until this immortal returns, then I will let you all loose." 30 said coldly. The 6 of them paled. Did this mean they were not allowed to take revenge? But Qiqi had died unjustly. The 6 of them had a grudge as deep as the sea, but 30 had spoken. None of them dared to look for their enemies now. "My return path has been stolen. Someone must have used that path to return. The 6 of you, find that person from the outer immortal dome." 30 said solemnly. "Outer immortal dome? There was another immortal dome?" "Yes." The 6 of them answered. If someone else had mentioned this, the 6 of them would not have believed it. But this was their master's words. Who would dare to not believe him? "Next, find out the situation in the world. This immortal wants to know what the world is like now." 30 said coldly. "Yes, Master, rest assured." The 6 of them answered. "If you all are not dead, this immortal will be able to return quickly. If you all die, this immortal will have to find a new path. In the past, I almost found a new path, but it was destroyed by Fushi. Now that Fushi is dead, this immortal will have to find a new path. During this time, you're not allowed to make enemies. Even if you look like an ordinary person, you are not allowed to create problems for this immortal." 30 said coldly. "Yes." The 6 of them answered. "Who dares to go against me? Even if this immortal is in the outer immortal dome, I can destroy your soul in an instant, turning you into ashes." 30 said coldly. "Yes." The 6 of them did not dare to disobey. "Quietly investigate the world's matters. Report to this immortal once every month. This immortal's remnant consciousness is stored in your minds." "Yes, Master, rest assured. We will do our best." The 6 of them said respectfully. Buzz. The surrounding space trembled slightly, and a bizarre energy surged into the glabella of the 6 before dissipating into thin air. The 6 of them exchanged glances. Unwillingness flashed in their eyes. "Big brother, what about Qiqi's revenge?" One of the men asked. "We will take revenge for Qiqi later." Master's orders are more important. This was our altar back then. First, set up a large array around it to prevent people from spying on us. Then, we will take turns to investigate the yin and yang realms. The leader, Zhu Yi, said seriously. Yes, big brother. I just don't know if that Jiangchun is dead or not. Master said back then that we are not allowed to cause trouble for Jiangchun. Master wants to destroy his soul personally. Zhu Yi said seriously. Yes, everyone answered. The group of Vermilion Bird Supreme martial artists were extremely powerful. When they set up the array, it was extremely powerful. Guhai and Vast Freedom Demon waited for a long time. When they realized that the East Spirit Flame Sea had become strangely quiet, they were also puzzled. Mosquito, Dowrin, and Scorpio came to investigate on behalf of their respective forces. However, they could not enter the East Spirit Flame Sea at all. Reporting to His Holiness, the East Spirit Flame Sea is sealed off by a large array. Your servants' black mosquitoes cannot enter. Mosquito Dowrin said with a bitter smile. Master, the East Spirit Flame Sea is sealed off. I dare not enter. Scorpio also reported to Vast Freedom Demon with a bitter smile. Guhai and Vast Freedom Demon looked at the East Spirit Flame Sea in silence. Mosquito Dowrin, continue to watch the East Spirit Flame Sea. Guhai ordered. Yes. In the Yang realm, Guhai brought Lin Wan'er out of the Yang realm. Immediately, he saw Chen Xianer and Long Wanqing, who were worried. Husband, this is... Long Wanqing looked at Lin Wan'er with a slightly changed expression. Sister, this is Lin Wan'er. Long Wanyu immediately called out. Long Wanqing frowned. Wanyu, what's your name? What did I tell you before? You said that I should call her Sister Lin. Long Wanyu's voice suddenly became softer. It's okay. Just call me Wan'er. Lin Wan'er immediately comforted Long Wanyu. All right, don't just stand there. Our family is here now. Let's go back to the house together, Chen Xianer said with a smile. The girls nodded. Husband, now there are no sisters left outside, right? Chen Xianer said with a smile. Guhai rubbed his nose and smiled bitterly. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. Guhai didn't want to interrupt the conversation between the girls. Fortunately, Chen Xianer was very magnanimous. The whole harem did not cause any trouble. You all go ahead and chat. I still have some work to do in the upper study room. Guhai said solemnly. The girls nodded one after another and pulled Lin Wan'er into the harem. Lin Wan'er turned her head to look at Guhai. She was a little reluctant to leave. However, the girls were very enthusiastic. She couldn't bring herself to reject them, so she just went with the flow. Guhai secretly sighed and stepped into the upper study room. Chapter 1167. Boundless Celestial Capital, Upper Study Room. Guhai set up a formation to isolate the study room from the outside. He flipped his hand. Whoosh! A black hole suddenly appeared in front of him. Shakyamuni Buddha, Vairocana died because of me. Guhai is here to apologize. Guhai solemnly said to solemnly at the entrance of the black hole. On the other side of the black hole, there was a slight silence. After a while, a burly man walked out of the black hole. It was Shakyamuni Buddha. Guhai took out a Saraira box and gently handed it to Shakyamuni Buddha. Shakyamuni Buddha slowly took it, closed his eyes, and gently sensed it for a while. The situation was urgent. Vairocana wanted to protect me, so... Guhai sighed slightly. Shakyamuni Buddha smiled slightly and said, Mr. Good, you don't have to blame yourself. I already know everything just now. Oh, Guhai was puzzled. Vairocana Buddha is my Dharma form. You helped him collect the Saraira, so I know everything with the Saraira. He did well. Solemnly, Shakyamuni Buddha said, Then do you have a way to resurrect him? Solemnly, Guhai asked Guhai, Don't worry, I have the Pure Land. Although it will take a long time to resurrect him, with the praise of all Buddhas, he will be reborn one day, just like Amitabha. Shakyamuni Buddha smiled. It's good that he can be resurrected. Guhai is ashamed. Guhai said with a bitter smile. No, it's Mr. Good's luck. Today's karma, tomorrow's karma, may not be a bad thing. Shakyamuni Buddha said with a smile. Thank you. Guhai bowed slightly. Right, your son, Gutaiji, is also a genius. He has officially embarked on the path of cultivation. Shakyamuni Buddha said with a smile. Embarked on the path of cultivation? How long has it been? Guhai exclaimed in shock. You know, the time between the 30 immortal firmament and the 6 immortal firmament is not symmetrical, nor is it proportional. I thought you had been here for many years, but now I find that is not the case. Gu Taiji is now 25 years old. Shakyamuni Buddha laughed. 25? He's already 25 years old? Guhai said in astonishment. It hadn't even been 25 years since he returned from Earth. According to your instructions, we didn't let him grow up in the immortal realm. Instead, we let him experience the life of an ordinary person on Earth. Although Earth has forbidden techniques, the people nurtured in the state of information expansion all have extremely strong talents. Shakyamuni Buddha recalled. Oh, when Gu Taiji graduated, he first went to work in Long Zhanggua's company. After that, Long Zhanggua threw him into the Chief God space. Although your son has just come into contact with the Chief God space, as an earthling, he has already made a name for himself. Shakyamuni Buddha said with a smile. That's good. Guhai smiled. Do you want to meet him? Shakyamuni Buddha asked with a smile. No, since he is in the Chief God space, let's slowly kill him. If we win, we will meet in the future. Moreover, once we meet, if he relies on me, it won't be good for him. Guhai shook his head. Shakyamuni Buddha nodded. The time between the two sides is not symmetrical. In case there is a sudden change on the other side, I will take my leave. Shakyamuni Buddha said solemnly. Wait, Guhai said with a frown. Shakyamuni Buddha was puzzled. I want to know about Pangu. Can you tell me a little? Guhai said solemnly. The dream force field not long ago was still vivid in Guhai's mind. Pangu? Shakyamuni Buddha frowned slightly. What's wrong? Pangu is already a thing of the past. He was the first heaven of the 30 celestial skies. In the end, 30 celestial skies took advantage of him and seized everything. Sigh. However, he still has a treasure on our side. Shakyamuni Buddha said solemnly. Treasure? Guhai was puzzled. Yes, Panga's axe. Shakyamuni Buddha said solemnly. Panga's axe? Is it the heaven-splitting axe? Guhai said in surprise. Long Zhanggua said that Panga's axe looks the same as the heaven-splitting axe that he once had. However, there are some differences. Shakyamuni Buddha said with a frown. Oh, to be precise, it corresponds to the heaven-splitting axe of the 6 paths celestial skies. However, Panga's axe was once used by Pangu. The axe spirit only recognizes Pangu. Thus, no one has gained its recognition. Not even Long Zhanggua. This Panga's axe weighs 1 trillion caddies. Although it is powerful, no one can unleash its full power. Shakyamuni Buddha explained. If no one can use it, then isn't it useless? Guhai said with a frown. We are waiting for Panga's axe spirit to change its mind and stand on our side. Shakyamuni Buddha said with a bitter smile. Since it can't be used, I wonder if you can lend it to me to try? Guhai said expectantly. You? Shakyamuni Buddha's expression suddenly changed. Yes, I'll try. Maybe if it's someone else, its wariness will be lower? Guhai said with a smile. Shakyamuni Buddha pondered for a while and finally nodded. All right. Many thanks. Guhai said solemnly. You don't have to be so polite. We have the same goal. Moreover, we also thought of sending Panga's axe over. Shakyamuni Buddha said with a smile. Oh, Guhai said in surprise. Long Zhanggua's soul was brought to our side by you and then reborn. Do you still remember? Shakyamuni Buddha asked with a smile. Of course. At that time, when Long Zhanggua went over, he brought the axe spirit of your heaven-splitting axe with him. Do you remember? Shakyamuni Buddha recalled. He brought the axe spirit of the heaven-splitting axe with him? Guhai said in surprise. Yes, he has already repaired the heaven-splitting axe. Moreover, Long Zhanggua's cultivation could recover so quickly because of the heaven-splitting axe. Shakyamuni Buddha explained. He brought the heaven-splitting axe over. He has the heaven-splitting axe, so he is not so enthusiastic about Panga's axe. Originally, we thought that he was the one who could subdue Panga's axe. Now, it seems that maybe you can because Longzhong said that you have an affinity with the heaven-splitting axe. Shakyamuni Buddha recalled. I have an affinity with Longzhong's heaven-splitting axe? Guhai asked in confusion. That's right. Longzhong said that he once lent the heaven-splitting axe to you. When he lent it to others, the heaven-splitting axe would be strengthened by him. Therefore, others could not use it. But you are different. When he lent it to you, it did not have Longzhong's strength. Although you could not use the heaven-splitting axe at will, the heaven-splitting axe did not resist you when you simply took it out. It is clear that you have an affinity with the heaven-splitting axe. However, the heaven-splitting axe belonged to Longzhong, and he was unwilling to let it go. Therefore, he once said that you could try to use Panga's axe. Shakyamuni Buddha recalled. Then I will have to trouble you. Guhai nodded. Panga's axe is as heavy as 1,000,000,000,000 caddies. I will send it into your passage with Laozi later. Try to catch it. Shakyamuni Buddha said solemnly. Okay. Guhai nodded. Shakyamuni Buddha stepped into the black hole and returned to the 6 Paths Immortal Dome. Guhai waited patiently. Soon, Shakyamuni Buddha's voice came from the other side. Mr. Good, Panga's axe is coming. Catch it. Shakyamuni Buddha shouted. Guhai stepped into the black hole. He looked at the outside world through the light membrane. The outside world was the spirit mountain of the immortal world. At this moment, Laozi was wearing a pair of sunglasses. Together with Shakyamuni Buddha, they each put one hand on the back of the sky-splitting axe and slowly sent the axe handle to the entrance. Crack, crack, crack. Under the feet of Laozi and Shakyamuni Buddha, large cracks suddenly appeared on the ground of the spirit mountain. It's so heavy? Guhai said in surprise. Mr. Good, try it. If you can't carry it, then forget it. If you can, then take it back and practice it. Laozi solemnly said. The axe handle reached into the light membrane. Guhai reached out and gently held it. Buzz. Holding the axe handle, Guhai seemed to be able to feel the emotions of Panga's axe. There was a boundless excitement on Panga's axe. It was so excited that it was trembling. More importantly, Panga's axe in Guhai's hand was as light as a feather. It was weightless. Guhai was slightly stunned. Look at how Laozi and Shakyamuni Buddha lifted it. Is it really that heavy? Why can't I feel its weight? Buzz, buzz, buzz. Panga's axe trembled with excitement and kept swaying. Shakyamuni Buddha and Laozi were slightly surprised. Laozi immediately said, Mr. Good, hold it tight. It must be very heavy. Don't let go. If you let go, Panga's axe will fall on the spirit mountain and smash it. It doesn't matter if the spirit mountain is broken. Mr. Good can catch it alone. It seems that you and Panga's axe are fated. Longzhong caught Panga's axe, right? Mr. Good, refine it well and talk to him more. Maybe you could get Panga's axe's approval. Shakyamuni Buddha also said with a smile. Okay. Guhai nodded blankly. Holding the swaying Panga's axe, Guhai said goodbye to Laozi and Shakyamuni Buddha. Then he slowly walked out of the black hole and returned to his study. He turned his hand and closed the immortal vault passage. Panga's axe was still shaking. It wasn't because it was too heavy like Shakyamuni Buddha and Laozi said. It was because Panga's axe was excited. Panga's axe? Guhai curiously spoke to Panga's axe. However, Panga's axe didn't seem to be able to speak. It just shook. Guhai waved it gently. Boom! With a gentle wave of the air current, the entire upper study room shook and almost collapsed. With the study as the center, a huge force acted on the limitless celestial capital. The floating city shook and almost collapsed. Boom! Crack! With a huge sound, the entire limitless celestial capital was in chaos. What's going on? Guhai shivered and immediately suppressed Panga's axe. His Holiness, are you okay? Suddenly, a large number of ministers and officials surrounded the study in fear. I'm fine, Guhai said to the outside. After dispelling the worries of the people outside, Guhai looked at Panga's axe carefully. The power of Panga's axe was a bit difficult to control. Moreover, the so-called axe spirit seemed to be unable to communicate with him. Then let's refine it first, Guhai said. Guhai opened his mouth and inhaled. Panga's axe was immediately swallowed into his stomach and grabbed by Mother Spirit in his dantian. The Spirit Mother Divine King clenched her fist, and her hand trembled. She almost dropped it. It was too heavy, so heavy that it was a little exaggerated. That was the Spirit Mother Godly King. His fleshly body strength was not even 1% of the Spirit Mother Godly King's strength. Yet he almost lost. Fortunately, Pangu's axe recognized that Mother Spirit was Gu Hai's nascent soul and became weightless again. Chapter 1168. The Limitless Celestial Capital. Gu Hai waved the Pangu axe, causing the entire limitless celestial capital to shake. Countless officials rushed outside the study worriedly. However, Gu Hai didn't allow anyone to enter the study. Gu Hai had just felt the power of the Pangu axe. That power surpassed all of Gu Hai's magic treasures. Gu Hai sat on the dragon throne and fell into a period of silence. Gu Hai was filled with doubts about the Pangu axe's recognition. Pangu? Did this ancient name have anything to do with him? Gu Hai couldn't be sure, but the waves in his heart couldn't calm down for a long time. After a while, Gu Hai slowly walked out of the study. Outside the study, the officials waited quietly. The unborn man, Gu Qin, Gu Han, Gu Tang, and Gu Ming were among them. Father, the commotion just now was so terrifying. How did it? Gu Ming asked worriedly. It's nothing. It's just a leakage of power due to cultivation. Gu Hai said calmly. I see. The officials finally relaxed. Father, it was so dangerous just now. The chess formation in the limitless celestial capital was almost crushed by that power. Gu Qin said with a smile. Gu Hai nodded, but didn't mention the Pangu axe. He turned his head and looked at the unborn man. Unborn man, Xiahou Shou is with you. I don't want him to appear in front of others again. His Holiness, don't worry. Xiahou Shou has committed countless sins in order to set up the Ghost Head Longevity Array. I won't let him escape. Thank you, His Holiness, for risking your life in the Eastern Spiritual Flame Sea for me. The unborn man solemnly bowed to Gu Hai. I'll definitely do what I promised you, Gu Hai said with a smile. The unborn man looked at Gu Hai in silence, then bowed again. Gu Ming's expression changed slightly. Unborn man, you're looking for all 8 meridians of the longevity cultivators, right? There's only one left. Don't worry, we'll find it for you as soon as possible. The unborn man suddenly looked at Gu Ming, seemingly surprised. Why are you looking for all 8 meridians of the longevity cultivators? Gu Ming, you seem to be very familiar with longevity cultivators. Others might not know what I'm doing, but you? Why are you so proactive? The unborn man's surprise disappeared in a flash. However, this unintentional action, Gu Tang, who was by the side, saw. Gu Tang was the smartest of the 4 brothers. Even though he did not know what Gu Ming and the unborn man were hiding from him, he could tell that the 2 of them had some sort of tacit understanding based on their attitude. He slightly frowned, but he didn't say it. He just silently remembered it in his heart. Gu Hai was about to dismiss the officials. Boom, boom. Suddenly, the sea of providence in the sky churned. As it churned, the statues all over the sky seemed to have sensed something bad. With Gu Hai's statue as the leader, the statues all looked cold. They glared fiercely at the uninvited guest at the edge of the sea of providence. At the edge of the sea of providence, some providence suddenly gathered and slowly condensed into a human figure. Gu Hai recognized the human figure. Was it Yuan Shi Tianzuan? Yuan Shi Tianzuan's Dharma power? Why did it appear in the Dahan's Sea of Providence? Gu Hai's statue looked at Yuan Shi Tianzuan's statue with a gloomy expression. Yuan Shi Tianzuan, what are you doing? Gu Hai's statue asked coldly. Yuan Shi Tianzuan didn't care. After a while, Yuan Shi Tianzuan's statue said coldly, It's about time. All golden dragons of providence, statues, and Dharma power, listen up. In 5 days, in Wanshou Taoism, in the square of the Premier Palace, I'm going to hold a World Unification Conference. Everyone is to come. Those who don't come will bear the consequences. Yuan Shi Tianzuan said coldly. Buzz. As soon as Yuan Shi Tianzuan finished speaking, his Dharma power suddenly collapsed. What happened? The officials asked in surprise. Brother-in-law, Yuan Shi Tianzuan analyzed Hichu's body. He can manifest his Dharma power into the world of providence. Long Wanyu appeared out of nowhere. Guhai looked up at the Sea of Providence and then at the distant south. His expression was gloomy. The Sea of Providence was his forbidden area. He controlled the symbol of the dynasty. But now, Yuan Shi Tianzuan's Dharma power could enter and leave as he pleased? Report: the Great Yin Celestial Dynasty's embroidered uniform guards have sent a letter. Just now, the Great Yin Celestial Dynasty's destiny cloud sea suddenly changed. The primordial Lord of Heaven's Dharma power materialized and spoke to the Great Yin Celestial Emperor. He's invited to Wanshou Taoism to participate in the World Unification Conference in 5 days. Report: Yuan Shi Tianzuan's Dharma power manifested above the Sea of Providence at the entrance of the Spirit Mountain's Divine Temple. Report: His Holiness, Yuan Shi Tianzuan's Dharma power manifested above the Sea of Providence at the Linjiang Dynasty. Reports quickly came in one after another. It wasn't just the Dahan Dynasty, but all the imperial dynasties, mid-tier sects, and above forces in the world of the living. Yuan Shi Tianzuan's Dharma power manifested above the Sea of Providence. Just now, Yuan Shi Tianzuan's voice spread to the world at the same time. It wasn't just the living world. It was the same in the netherworld. Yuan Shi Tianzuan's Sea of Providence also manifested above the Sea of Providence at the ancient Yin capital. Report: Yuan Shi Tianzuan's Dharma power manifested above the Sea of Providence at the heavenly Devil Holy Land. In 5 days, the World Unification Conference will be held at the entrance of Wanshou Taoism's Hall of Origin. Report: a Sea of Providence appeared out of nowhere in the East Spirit Fire Sea. 6 vermilion birds manifested above the Sea of Providence. Just now, Yuan Shi Tianzuan's Dharma power manifested and said that the World Unification Conference will be held at the entrance of Wanshou Taoism's Hall of Origin in 5 days. Report: in the netherworld, one report after another was quickly sent to the skeleton Guhai. As long as it was a mid-tier sect or an imperial dynasty, they all received news from Yuan Shi Tianzuan that the World Unification Conference would be held at the entrance of the Hall of Origin in 5 days. Guhai's initial anger slowly dissipated. At the very least, it wasn't directed at him alone. Yuan Shi Tianzuan, World Unification Conference? Heh, does he think that the time is right? Guhai narrowed his eyes. In the netherworld, the East Spirit Fire Sea. Although the 6 vermilion birds didn't intend to seek revenge for the time being, the best way to gather information was to immediately recruit all the birds and monsters in the world. One of the vermilion birds took out a seal and activated it slightly. Immediately, boundless providence surged into the sky. It was the providence that the vermilion bird paragon had sealed in the past. At this moment, it floated above the East Spirit Fire Sea. Back then, all the birds and monsters had perished. Only the vermilion bird paragon was left. 7 vermilion bird Dharma powers manifested above the Sea of Providence. Boom! With a loud bang, one of the vermilion bird Dharma powers suddenly collapsed. Obviously, the vermilion bird paragon had died, and its providence couldn't be found. Chi-Chi is really dead, one of the vermilion birds said with an ugly expression. When Master comes back, we'll take revenge. We must take revenge for Chi-Chi. Another burly man said in a deep voice. That's right. Everyone nodded and clenched their fists. However, at this moment, boom! Yuan Shi Tianzuan's Dharma powers manifested above their Sea of Providence. Who is it? What's that? The 6 vermilion birds immediately widened their eyes. However, they saw that Yuan Shi Tianzuan had unhurriedly issued an announcement. World Unification Conference? How arrogant! Who is this person? One of the vermilion birds said angrily. No, it's not just our Sea of Providence. Look, his Dharma powers all over the Sea of Providence of the 4 major forces in the netherworld. Who is this person? How can he connect to all the Sea of Providence? In that case, The World Unification Conference in 5 days will gather most of the forces in the world. Should we go and take a look? We have to go. Big brother, I'll go. I'll go. All the vermilion birds looked at Zhu Yi. Zhu Yi was silent for a while before saying, Master has instructed us not to stand out too much. Second brother, sixth brother, go. Okay. All the vermilion birds nodded. Netherworld, heavenly demon holy land, ancient temple entrance. Vast freedom, heavenly demon, also looked up at the sky. My lord, the heavenly lord of primordial beginning, is too arrogant. Unifying the world? Does he want to rule the world? What does he think of us? Wu Shang demon sneered. Ha! World Unification Conference? Vermilion Bird Supremes will also be there. I was thinking of how to invite them to meet, but there's no need for that now. Let's go to the Primeval Hall. Netherworld. Great Yin Celestial Dynasty, Primeval City. She stood at the entrance of the Flame God Temple and coldly looked at Yuanshi, Tianzuan's Dharma powers that had disappeared. Sister, this Yuanshi Tianzuan is really bold. Don't tell me he wants to invite all the heroes of the world to come and dominate the world at the Primeval Hall? The Jing Wei asked curiously. I don't know. However, he definitely intends to obtain something from us since he established this World Unification Society. She spoke in a low voice. Should we go? The Jing Wei frowned. Why not? Wanshou Taoism, since its birth 800,000 years ago, has always been strong on the outside but weak on the inside. I thought it was only because it was protected by the heavens that it used to intimidate others. Who would have thought that there was a hidden figure in it? Yuanshi, Tianzuan? She narrowed her eyes. Oh, the Jing Wei nodded blankly. Netherworld, Western Spirit Mountain, snatching shrine entrance. Jiang Chun stood with his hands behind his back as he looked at the Wanshou Taoism in the distance. True Lord, has the primeval Lord of Heaven gone mad, inviting all the elites of the world to come? Does he really think that he's invincible? Long Outyin said in shock. That's what makes it interesting, isn't it? Jiang Chun smiled faintly. God wants to go. Long Outyin was surprised. In Long Outyin's eyes, God was the invincible one. Could it be that he couldn't stand Yuanshi, Tianzuan's arrogance, and wanted to cause trouble? I want to go and take a look. The Primeval Hall in 5 days will be very interesting, Jiang Chun said with a smile. The whole world was discussing Yuanshi, Tianzuan's invitation. That was because he had invited the whole world. All the major sects and imperial dynasties were in a heated discussion, analyzing the meaning of Yuanshi, Tianzuan's invitation. World Unification Conference? Didn't that imply that Yuanshi, Tianzuan wanted to unify the world? He even invited all the elites of the world. What was he going to do? Some sect leaders and emperors did not want to bother. After all, they were too far away from the Wanshou Taoism. Some emperors and sect leaders were ready to go and find out. Boundless celestial capital, inside the study. A group of Dahan officials were also analyzing Yuanshi, Tianzuan's intentions. However, no one could guess Yuanshi, Tianzuan's plan. His Holiness, I am willing to go with your majesty. Kong Xian was the first to shout. His Holiness, I am willing to go. Mosquito Daoran also shouted. The World Unification Conference in 5 days would attract all the elites of the world. It would definitely be very dangerous. However, the Dahan officials were fighting to be there. Chapter 1169. Wanshou Taoism. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. With the news of Yuanshi, Tianzuan inviting the world, all the leaders of the factions headed to Wanshou Taoism. 5 days was neither too long nor too short. For a peerless expert like Gu Hai, it would only take a short while to cross the divine continent. But for ordinary cultivators, it would take a very long time. 5 days was for the peerless experts to deal with their own affairs. But it also eliminated a group of ordinary experts who did not even have time to travel. The sect leader of the Nine Suns sect of the Yang world has arrived. The emperor of the Blazing Sun Empire has arrived. The disciples of Wanshou Taoism announced the names of the experts from all over the world. At the same time, the disciples of Wanshou Taoism kept leading the way, leading all the heroes to the square of the Primeval Hall. After all, those who could reach here in 5 days were the strongest in the world. Of course, Those who were unwilling to come were another matter. At this moment, the leaders of 80 factions had gathered in the square of the primeval hall. All of them were the emperors of the imperial dynasties, the leaders of the middle sects, and the peerless experts of Heavenly Palace. On the square of the primeval hall, the experts greeted each other and communicated with each other. Some of the leaders of the factions were usually sworn enemies, but now they were restraining their anger. Some were friends who rarely saw each other, but now they gathered at the entrance of the primeval hall and started chatting with each other. The group of experts divided into small groups of 2s and 3s, looking at the people coming from all directions. The temple leader of Spirited Mountain of the Yang World has arrived. Another shout rang out. Buzz. The noisy square of the primeval hall instantly quieted down. Who was the temple leader of Spirited Mountain? Wasn't it that mysterious Jiang Chun? The people here were all-powerful existences at the level of the great emperors. They had more or less read some ancient books and understood some things about the war of the shamans and demons. Especially after Jiang Chun's extravagant display of power on Spiritual Mountain, many people had gone out of their way to investigate him. This was a mythical figure in the legends. Jiang Chun was the former commander of the Sorcerer Tribe. When the Sorcerer Tribe defeated the Demon Clan and dominated the world, Jiang Chun was undoubtedly the most powerful person in the world. And after millions of years, he was still alive. Everyone looked in the direction of Jiang Chun. There were only 2 people on this trip, Jiang Chun and Long Outyin. Although Jiang Chun looked amiable, he gave off a powerful aura. Everyone's hearts clenched as the aura washed over them. Greetings, Hall Master Duo Shun. Someone said, Greetings, Hall Master Duo Shun. One by one, the experts greeted him. Jiang Chun smiled faintly and nodded. Jiang Chun had come in a very low-key manner. He hadn't even brought much fanfare. He had only brought Long Outyin with him, but no one dared to say anything about it. The number 1 person in the world in the past, talking about extravagance in front of him, wasn't that just asking for humiliation? Wherever he went, there would be the greatest show of extravagance. Hall Master Duo Shun. The first seat on the left was personally prepared for you by the sect leader, a disciple of Wansho Taoism, said respectfully. Oh, the first seat? That's fine too. Jiang Chun nodded. The guest followed the host's wishes. There were only 6 thrones placed on the square of the primeval hall, 3 on the left and 3 on the right. Everyone saw the 6 thrones as soon as they arrived. At the same time, they knew that those thrones were for the 6 most important people in the world. Those 6 people definitely had extremely powerful positions in the world. As for the others, even the emperors of the imperial dynasty and the leaders of the middle sects, they could only stand. Although it was extremely rude, many people had already complained in their hearts, but no one dared to say it out loud. Someone had once asked the disciples of Wansho Taoism who the 6 thrones were prepared for. The disciples of Wansho Taoism said that the sect leader had prepared those thrones for the 6 most powerful people. Of course, if anyone had the ability to provoke those 6 people, they could also snatch their thrones. The sect leader didn't mind them fighting for it. Yuanshi Tianzuan didn't mind them fighting for the thrones, but no one sat down. It wasn't because they felt inferior, but because they wanted to wait until the end. If they sat on the thrones and were chased off later, that would be truly embarrassing. Jiang Chun sat on one of the thrones. Moreover, it was the first seat on the left. However, at that moment, no one was dissatisfied because he was Jiang Chun. Provoke Jiang Chun? No one had the guts to do so. There were still 5 thrones left. Many people had a rough idea of where a few of them would sit, but they couldn't figure it out. Jiang Chun sat calmly on the throne and drank the spirit tea brewed by Long Outyin. As he drank the spirit tea, he looked at the experts around him. Occasionally, he would look at the tightly shut doors of the primeval hall. Lord, there are 6 thrones in total, but I've analyzed that there are less than 5 factions in the world that can reach the level of the Celestial Dynasty and the Sacred Land. Long Outyin said curiously. Not enough. No, not enough. Jiang Chun said with a smile. Not enough. Long Outyin was a bit surprised. Jiang Chun, on the other hand, sipped his tea contentedly as he watched one expert after another arrive. Wanshou Taoism, Tongtian Peak, Tongtian Hall. Guhai and Lin Wan had arrived early. However, Guhai didn't go to the square of the primeval hall. Instead, he took Lin Wan, to Ho's residence. Although these 5 days were short, in the ancient world, it was 50 years. Absence made the heart grow fonder. Guhai and Lin Wan had been separated for so long, so they naturally had a good time. During this time, Lin Wan-er's cultivation had reached Heavenly Palace with the help of Guhai's great compassion poem of Heaven and Earth. Although she didn't have the vermilion bird god, to Lin Wan-er, it was more important to stay by Guhai's side. Not long ago, the officials all asked to come with Guhai to Wanshou Taoism, but Guhai only brought Lin Wan-er. After all, strictly speaking, Lin Wan was the leader of the Taishang branch of Wanshou Taoism. This generation's Taishang. Guhai brought Lin Wan and went straight to Ho. In the Tongtian Hall, Ho poured tea for the two of them. Guhai, I heard that you obtained 30 points of power in the Eastern Spirit Fire Sea and killed Zhu Qiqi. Ho stared at Guhai with surprise. Guhai nodded. It was just a coincidence. Ho, you recovered the memories of the Tongtian sect master? The Tongtian of the GS school. Ho frowned. I know. You are you, and the Tongtian of the GS school is the Tongtian of the GS school. But if you recover your memories, you should know what the others don't. Guhai said solemnly. Ho was silent for a while, then nodded. I've seen the memories of the Tongtian of the GS school, but I am me. You alone are responsible for 2 Tongtian sect masters, and yet you are independent of them. You are indeed extraordinary, but you should know what our real threat is. Guhai said. Ho was silent. 30? The 6 vermilion birds of the Eastern Spirit Fire Sea used to be 30's pets. They were originally furious, but they suddenly didn't mention a word about Zhu Qiqi's death. I've heard that the 6 of them doted on Zhu Qiqi, but now they don't care about her. Only one person can suppress their hatred. You don't need to guess. You know who it is. Guhai said. You're saying that 30 contacted them? Ho frowned. Guhai nodded. The Immortal of the 6 Paths will come out in 2 years. Based on what you said, 30 will appear soon. Haha, the world is going to be in chaos. Ho said, 30? The Immortal of the 6 Paths? They are scary, but they are not. Guhai shook his head. Ho looked at Guhai in confusion. They are powerful. They're the best in the world. They are scary, but they are also afraid of something. They are afraid of losing everything. So they are harsh and oppressive to the common people. But the greater the oppression, the greater the resistance. Isn't that so? Guhai smiled. Guhai, you are so bold. Ho looked at Guhai strangely. It's not that I'm bold, but you're not the same. Don't count on others. Being strong yourself is the key. Guhai said. Ho was silent for a moment, then nodded. Although we are not afraid of 30, the Immortal of the 6 Paths, they are too strong. I have a request. Guhai said solemnly. Oh. Ho looked at Guhai in confusion. My Han Dynasty has 4 foreign affairs department heads. They have made some small achievements in their cultivation and are extremely infatuated with the sword Dao. However, they have reached a bottleneck and are unable to advance. I want them to follow by your side and ask you to give them some pointers. They can be your sword mates, Guhai said seriously. Sword mates? Ho frowned. Guhai waved his hand, and 4 figures immediately appeared from the immortal dome of antiquity. Zhang Sanfeng, Dugu Qiubai, Dongfang Bubi, and Shimen Chue Xue. Greetings to His Holiness. The 4 held their swords and bowed respectfully to Guhai. Greetings to the Empress. The 4 bowed to Lin Wan. Lin Wan smiled and sat to the side without saying anything. Greetings to the Green Lotus Sword Master. The 4 bowed to Ho. Oh, it's you? Ho was surprised. The 4 respectfully stood to one side. Even though they were all ambitious and ruthless characters in the ancient Immortal Dome, the 4 of them still understood that there was always a heaven beyond the heavens and a person beyond the person. They have all reached the peak of Heavenly Palace? Ho was shocked. The 4 of them are quite talented, but they are unable to condense sword souls. My achievements in the way of the sword are limited, so I can only ask for your help. Guhai said solemnly. Speaking of which, When I comprehended the way of the sword, I was inspired by them. Ho Chung said, although they are the 4 ministers of the Dahan's Foreign Affairs Department, you can rest assured. I can promise that I will never let them wield their swords against the Wansho Taoism. Your achievements in the way of the sword are at the peak. Although it is a bit difficult, I hope you can understand. Guhai said solemnly. Ho was silent for a while and finally nodded. I understand. Haha, over there is no longer any prejudice. The 30-year calamity is more dangerous than anything. Once the 30-year calamity comes back, we don't know if we can survive. Why should we cherish what we have? Does that mean you agree? Guhai's eyes lit up. Yes, the 4 of you can follow me in the future. I will do my best to guide you, but everything will depend on your comprehension. Ho Chung said solemnly. Thank you, Green Lotus Sword Master. The 4's eyes brightened. Although the 4 of them had their own way of the sword, they were unable to condense sword souls. It seemed that they had reached the end. Now that there was someone who was willing to guide them, the 4 of them were naturally excited. Good. The 4 of you will follow by Ho's side in the future as sword servants and properly cultivate. Guhai instructed. Sword mates? No need. If you don't mind, then be my disciple. Ho Chung said solemnly. Guhai was slightly stunned. He looked at Ho in surprise and then understood. Ho was telling him that he would do his best. Thank you. Guhai said gratefully. Disciple Zhang Sanfeng greets Master. Disciple Dugu Chiobai greets Master. Disciple Dongfeng Bubi greets Master. Disciple Shimen Shueishue greets Master. Chapter 1170. At the entrance of the primeval hall, there were 3 thrones on each side. Jiang Chun was sitting on the first one on the left. No one dared to compete with Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun was not ostentatious. He was like an ordinary person, drinking tea while waiting leisurely. He did not feel left out at all. The leaders of the various forces discussed in low voices. They pointed and looked at Jiang Chun from time to time, but no one dared to sit down. There were 5 thrones left. Many people knew that they were reserved for the leaders of the Holy Lands and the Celestial Empire. Only when they sat down would the leaders of the various forces be qualified to fight for a seat. There are already hundreds of leaders. They all seem to be from the Yang realm. A great emperor wondered. Only Master Shou can easily open the 2 realms. Of course, the people from the Yang realm can't come. A sect leader analyzed. As expected, there is no one from the Yang realm. Without Master Shou opening the 2 realms, the great emperors from the Yang realm are not qualified to participate in the World Unification Conference. Everyone was discussing. They thought that people from both the Yang realm and the Yang realm would come, but they did not expect that only the Yang realm was left. When everyone was sure that there was no one from the Yang realm, the Wansho Taoism disciple who reported the name suddenly announced a surprising name. The leader of the Jiuyin sect from the Yang realm has arrived. After the announcement, almost everyone in the primeval hall fell silent again. The Yang realm? Someone from the Yang realm? Impossible, right? Is Master Shou accompanying him? The Jiuyin sect? I have never heard of this name. Master Shou has never mentioned it. It can't be a holy land. It should be a medium sect. But how did a medium sect come to the Yang realm? Under the curious voices, everyone's eyes turned to the person from the Jiuyin sect. It was a dark carriage pulled by 4 huge horses. These horses were very strange. The lower half of their bodies was that of horses, and the upper half of their bodies was that of humans. It was an extremely rare species of horses. Strangely, there was a candle on the balcony where 4 people and horses were pulling the black carriage. The candle emitted a faint blue flame. The men and horses pulled the carriage to the square of the premier palace. The 4 men and horses unfastened the ropes on their bodies. One of the men and horses gently pulled open the curtain of the carriage. A man wearing a gorgeous black robe slowly stepped out of the carriage. The man was quite handsome, but his face was a little pale, as if he was seriously ill. Just like Jiang Chun, he had an extremely luxurious aura. He gave people the feeling that he was a noble young master from an ancient family. The man carefully stepped over the candle at the entrance of the carriage. A man on horseback bent over the side of the carriage as a step for the man to slowly step down from the carriage. Stepping off the carriage, the other person flicked his hand and put the carriage into his sleeve. Swaying his luxurious black robe, the man looked around. The great emperors and sect masters of the mortal realm are here. This is indeed a grand occasion. I didn't come here in vain. The man revealed a satisfied smile. The man took a deep breath and looked up at the blazing sun in the sky. The sun of the mortal realm? It's been a long time. Everyone looked at the man in confusion. The sect master of the Join sect? Where did he come from? Moreover, to be able to step up from the netherworld, his ability was incomparably strange. After all, he was not accompanied by Master Show. The man looked at the sun as if he missed it very much. He reluctantly looked away from the sun and looked at Jiang Chun, who was not far away, and smiled slightly. Jiang Chun also looked at the man in confusion, because when the man looked at him, there was a familiar look in his eyes. Does he know me? Join sect? Where's the netherworld? How should I address you? Jiang Chun asked faintly. The Join sect is located in the southern border of the netherworld. I am Qi. Long time no see, Jiang Chun. The man smiled faintly. Do you know me? Jiang Chun was puzzled. I saw you in the past, but you didn't care about me. Qi smiled faintly. Jiang Chun frowned as he tried to recall, but there was no such person in his memory. Qi smiled faintly and looked at the 6 thrones in the square of the hall. Jiang Chun sat at the head of the left row, while Qi walked straight to the right row. Under everyone's gaze, he slowly walked to the head of the right row. This sect master of the netherworld is too arrogant, isn't he? What is he going to do there? Is he going to sit down? Someone subconsciously shouted. Whoosh! Qi gently swung his robe and slowly sat down. The square of the primeval hall was silent. He really sat down? The head of the right row? He dared to sit on the same level as Jiang Chun? After you sat down, the 4 men beside him respectfully took out the wine and poured a cup for you. Qi drank a mouthful of wine and seemed to relax. He looked at Jiang Chun opposite him. Do you want a cup? Qi smiled. Sure, you can try my tea too. Jiang Chun nodded. One of the people respectfully poured a cup of wine and slowly brought it to Jiang Chun. Everyone stared at that cup of wine because that cup of wine was emitting a faint white light. At the top of the wine, there seemed to be a snow-white baby floating on the surface of the wine. It seemed to be breathing as it absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. It looked extremely demonic. Long Outyin respectfully brought over a cup of tea. Everyone could clearly see that there was a blood-red lotus flower bud in the teacup. As he brought it over, the lotus flower slowly bloomed into a blood-red lotus flower. It was very strange. Qi took the tea from Long Outyin and gently sniffed it. Reincarnation lotus tea? This kind of tea actually exists in this world. I can finally reminisce about it today. This is one of my treasures. There is only one in the world. Jiang Chun's expression changed slightly. Jiang Chun understood the meaning behind Qi's words. Reminiscing about it meant that Qi had tasted it in the past. This tea was a species from before the war of the witches and demons. Other than the one he had, all the reincarnation lotus tea in the world should be extinct. This Qi seemed to have a strong background. As he spoke, Jiang Chun took a sip of the wine with the snow-white baby sitting on it. Chao Huandan wine, you are also very extravagant, aren't you? Jiang Chun exclaimed. The last ginseng fruit tree in the world just happened to grow in my courtyard. Qi laughed. Good wine, Jiang Chun praised. Good tea. Qi also smiled slightly. The two of them looked at each other and smiled. The leaders of the various factions around them were silent. Although they did not understand what Jiang Chun and Qi were talking about, from Jiang Chun's attitude, it seemed like he approved of Qi. To be approved by Jiang Chun, Qi was not an ordinary person who could be trifled with. Everyone looked at Qi strangely. They did not know where he came from. Just as everyone was puzzled, the Wanshou Taoism disciple shouted again. His Holiness of the Great Yin Heaven Dynasty in the world of the living has arrived. A loud cry rang out, and everyone turned their gazes toward that direction in unison. After all, Qi was a famous person in the world of the living. Qi was pulled by 9 fire phoenixes and slowly landed on the square of the premier hall. The 9 phoenixes were vast and majestic. This was the style of His Holiness of the Great Yin Heaven Dynasty. Although there were not many followers, just these 9 phoenixes were better than everyone's carriage. Screech! Screech! The 9 phoenixes cried in unison, and the curtains of the carriage slowly opened. She was wearing a fiery red dragon robe as she slowly stepped down from the carriage. Only the elite guard followed behind her. "Sister, there are so many people." The elite guard was pleasantly surprised. 9 phoenixes, go back," she said lightly. Screech! Screech! The 9 phoenixes cried in unison and quickly flew away from the square of the premier hall, leaving only Chi and the elite guard. The elite guard had the appearance of a middle-aged woman, but she had the appearance of Zhu Qiqi. However, when she called Chi's sister, everyone immediately understood her identity. Jiang Chen looked at Chi, and Chi also looked at Chi. Both of them had a sense of scrutiny in their eyes. Chi looked at everyone and finally focused her gaze on Jiang Chen, and Chi. The two of them had already sat on the left and right of the first row. Although Chi did not know Chi, she had no intention of snatching his seat. Instead, she slowly walked towards Jiang Chen and walked to the second seat on the left. She slowly sat down. She sat down. In the eyes of everyone, it was natural. She was His Holiness of the Great Yin Heaven Dynasty. Moreover, she had defeated Empress Ji not long ago. If she was not qualified to sit, who would sit? She sat on the second seat on the left. The elite guard looked and wanted to sit on the third seat so that he could lean on his sister. "Elite guard, stand behind me," she said lightly. Oh. The elite guard was reluctant, but he still stood behind Chi. The elite guard could not see it, but Chi saw it clearly. The 6 abrupt thrones here were not as simple as seats. These 6 thrones were actually 6 vortexes. These were the seats that all the leaders of the major powers in the world fought for. Yuanshi Tianzuan placed these 6 thrones. Although no one knew what his motive was, in the end, Yuanshi Tianzuan would only treat the 6 people who sat on the thrones as equals. The others did not even have the right to sit. Chi could sit, but the elite guard did not have a right to sit. Even if he sat down, he would not be at peace. Something would definitely happen later. Chi's attitude also made everyone sensitive and felt the tension in the atmosphere. There were 3 more seats? Who had the right to sit? At this moment, at the Tongtian Peak, Gu Hai and Chi finished their conversation. They walked out of the Tongtian Hall together with Lin Wanner. "Many people have already arrived? Let's go over first." Gu Hai smiled and said, "Mm." Lin Wanner nodded. Gu Hai, Lin Wanner, and Chi flew towards the entrance of the Yuanshi Hall. The 4-sword cultivator disciples that Chi had just accepted remained in the Tongtian Hall to cultivate in seclusion. The Dehan's His Holiness has arrived. The Wansho Taoism disciples immediately shouted. Everyone's expression became serious as they looked at the Dehan's His Holiness, who had been in the limelight recently. Gu Hai only brought 2 people. "No, that's the head of the Tongtian branch. Chi? The other one is Fairy Wana?" "No, it's the head of the Taishang branch, Lin Wanner." The 3 main branches of the Wansho Taoism were the Yuanshi Tianzuan, the Taishang, and the Tongtian. Now, the heads of the 2 main branches were personally escorting Gu Hai here. Although it was just 3 people, in everyone's eyes, it was even more ostentatious than the 9 Phoenix carriage. "Wanner, stand behind me later," Gu Hai whispered to Lin Wanner. Lin Wanner nodded. Chapter 1171. Square of the Primeval Hall. Gu Hai walked over, and Zhui walked to the entrance of the Primeval Hall. Gu Hai brought Lin Wan, and slowly walked to the few thrones. Jiang Chen, Zhui, and Zhui had already sat down. Gu Hai looked around at the 3 of them and smiled at them. Zhui nodded. Jiang Chen raised his cup and smiled. Zhui thought for a while and finally nodded with a smile. Jiang Chen and Zhui sat on the first seats in the left and right rows. Gu Hai did not argue with them. Instead, he walked to the second seat on the right and slowly sat down. Lin Wan stood behind Gu Hai. Phew, Gu Hai sat down. The leaders of the surrounding forces were in an uproar. However, the commotion only lasted for a moment before it calmed down. After all, Gu Hai had caused too much of a commotion over the years. Who didn't know about Gu Hai's ability? Among his subordinates, there were a large number of perfected powerhouses in the Heavenly Palace. As the Lord of the Heavenly Empire, he sat on one of the thrones. It could be said that he deserved it. Apart from the Wanshou Taoism, the three strongest people in the Yang realm seemed to have sat down. The leader of the Jiuyin sect came from the netherworld, Zhui. Now, there were only 2 seats left, the third seat on the left and the third seat on the right. As a result, the hearts of the leaders of the forces became active. Perhaps they were also qualified to sit down? Just as a few leaders were eager to try, a discordant voice suddenly sounded again. The Lord of the heavenly demon, holy land of the netherworld, has arrived. The disciple of the Wanshou Taoism shouted, and everyone immediately turned their heads. The Lord of the heavenly demon, holy land? The vast freedom, heavenly demon? The powerhouse who originally wanted to sit on the throne immediately froze and stopped in his tracks. A gust of black wind covered the sky and earth, rolling over as if it was the end of the world. Boom! The black wind converged in the center of the square and immediately disappeared. In the center of the square, 3 figures suddenly appeared. The leader was a man wearing a black and white striped robe. The man had thick eyebrows and big eyes, and the wrinkles on his forehead formed the word Wang. As he stepped onto the plaza, a natural might surged out. His face was like a ferocious tiger pouncing overflowing with ferocity. The vast freedom, heavenly demon, the white tiger sovereign, many people's eyelids twitched. This was the first time they saw the true face of the vast freedom, heavenly demon. Behind him were Scorpio and Wushang demon. The 2 of them glanced at the leaders of the various forces and smiled disdainfully. The vast freedom, heavenly demon looked at the few thrones here. It was obvious that this was for those who were qualified to sit, while those who were not could only stand. First on the left, Jiangchun. White Tiger looked at Jiangchun with a gloomy expression. Jiangchun, it's been so many years since we last met, and you've appeared again? The vast freedom, heavenly demon said coldly. Yes, I've appeared again. Don't tell me you still want to spar with me? Jiangchun smiled. If I will. We'll settle our past debts slowly. The vast freedom, heavenly demon's face turned cold. Jiangchun used to be the commander of the sorcerer tribe, and the vast freedom, heavenly demon was one of the 4 commanders of the demon tribe. Although the war between the sorcerer tribe and the demon tribe had ended, this hatred was not over yet. However, the vast freedom, heavenly demon knew that it would be difficult to determine the victor, so he did not argue with him. After looking at the thrones, the vast freedom, heavenly demon suddenly saw Chi was sitting on the first row on the right, drinking wine. That seat was on the same level as Jiangchun. Jiangchun used to be the commander of the sorcerer tribe, and he was the commander of the demon tribe. He should be on the same level as Jiangchun. Where did this brat come from? How dare he sit on the first row on the right? The vast freedom, heavenly demon did not speak. Wushang demon understood and walked up to him. Brat, get lost. This is not a place for you to sit. Wushang demon shouted coldly at Wushang demon was an expert who was close to the great circle of the gods. Moreover, his poison arts were powerful and his strength was monstrous. How could Qi block him? Everyone around them fell silent. Even Gu Hai, Jiangchun, and Qi looked over with interest. The 4 people behind Qi seemed to be very polite. They did not step forward. What did you just say? Qi asked calmly. I said, this is not a place for you to sit. Get lost. Otherwise, don't blame me for not showing you any mercy. Wushang demon said coldly. Blind your dog eyes. Zhao swirled the wine glass in his hand as a cold light flashed in his eyes. How dare you? Wushang demon was enraged. Everyone around them was shocked. Wasn't Qi the leader of a middle sect? Was he provoking Wushang demon? Or was he challenging the heavenly demon holy ground? Blind your dog eyes? This was obviously a slap to Wushang demon's face. Was he tired of living? Even Scorpio looked at Qi as if he was looking at a dead person. However, Wushang demon did not make a move. Instead, he stood there strangely. Buzz! The shadow of the great path appeared behind him. Wushang demon channeled the power of the great path into his body. However, this power dissipated quickly, and the shadow of the great path also slowly disappeared. Wushang demon seemed to be very anxious. Third brother, what's wrong with you? Scorpio looked at Wu Shang Demon in shock. The vast freedom heavenly demon also showed a trace of doubt. Wu Shang Demon was a little strange today. Impossible, impossible, I can't see. Master, my eyes can't see. Wu Shang Demon shouted in shock. Can't see? Everyone was slightly stunned. How did this Wu Shang Demon become blind so strangely? Sister, his dog eyes are really blind. Is he really blind? The Jingwei suddenly shouted in shock. When the Jingwei shouted, the vast freedom heavenly demon frowned and looked at the Jingwei. When he saw the Jingwei's appearance, the vast freedom heavenly demon's expression changed. Wasn't this Zhu Qiqi's body? Master, my eyes are blind. Just now, I channeled the power of the Great Path to repair them. However, I can't repair them. I can't see. Wu Shang Demon said in shock. It's you. You did something? Scorpio suddenly looked at Qi angrily. Qi turned the wine cup in his hand and stared at Scorpio with a meaningful smile. However, this smile made Scorpio's hair stand on end. After all, Wu Shang Demon was blind before. He didn't want to be blind too. He didn't dare to be presumptuous anymore. The vast freedom heavenly demon touched Wu Shang Demon's body and checked carefully. He found that Wu Shang Demon wasn't injured, but he couldn't see. Who are you? Why did you hurt my people? The vast freedom heavenly demon said coldly. Netherworld, southern border, Jiuyin sect. I am Qi. As for him, that's his own blind dog eyes. Who can he blame? Qi said coolly. Was that the art of cursing just now? Divine scripture spirits of longevity and divine cultivation. Curses are the most important part of the divine cultivation of the demon race. In the past, Crown Prince Luya of the Solar Divine Palace knew the Nailhead 7-Arrow book, which can curse a person to death. Some of the demon race know how to curse, and the witch race also has a branch of divine cultivation that knows how to curse. Are you a demon or a witch? Qi didn't answer directly. Instead, he leaned on the throne slowly and said confidently, Bai Zizai, if you want to know who I am, you have to cure his eyes first. How dare you? Didn't I just fall for your demonic art? I can still kill you even without my eyes. Wu Shang Demon shouted angrily. As he spoke, Wu Shang Demon stretched out his right hand as if he was going to cut Qi in half. Is it not enough to teach you a lesson? What about your broken dog paw? Qi said indifferently. Crack. Wu Shang Demon's right hand suddenly made a sound of bone breaking. Then it drooped down strangely. Broken dog paw? No one saw how it broke. How did it break so inexplicably? The experts who questioned Qi earlier all opened their mouths wide. Where did this monster come from? How'd he do it? Was it a curse? Whatever he said came true. Didn't that mean he could kill his opponent with just his mouth? Wu Shang Demon held his broken right arm and took a step back in pain. At this moment, he didn't dare to show off anymore. Whatever Qi Yu said came true. Just now, he only said that his dog paw was broken. If he said that his dog neck was broken, then wouldn't he? Wu Shang Demon felt a chill in his heart. Scorpio, who was beside him, also didn't have any intention of appearing. Where did this monster come from? Not far away. Jiang Qin looked at Qi's two curses and thought. Jingwei and Lin Wan Er had already opened their eyes wide. As for Gu Hai and Qi, when they looked at Qi, they were exceptionally solemn. I smiled at the celestial devil, which made him feel very uncomfortable. Just based on the two curses just now, Qi was sitting first on the right. No one was dissatisfied. The vast freedom heavenly devil was also filled with doubts, because he couldn't see through Qi at all. Good. I will break Wu Shang's curse. When the time comes, I will find you to teach me. Oomph. Freedom Demon snorted coldly. At this moment, Freedom Demon had lost a lot of face, but he didn't explode now. In the past, when he was defeated in the War of the Witches and Demons, he could still drag out an ignoble existence, let alone now. Freedom Demon was very depressed. He could only give up on the first seat on the right. The second seat on the left, and right where Gu Hai and Qi at the beginning, Freedom Demon still had the intention to compete with the two. But now, he didn't want to compete anymore. He walked to the third seat on the right. Phew! The great Freedom Heavenly Devil sat down. No one objected. Even though Heavenly Demon Wu Shang had been cursed twice earlier on, Vast Freedom, Heavenly Demon, had not done anything yet. As the leader of the Holy Land, he had the right to sit here. Only Freedom Demon knew that he couldn't break Wu Shang Demon's curse because he was at a disadvantage. So, although there was resentment, everyone was convinced. In this way, only the last seat on the left was left. The leaders of the various forces were tempted again. The master of the East Spirit Fire Sea of the Netherworld has arrived. Another loud shout was heard. The leaders of the various forces were slightly stunned. Another from the Netherworld, the East Spirit Fire Sea only has a group of divine generals, right? The East Spirit Fire Sea is unified. Many leaders of the various forces were surprised. Chi, however, frowned and looked at Gu Hai. Vermilion Bird Supreme, a total of 7. Another 6 have been revived. Gu Hai explained to Chi. Chi's face fell. The surprised voices in the surroundings stopped abruptly as everyone looked at Gu Hai in shock. What did Gu Hai say? Vermilion Bird Supreme? Boom! 2 fireballs descended from the skies, bringing with them a surging heat wave. All the leaders of the various forces felt a chill in their hearts. That was because they could feel a heavenly might pressing down on them from this heat wave. Any one of them had an aura that could crush them. Chapter 1172. Bam! When the fire dispersed, 2 men in red robes appeared. Their eyes were cold as they scanned the group of great emperors and sect leaders with disdain. Then, the 2 of them looked at the 6 seats. Oh, Zhu Erji, Zhu Lulu, you're not dead yet. Jiang Chun suddenly sneered. Humph, Jiang Chun, aren't you not dead yet? One of the men in red robes said coldly. Zhu Lulu, are you still as hot-tempered as before? However, it seems that old man 30 is still alive. You have remnants of his aura on you. Huh. Jiang Chen's voice was cold. Everyone could hear the hostility in Jiang Chen's voice when he mentioned 30. My master is definitely still alive and well. How can a clown like you be compared to him? Humph. Zhu Lulu said coldly. Jiang Chen sneered. Bai Zizai, are you getting worse and worse? Why are you sitting at the last seat? Huh. The other Zhu Erji looked at Vast Freedom Demon and sneered. Are you guys still so arrogant and condescending? Forget it. I should have gotten used to it. This is not the place to catch up. After the meeting, we will find a place to talk. There is still 1 seat left. Sit down first. Vast Freedom Demon said in a deep voice. The 2 of them looked at Jiang Chun and Vast Freedom Demon coldly before looking at the others. Little sister, Zhu Yoyo's expression changed suddenly. Zhu Erji turned to look at Jingwei. Jingwei's expression changed, and he leaned behind Jingwei. So, it was you. Little sister died. Because of you. Zhu Lulu was instantly furious. It was as though he was going to tear Jingwei apart. You are really persistent. Jingwei's expression was cold as he stood up from his throne. Suddenly, red clouds appeared above his head. The eye of heaven opened instantly. Whoosh! An aura of heaven's might rushed towards everyone, causing everyone's hearts to tremble, and they had the urge to kneel down. Who, not far away, Bai waved his hand, and countless chi soared into the sky, blocking the suppression of the eye of heaven for everyone. Of course, it was only blocking the suppression for ordinary people. The eye of heaven suppression of the Vermilion Bird Paragon did not weaken in the slightest. When Zhu Erji and Zhu Lulu saw their enemy, their eyes turned red and they were about to attack. Buzz! However, at this moment, the 2 of them trembled, causing the 2 of them to instantly sober up. Before we left, Big Brother set up a warning system in our bodies. Once we become enraged, it will wake us up. Zhu Erji's face darkened. Big Brother's warning? But second brother, the person who killed Chi-Chi, is right here. Are we going to let him go just like that? Zhu Lulu looked indignant. Zhu Erji fell silent. Also, that's Chi-Chi's corpse. Second brother, are we just going to ignore it? It's fine if we don't meet the enemy, but the enemy is right in front of us. Are we just going to watch and do nothing? Zhu Lulu shouted again. Zhu Erji's eyelids twitched violently. Although he had his master's orders and Big Brother's warning, the enemy was right in front of him. Could he just ignore it? Zhu Erji also had the intention to kill. Even if the eye of heaven was in the sky, he would kill this woman today. The two of them seemed to have made up their minds to kill Bai immediately. However, at this moment, a voice came from behind. Zhu Qiqi's soul was killed by me. Are you looking for the wrong person? Gu Hai's voice came faintly from behind the two of them. Huh? The two of them suddenly turned their heads and looked at Gu Hai, who was sitting in the second seat from the right. The leaders of the various forces had already retreated to the side. The aura emitted by Zhu Erji and Zhu Lulu was so terrifying that it made everyone tremble. If it wasn't for Bai protecting everyone, they would have already lost their composure. Many people already believed that they were the supreme vermilion bird. Just as everyone was wondering if Bai could stop the two supreme vermilion birds, Gu Hai suddenly interjected. Moreover, he instantly attracted the hatred of the two supreme vermilion birds. Even Jiang Chun and Bai looked at Gu Hai curiously. Was Gu Hai crazy? You? Zhu Erji's face turned cold. What? You don't believe me? Gu Hai smiled coldly. Gu Hai, thank you for your kindness. Jingwei took Zhu Qiqi's vermilion bird body. This matter has to be solved sooner or later. Let me do it. Bai solemnly said. Bai, what are you saying? Wasn't I the one who destroyed Zhu Qiqi's soul? Gu Hai shook his head. Gu Hai and Bai were fighting to pull the hatred of the two supreme vermilion birds to him. Did they really think that they were decorations? Zhu Erji and Zhu Yoyo's eyes turned cold. Brat, judging from your aura, you haven't even reached the peak of Heavenly Palace. How could you kill Qiqi? Zhu Lulu said coldly. Gu Hai smiled coldly and twisted his head. Rumble. A vast dark cloud instantly gathered in the sky. Then, it separated from the middle. Boom! A black pupil of the Eye of Heaven suddenly appeared. The moment Gu Hai's Eye of Heaven appeared, a powerful aura pressed down on everyone once more, surging towards them. Plop! Even with Bai protecting everyone, there were still people who couldn't withstand the pressure of the two Eyes of Heaven and immediately knelt down. Cultivation? Cultivation had become extremely laughable now. So what if they were at the peak of Heavenly Palace? Under the suppression of the Eye of Heaven, everything was a piece of cake. Vast Freedom, Heavenly Demon's face was gloomy. On the opposite side, Jiang Qin's expression changed slightly. A trace of satisfaction flashed in his eyes, and then he looked at Bai. Even with the pressure of the two Eyes of Heaven, Bai was still drinking his wine and looking at everyone calmly. Eye of Heaven, this is my master's power. Master left this world and left his power behind. You two rascals have obtained it? Very well, then let us see how much you have. Zhu Erji sneered. As he spoke, Zhu Erji suddenly pounced on Bai, and Zhu Lulu suddenly pounced on Gu Hai. Bai and Gu Hai's eyes turned cold. The two Eyes of Heaven instantly shot down a beam of light. Boom! The terrifying light of destruction tore through the void and rushed down. The square of the Premier Palace was about to shatter. However, at this moment, a purple light gushed out from the tightly shut Premier Palace. Immediately, the surrounding void became countless times more solid. Except for the battlefield, the other places became stable. Secmaster made a move. I looked at the Premier Palace in surprise. It was obvious that Yuanshi Tianzuan was protecting the four sides of the hall, allowing Vermilion Bird Supreme, Gu Hai, and Bai to fight. Hong! With a loud bang, the light of Bai's Eye of Heaven shot down and hit Zhu Erji's body. Zhu Erji suddenly trembled, and his clothes instantly exploded. Without using the power of the Great Tao, Zhu Erji instantly suffered a great loss. If it wasn't for the seven-colored light on the surface of his body, he would have been seriously injured in that instant. The power of 30 to protect the body? Oomph. Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes. Obviously, the seven-color power that protected Zhu Erji just now was the power of 30 in Zhu Erji's body. Zhu Erji quivered. That was close. He shouldn't have been careless. The Eye of Heaven was the power of Master. Why didn't he use his full strength just now? On the other side, Zhu Lulu didn't make a loud sound. This was because Gu Hai's Eye of Heaven was even more strange. It didn't attack the physical body, but the soul. Bang! With a muffled sound, Zhu Lulu suddenly froze in place. Not far from his body, a fiery red soul flashed out. Like Zhu Qiqi in the past, his soul was blasted out of his body. What? Zhu Liuliu's expression changed. Zhu Erji also quivered and immediately waved his hand. Whoosh! It helped Zhu Liuliu's body and soul quickly recover. That was close. The soul was the weakest when it left the body just now. After the soul and body merged, Zhu Lulu turned and looked at Gu Hai fiercely. It was you. You killed Chi-Chi just like that? You want to do it again? Next time, you won't be so lucky, Gu Hai said with a cold gaze. Lucky? Humph, I was just careless just now. Your god-destroying light is powerful, but what about its speed? If I wasn't careless, your god-destroying light wouldn't have been able to touch me at all. Because you're too slow. Again? Watch me tear you apart and avenge Chi-Chi. Zhu Lulu revealed a ferocious expression and pounced on Gu Hai again. Whoosh! Sure enough, the speed of the pouncing was too fast this time. In almost an instant, he was in front of Gu Hai. The speed of a peak god wasn't something Gu Hai could compare to. The Eye of Heaven was affected by Gu Hai's cultivation, so its speed wasn't fast enough. Back then, he was able to kill Zhu Chi-Chi because Ho restrained Zhu Chi-Chi. Now, Zhu Lulu was in front of Gu Hai in an instant. The Eye of Heaven couldn't catch him in time. Everyone's expression changed, thinking that Gu Hai was in trouble. Ho's expression sank. Immediately, his Eye of Heaven shot a red light at Zhu Lulu. You want to save him? It's too late. Zhu Erji instantly blocked in front of Ho. Zhu Erji didn't dare to be careless at this moment. He immediately mobilized the power of the Great Tao. 3 illusory figures of the Great Tao appeared behind him, gathering endless power in his fist, and brazenly struck Ho's god-destroying light. Boom! Zhu Erji was hit by the god-destroying light again, but in the end, he managed to block the god-destroying light. Although he staggered, it was enough. In that short period of time, Zhu Lulu was enough to smash Gu Hai flat. The vast freedom heavenly demon, Jiang Chun, and Ho all narrowed their eyes at Gu Hai. Zhu Liuliu's fist was indeed boundless. It was as if the heavens were attacking, and Gu Hai was about to be smashed flat. However, at this moment, Gu Hai narrowed his eyes and extended his right index finger, pointing at Zhu Liuliu's fist. Axe intent, Jiang Chun revealed a trace of doubt. Boom! With a loud sound, the entire Wanshou Taoism shook violently. A large amount of debris flew into the air, creating billowing smoke and dust. In the smoke and dust, Gu Hai maintained his original position. His right index finger was still in its original position, but Zhu Lulu was sent flying by this finger. He flew for a distance of 1,000 feet before suddenly stopping. His robes were all blown up. There were also many cracks on his body. Zhu Lulu looked at his fist like a fool. There was a huge crack on his fist, as if it was cut open by a sharp weapon. No, how could this be? Zhu Lulu couldn't believe it. In the smoke and dust, Gu Hai didn't even move a single hair on his head. How could he send him flying with just a finger? This is impossible. I'm at the perfection stage of the gods, and he hasn't even reached the perfection stage of the heavenly palace. The surrounding people were already looking at Gu Hai in shock. A finger? Only Gu Hai understood that if it wasn't for the help of the Pangu axe, he would have been humiliated today. Chapter 1173. The 2 eyes of heaven in the sky disappeared. Detecting Zhu Erji's strength, you felt that there was no need to use the eyes of heaven. Gu Hai's eyes of heaven consumed too much energy, and Gu Hai did not want to use it anymore. But in the eyes of others, this was not the case at all. A large number of stone slabs in the square of the premier palace exploded, and smoke and dust rose everywhere. However, the smoke and dust could not block everyone's sight. In the eyes of everyone, Gu Hai was still standing in the same place. That right index finger of his extended right hand was still peacefully stopped in midair, as if he had done a small thing like crushing an ant. Zhu Lulu, that seemingly very powerful vermilion bird supreme, was defeated in an instant. The countless injuries on his body and the huge crack on his fist all showed that he was defeated miserably. After all, the opposite Gu Hai did not even move his hair. The difference was obvious. The stronger one was, the more they understood the power of Gu Hai's finger. Lin Wanner was just happy. The elite guards' eyes had long popped out of their sockets. When did Gu Hai become so exaggerated? He did not seem to be so strong last time, right? That Zhu Lulu was at the peak of the gods. He was defeated with one finger? You looked at Gu Hai, and his eyes narrowed. But Zhu Lulu and Zhu Erji's hearts were set off by stormy waves. This was their enemy? If not for the protection of a strength of 30 just now, Zhu Erji would definitely have been injured even more badly. No wonder Master did not allow revenge. Not far away, Jiang Chun narrowed his eyes slightly, as if deep in thought. Sky-splitting axe? Impossible, wasn't Sky-splitting axe destroyed long ago? You looked at Gu Hai, but was slightly puzzled, because you could see that Gu Hai was only at the 8th level of the Celestial Palace. This was definitely not wrong. But with this strength, how could he defeat Zhu Lulu in an instant? I don't want blood to stain the primeval palace. If you want revenge, come to me, the limitless celestial capital. I'll be waiting for you. Gu Hai said solemnly. Humph. Zhu Liu's expression was ferocious, as if he was still unconvinced. Old Six, stop, Zhu Erji suddenly said. Second brother, I can't take this lying down. Chi-Chi was killed by him. Can't I take revenge? I was too greedy just now. It must have been some kind of sneak attack by him. I don't believe that I would lose so miserably. He hasn't reached the peak of the Celestial Palace yet. I have the confidence to kill him. Zhu Lulu shouted again. Have you forgotten Big Brother's words? Zhu Erji shouted. Zhu Lulu was in a rage and had somewhat lost his rationality. However, Zhu Erji could still clearly see that the Gu Hai in front of him was not as weak and easily bullied as he looked. If they continued to fight, they might not be able to gain an advantage. Big Brother? Big Brother doesn't know the situation. Zhu Lulu was still unwilling to admit defeat. What about Master? Are you not going to listen to him? Zhu Erji shouted again. Zhu Liu's expression suddenly froze. Clearly, 30 was the most frightening. Humph, you got off easy. Zhu Lulu looked at Gu Hai with a hint of unwillingness. Huh. Gu Hai revealed a cold smile, but he ignored Zhu Lulu. With a wave of his dragon robe, Gu Hai calmly sat down again. Gu Hai's one finger had already established his authority and strength in this place. No one dared to criticize him anymore. Zhu Erji was also very angry, but he had to suppress his anger at this moment. Today, he came here for a more important matter, which was to investigate the current situation of the world. Zhu Erji looked coldly at Zhuo again, a trace of unwillingness in his eyes. However, his hatred for Zhuo was not as much as his hatred for Gu Hai. Zhuo's Eye of Heaven just now had already proved his strength, so Zhu Erji did not compete with him anymore. There was only one seat left. Zhu Erji felt uncomfortable as he slowly sat down on the last seat on the left. At this point, all 6 seats were filled. At this moment, the leaders of the surrounding forces no longer thought of fighting for a seat. They had thought that the great perfection of Heavenly Palace was already the top existence in the world, but now a group of great perfection gods had taught everyone a good lesson. The strength that they thought was very strong was just a joke in the eyes of the group of people on the seats. The seats on the left were Jiang Chun, Zhuo, and Zhu Erji. The seats on the right were Zhuo, Gu Hai, and Bai Zizai. All 6 seats were filled, but Zhu Lulu had not sat down yet. He touched the wounds on his body. The Vermilion Bird tribe had an extraordinary talent in self-healing, and all the wounds disappeared in the blink of an eye. The wounds disappeared, and with a shake of his body, his tattered clothes were replaced by a new red robe in the blink of an eye. However, there was no seat left. Do I have to stand behind second brother like them? Although the 7 supremes of the Vermilion Bird tribe had different seniority, they were all proud masters. Do I have to stand like those great emperors and sect leaders? What a joke! Those people were just trash. Do I have to be on the same level as them? Zhu Lulu was naturally unwilling. There were a total of 6 seats, and Zhu Lulu naturally would not let the Wanshou Taoism give him an extra seat, nor would he take out a seat for himself. He could only compete. Jiang Chun, his master had told him not to compete with him. Zhuo Guhai, obviously he could not compete. Bai Zizai, they could be considered old acquaintances, and there was no need to compete over a seat. Then, it could only be the first seed on the left. Zhu Yoyo's gaze shifted to Joie. "Kid, what's your name?" Zhu Lulu suddenly asked Joie coldly. The surrounding people were slightly stunned. Was Zhu Lulu a professional troublemaker? Was he looking for trouble with Joie again? Everyone had seen Joie's methods before, and they naturally knew that he was not a person to be trifled with. How could he be weak if he could be on equal footing with Jiangchen? Netherworld, Nanjiang, Join's sect leader. "My name is Joie," Joie said with a smile. Yu's attitude was similar to Jiangchen's. He was very kind and didn't put on airs. Perhaps at their level, they didn't care about pomp and circumstance. Sometimes they were kind and amiable, but more often than not, it was to satisfy their lonely hearts. Because of this, they felt like they were still human. Zhu Lulu frowned slightly. Zhu Erji, who was not far away, kept searching for this name in his mind. Although he had only been resurrected for 5 days, he had gathered some information in these 5 days. Divine General Netherflame's report was one thing, and there were also experts who had gathered information from all over the world. However, the information that he had gathered did not include this Joie. Zhu Erji originally wanted to stop Old Six from causing trouble, but after thinking about it, he did not do so in the end. "Joie, all right, get out of your seat, and I will spare your life," Zhu Lulu said coldly. Zhu Lulu was still angry, and he was still immersed in his ancient achievements. In ancient times, he was the supreme vermilion bird, one of the strongest people in the world, other than his master, who could make him lower his head. Therefore, even though he did not know Zhu's background, he was still very confident in telling him to get out. However, Zhu put down his wine cup and laughed. "Spare my life? I'm curious. How are you going to kill me? With your vermilion bird divine fire?" Zhu sized up Zhu Lulu with a smile. "You know about the vermilion bird divine fire?" Zhu Yoyo's face suddenly darkened. Most people only knew that the vermilion bird could use the Nanmingli fire, but very few people knew about the vermilion bird divine fire. Is this a very secretive matter? Isn't the vermilion bird divine fire modified by the sun heart flame drawn from the center of the sun? You can use the vermilion bird divine fire wherever the sun is, Zhu said with a smile. Zhu Yoyo's face changed. This was a secret of the vermilion bird tribe. "Kid, how did you know? Quickly say it. Otherwise, I'll make you beg for life and beg for death," Zhu Lulu said in a cold voice. "You just came from the netherworld, and you haven't extracted the sun heart flame from the sun of the world of the living, right? In other words, you can't use the vermilion bird divine fire. It seems that I worried too much." Zhu shook his head. You know quite a lot, but what can you do? The sun is in the sky, and I can have as much sun heart flame as I want. Get out of the seat now, or I will let you know the power of the sun heart flame," Zhu Lulu said coldly. Zhu smiled and gently raised a cup of wine. "Then you can try it. My cup of wine is a little cold." Ha! There's still some people who don't know what's good for them. They know the power of my vermilion bird divine fire, but they still dare to talk nonsense. Fine, I will let you know the power of the vermilion bird divine fire. Also, Guhai, I was ambushed by you just now because I didn't use the vermilion bird divine fire. This time, you can taste my vermilion bird divine fire together with him," Zhu Lulu said coldly. Screech. With the cry of the vermilion bird, a shadow of the great path suddenly appeared behind Zhu Lulu, and the great path rushed toward the sun. Rumble. Above the sun, rolling golden flames suddenly appeared and rushed downward. The golden flames were still high in the sky, but everyone in the square of the primeval palace felt a terrifying heat. Zhu's eyes narrowed, because the flame that he received the baptism not long ago was the sun heart flame. He naturally knew the power of the sun heart flame. That was the essence of the flames and the sun, and only his fire zombie ancestor could withstand it. He originally thought that no one in the world could use it except for him. He didn't expect that the vermilion bird could. The legend is true. The vermilion bird was born from the center of the sun. Zhu's face was gloomy. The rolling sun heart flame rushed down from the sun like a waterfall, and the square of the primeval palace below was about to melt. But at this moment, Zhu raised his wine cup to the sky. Rumble. The huge sun heart flame instantly poured into Zhuo's wine cup. It condensed into a golden brilliance, burning fiercely in the wine cup. The surrounding temperature suddenly dropped. What? Impossible other than my Vermilion Bird clan. Who can use the sun heart flame? Zhu Yoyo's face changed drastically. Zhuo raised his wine cup and took a sip. A faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Not bad. The taste is even better. This pleasant scene made Zhu Lulu so angry that his lungs were about to explode. I want you to boil wine. I want you to boil wine. Sun heart flame, as I wish. I want the 1,000 Zhang heart flame to burn him to death. Zhu Lulu roared. Zhuo frowned. It is not easy for the sun heart flame to be born in the sun. A strand a year, a handful in 10 years, 100 Zhang, 1,000 Zhang? That is 100,000 years of accumulation. If you don't know how to cherish it, you don't deserve to use it. What did you say? Ha ha ha, you're scared, right? Since the war of the liches and demons, other than my Vermilion Bird clan, no one is not afraid of the sun heart flame. I think you don't know. Zhu Lulu sneered. I have never been afraid. Jiang Chun, who was not far away, said indifferently. Zhu Lulu was exasperated. Damn it. Why are you interrupting? I just boasted, and you were slapping my face? Jiang Chun doesn't count. He is a freak. Other than my Vermilion Bird clan and Jiang Chun, no one is not afraid of the sun heart flame. Burn him to death. Zhu Lulu roared. Boom. Once again, the rolling sun heart flame descended from the sky, surging toward Zhuo and Gu Hai. Zhuo raised his head and looked at the sun. Sun, since it doesn't cherish your accumulation, then don't let it use the sun heart flame anymore. Ha! If you talk to the sun, will the sun respond to you? Zhu Lulu mocked. Boom! Suddenly, a huge mouth opened above the sun and sucked fiercely. The surging sun heart flame was sucked back. Zhu Lulu! This was strange. The sun really listened to him? How is this possible? Impossible. Sun heart flame, follow my command. Release. Zhu Lulu roared gloomily. Silence. The sun was silent, and not a single trace of the sun heart flame fell. It seemed like it was really ignoring Zhu Lulu. Zhu Lulu. Chapter 1174. Yuanshi Palace Square. By Zizai. Gu Hai, Zhuai, Zhu Erji, and Jiang Chun were all stunned. Zhuai's methods were too strange. Another curse? How could he curse the sun? Where did he come from? The leaders of the other forces had long since fallen silent. They silently watched the group of peak experts battle, and a sense of dejection rose in their hearts. In front of this group of monsters, it was as if they had never cultivated before. How can this be? Zhu Lulu was even more dumbfounded. You asked the sun to ignore me, and it really ignored me? You gave birth to the sun? Impossible. Only the Vermilion Bird tribe can use the sun heart flame. How can you cut off my connection with the sun heart flame? Zhu Lulu looked at Shuai gloomily. However, at this moment, Zhu Lulu did not dare to underestimate Shuai anymore. Who said so? His Holiness from Great Yin, behind, you can also use the sun heart flame. I heard that not long ago. He even used the sun heart flame to transform into the zombie ancestor. Zhuai smiled at Zhuai. Zhuai frowned slightly, but did not refute. Zhu Lulu turned to look at Zhuai, then back at Zhuai. Unlike when he fought against Gu Hai, Zhuai almost never attacked Zhu Lulu. However, his casual attacks made Zhu Lulu feel powerless. Gu Hai defeated him because Gu Hai used his strength. However, Zhuai used the strength of the Vermilion Bird tribe. Using your weakness to defeat you and using your strength to defeat you were two completely different concepts. Sixth brother, that's enough. Stop fooling around and stand behind me. Zhu Erji called out from nearby. Zhu Lulu knew that if he continued to fight Zhuai, he would only be humiliating himself. However, he was on the same level as the other emperors. How could Zhu Lulu be willing to do that? He looked around at the 6 thrones. You, Jiang Chun, Gu Hai, and you, he didn't seem to have a chance of winning. As for Bai Zizai and Zhu Erji, it was inconvenient for him to make a move. But was he just going to stand there like a fool? How could Zhu Lulu be willing? You want show Taoism. Would it kill you to prepare another throne? Quang. However, at this moment, the door of the premier palace suddenly opened. You immediately bowed to the entrance of the hall. All of the longevity Taoist disciples also bowed to the entrance of the hall. It was obvious that Yuanshi Tianzuan was coming out. Everyone's expression turned solemn as they looked at the entrance of the primeval hall. Even Jiangshun and Yu put down their teacups and wine glasses. The faces of Gu Hai, Yu, Bai Zizai, and Zhu Erji darkened. Only Zhu Lulu stood awkwardly in the middle of the 6 thrones. At this moment, the silence made him look like a clown. Thump, 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 thump. The sound of footsteps came from the primeval hall like the beating of a drum. Yuanshi Tianzuan, dressed in white, slowly stepped out of the primeval hall. Every time his feet landed, the ground shook slightly as if he had hit the ground heavily. However, the floor was not damaged at all. Penetrating the earth's core, Yuanshi Tianzuan's strength has increased again. Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes. Yuanshi Tianzuan stepped out of the primeval hall slowly. His eyes were still cold. A small golden dragon was wrapped around his left arm. The dragon's head rested on the back of Yuanshi Tianzuan's left hand, breathing in and out wisps of golden mist. Pichu, Gu Hai, who was not far away, recognized the small golden dragon. Greetings, Yuanshi Tianzuan. The leaders of the various forces bowed slightly. Yuanshi Tianzuan's eyes were still cold as he looked around at the crowd. Then he looked at the 6 thrones. Although his eyes were cold and indifferent, there was still a hint of a different aura. Only the 6 people on the thrones were treated equally by Yuanshi Tianzuan. As for the people standing, Yuanshi Tianzuan had a condescending attitude. Being looked down upon by Yuanshi Tianzuan made Zhu Lulu unhappy. Why? I just came a little late and didn't get a seat. Yuanshi Tianzuan, right? Give me another seat. Zhu Lulu shouted. Gu Hai and Eugene had strange expressions. Was this Zhu Lulu a professional at finding fault? Was he pointing fingers at Yuanshi Tianzuan again? Yuanshi Tianzuan looked at Zhu Lulu, then turned his head away, ignoring him. He looked at Zhu Lulu as if he was looking at thin air. That indifferent attitude made Zhu Yoyo's hair stand on end. Just now, he had suffered at the hands of Gu Hai and Eugene, so Zhu Lulu was suppressing his anger. In front of him, Yuanshi Tianzuan still looked at him with indifference. Did he really think he was the same as that group of trash? Yuanshi Tianzuan, I said something, did you hear me? Zhu Lulu shouted coldly. He was provoking Yuanshi Tianzuan. Not far away, Zhu Erji's expression changed. He wanted to stop him, but it was too late. Yuanshi Tianzuan suddenly turned his head and looked at Zhu Lulu with cold eyes. Yuanshi Tianzuan was not as easy to talk to as you. His eyes were cold, which meant that he had the intention to kill. Boom! A loud noise was heard. Before the crowd realized what had happened, they saw that Zhu Lulu was sucked in front of Yuanshi Tianzuan and was strangled by Yuanshi Tianzuan. What? Everyone suddenly opened their eyes wide. What happened in that split second just now? In the blink of an eye, Zhu Lulu was subdued by Heavenly Lord Yuanshi. This sudden move made even Yu and Jiang Chen's expression sink. Obviously, Yuanshi Tianzuan's strength was out of their expectations. Stop, Yuanshi Tianzuan, what are you doing? Zhu Erji suddenly stood up from his throne in anger. Let go of me. Zhu Lulu said in horror. Not only were the eyes of the leaders dazzled, but even Zhu Lulu was also dazzled. In the next moment, Yuanshi Tianzuan grabbed his neck and sealed his strength. How is this possible? Let go of me. If you don't die, let go of me, otherwise my master. Zhu Lulu shouted and waved his hands. Yuanshi Tianzuan looked coldly at Zhu Lulu and said, In today's World Unification Conference, you are the one who made the most noise. Wanshou Taoism is not a place for you to play to the gallery. You have to pay the price for acting presumptuously here. Wait, Zhu Erji's expression changed. He seemed to hear the killing intent in Yuanshi Tianzuan's voice. However, everything happened too quickly. Zhu Lulu didn't even have time to beg for mercy. Crack! In front of everyone's shocked eyes, Zhu Yoyo's head was broken by Yuanshi Tianzuan. It wasn't the spine that was broken, but the skin, flesh, blood, and bones. In an instant, the head was separated from a body. broken in half. Zhu Yuliu's head, which was flying in the air, didn't expect Yuanshi Tianzuan to be so bold and so ruthless. Gasps could be heard all around. All the sect leaders and great emperors were shocked. Yuanshi Tianzuan's strength was too terrifying. Oh, there's a spiritual power in the head to protect the body? Yuanshi Tianzuan suddenly looked coldly at Zhu Yuliu's head. The head was cut off, but it didn't die. It just looked at Yuanshi Tianzuan in disbelief. Above the head, a seven-colored light shrouded Zhu Lulu, protecting him. That's the strength of 30, Jiang Chun, who was not far away, said in a deep voice. I don't care about the strength of 30. No one can save the person I want to kill. Yuanshi Tianzuan's eyes were cold. He reached out and clenched his fist. Whoosh! Zhu Yuliu's head and body seemed to be sucked into Yuanshi Tianzuan's palm by a huge suction force. How dare you? Zhu Erji punched in anger. 3 great Dao phantoms appeared behind him. The huge fist, which carried all the power of Zhu Erji, rushed over. However, Yuanshi Tianzuan had a fierce look on his face. His speed was faster. He clenched his fist. Crack! It seemed that all the bones in Zhu Yuliu's body were crushed. Even the seven-colored light was crushed when he crushed Zhu Yuliu's body. Even Lord of the Primordial Beginning's strength of 30 was completely crushed by a single palm strike. He clenched his fist and collided with Zhu Erji's palm. Boom! With a loud bang, Zhu Erji was blown away. He flew 100 feet away before he stopped. His clothes exploded again. His body was covered with countless wounds, and blood splattered everywhere. Zhu Erji looked at Yuanshi Tianzuan, who was not far away, in horror. How is this possible? How is this possible? Zhu Erji was at a loss. He was not Yuanshi Tianzuan's opponent, even with his full strength. He was the supreme vermilion bird. The supreme vermilion bird from ancient times? How ridiculous! Yuanshi Tianzuan showed a look of disdain. Jiang Chun, who was not far away, had his eyes lit up. Yuanshi Tianzuan's strength was what Jiang Chun needed. Seeing Yuanshi Tianzuan defeat Zhu Erji with one punch, Jiang Chun was even happier. Because the strength that Yuanshi Tianzuan displayed was only a small part of his full strength. He did not use the Eye of Heaven, the primeval banner, and the chaotic sword Qi. Sixth brother, what did you do to sixth brother? After Zhu Erji was severely injured, the first person he thought of was Zhu Lulu. Yuanshi Tianzuan slowly released his right palm. Walalala! From Yuanshi Tianzuan's palm, some powder was slowly sprinkled out. There was no flesh because the blood had evaporated instantly when it was crushed. Zhu Yuliu's body seemed to have been cremated. Only some ashes were left. The ashes were scattered on the ground, bringing out a cloud of smoke. Zhu Erji was shocked. Even though Zhu Lulu was careless and was restrained by Yuanshi Tianzuan, he should not have died so thoroughly. Even 30% of the force had been crushed. After scattering Zhu Yuliu's ashes, Yuanshi Tianzuan looked at Zhu Erji's throne. Clap! He gently clapped his hands. Bang! The throne exploded with a loud bang. Since you are standing, you don't need to sit, Yuanshi Tianzuan said coldly. Yuanshi Tianzuan removed a throne and a qualification to be treated as an equal. Zhu Erji, who was opposite him, trembled. He was also burning with anger. Sixth brother was also dead? How could he explain this to Big Brother and the others? Yuanshi Tianzuan looked at him coldly again. His eyes were motionless, as if he was looking at a dead thing. This indifferent attitude was only a little lighter than before he killed Zhu Lulu. However, it became colder and murderous at any time. Yuanshi Tianzuan, just you wait. I will teach you a lesson. My big brother will not let you go. My master will seek justice for today's humiliation. Zhu Erji shouted angrily. Zhu Erji turned around and flew away. He wanted to leave Wansho Taoism. Obviously, he did not dare to fight with Yuanshi Tianzuan again. He only dared to say a few words. However, these words made Yuanshi Tianzuan's eyes even colder. A murderous intent burst out in his eyes. Wansho Taoism is a place where you can come and go as you please. Yuanshi Tianzuan's eyes flashed coldly. Buzz! He saw that in the distant sky, in the direction where Zhu Error escaped, a vast purple cloud suddenly appeared in the sky. The purple cloud separated from the middle, and a purple eye of heaven was suddenly born. The purple eye of heaven's aura was much stronger than Guhai's and Ho's eye of heaven's. Boom! A purple beam of god-slaying light descended from the sky, heading straight for Zhu Error. What? No! Zhu Error let out a deafening roar. Boom! With a loud sound, Zhu Erji exploded into pieces. Like Zhu Lulu, he turned into ashes and disappeared. Chapter 1175. Kaboom! In the netherworld, above the East Spirit Fire Sea of Providence, two loud noises were heard. The Dharma forms of Zhu Erji and Zhu Lulu suddenly collapsed. The entire East Spirit Fire Sea was suddenly immersed in a great shock. No, second brother, sixth brother. A sorrowful cry sounded in the East Spirit Fire Sea. The remaining 4 vermilion birds all stared angrily above the Sea of Providence. Who dares to kill second brother and sixth brother? I'm going to kill him. It must be the Wansho Taoism in the netherworld. I'm going to see who dares to touch my brothers. The group of vermilion birds suddenly became furious. Stop right there. A shout was heard. Big brother, what are you doing? All of you stay here. No one is allowed to go. Zhu Yi said coldly. But what about sixth brother and second brother's revenge? Second brother and sixth brother died not long ago, which means that they had no power to resist. Are you going to court death? It's fine if you want to court death, but what about master's orders? Zhu Yi said coldly. Oui. Remember, with master's ability, even if you die, he can still bring you back to life. Then, he will torture you and make you beg for death. Zhu Yi said coldly. Aight. All of you stay here obediently and investigate the situation. So what if second brother, sixth brother, and seventh brother are dead? As long as master comes back, even if time and space are reversed, he can still save them. Zhu Yi said coldly. But, no buts. This revenge must be avenged, but not now. Stay here and slowly investigate the situation. Zhu Yi said coldly. Yes. Everyone nodded unwillingly. In the netherworld, Wansho Taoism. Whoosh! A breeze blew past, and Zhu Erji's ashes, which had been destroyed by the light of God slaying, drifted in the void. That was Zhu Erji. Although Ho's eye of heaven could severely injure him earlier, it was still lacking compared to Yuanshi Tianzuan's eye of heaven. It had directly annihilated him. It was also the eye of heaven, but Yuanshi Tianzuan's was countless times stronger. Of course, only Guhai knew the power of Yuanshi Tianzuan's heavenly eye. One had to know that back in the Immortal Dome, Yuanshi Tianzuan had fought against Immortal Six Dao's heavenly eye. Both of them were evenly matched. Yuanshi Tianzuan's eye of heaven was infinitely close to that of the Immortal of Six Paths Buzz. The eye of heaven suddenly closed, and the purple clouds slowly dissipated. On the square of the Premier Palace, the leaders of the various forces did not even dare to breathe loudly. Before they came, they felt that they were ambitious and had great qualifications. After seeing the experts on the seats, they felt that they were not on the same level. However, after seeing Yuanshi Tianzuan's strength, their last trace of pride was completely gone. In Wansho Taoism, it was better to keep a low profile. After the purple clouds dispersed, Yuanshi Tianzuan killed the 2 vermilion birds and turned to look at the 5 people on the seats. Jiang Chun, Ho Guhai, and Bai Zizai. Although Jiang Chun and Ho were surprised by Yuanshi Tianzuan's strength, they did not show a trace of fear. Instead, they looked at Yuanshi Tianzuan thoughtfully. Ho and Guhai looked at Yuanshi Tianzuan rather seriously. Bai Zizai took a deep breath, and his face was gloomy. He was clearly frightened by Yuanshi Tianzuan's strength. Bai Zizai was the White Tiger Supremacy, which was the same level as the Vermilion Bird Supremacy. However, there was only one White Tiger Supremacy, while there were 7 Vermilion Birds. One was equivalent to 7 of them. Therefore, Bai Zizai was stronger than Zhu Erji and Zhu Lulu. However, he was not as casual as Yuanshi Tianzuan. Yuanshi Tianzuan's strength had greatly exceeded Bai Zizai's expectations. Everyone, welcome to the premier palace. Yuanshi Tianzuan looked at the 5 people on the seats and said. The 5 people looked at Yuanshi Tianzuan, waiting for him to continue. After Yuanshi Tianzuan finished speaking, he closed his eyes, raised his head, and took a deep breath, as if he was feeling the mysteries of heaven and earth. The 5 people waited patiently, but no one disturbed him. Everyone understood that Yuanshi Tianzuan was brewing his emotions. Perhaps this emotion was too strong, and it would take some time before it could be released. The people around them naturally did not dare to disturb him. Half an incense sticks time later, Yuanshi Tianzuan opened his eyes. The moment his eyes opened, 2 rays of golden light shot out from them, illuminating the world. He slowly lowered his head and looked at the 5 of them. At this moment, the heavenly lord of primordial beginning seemed to have changed into a different person. He was still as cold as before, but there was a sharpness in him that pierced through everyone's hearts like a sharp blade. Everyone should be curious. What is this honorable one calling all of you here for? In fact, you can tell from the name. The World Unification Conference is naturally to call all of you here to unify the world. Yuanshi Tianzuan said coldly. The expressions of the people around them suddenly changed. However, under the fierce aura of the primeval Lord of Heaven, none of the leaders of the forces dared to say anything. Unify the world? Why do you want to unify the world all of a sudden? Guhai looked at Yuanshi Tianzuan and asked indifferently. Yuanshi Tianzuan suddenly looked at Guhai and said, Kill the heavens. Kill the heavens? The expressions of all the people around finally changed. Are you talking about the deity of the 6 paths? And asked in a low voice. Yuanshi Tianzuan looked at him and nodded. That's right, kill the deity of the 6 paths. The deity of the 6 paths is invisible and has merged with heaven and earth. How are you going to kill him? And asked curiously. This honorable one knows where he is hiding. 2 years later, he will return at his peak, but now he is not at his peak. I can kill him now. Yuanshi Tianzuan said solemnly. I remember that not long ago, Long Zhonghua tried to kill the heavens, but unfortunately he failed in the end. Are you so sure that you can kill the deity of the 6 paths? Jiang Chun asked indifferently. Long Zhonghua was defeated, but it doesn't mean that I will be defeated. If I don't have the ability to kill him, why did this honorable one gather all of you? Yuanshi Tianzuan said confidently. What if you can't kill the deity of the 6 paths? Bai Zizai frowned and asked. Yuanshi Tianzuan looked at Bai Zizai coldly and said, I will definitely kill him. There were no ifs. Since Yuanshi Tianzuan had made this decision, he had to go forward without the slightest bit of hope. If he didn't kill the heavens, he would be killed by the heavens? Kill the heavens and become an immortal? Guhai asked again. That's right. Yuanshi Tianzuan nodded and didn't hide anything. All the leaders of the various factions looked at Yuanshi Tianzuan in shock. At the same time, they understood why he killed the heavens. If not to become an immortal, what was the point? In this world, how many experts cultivated their entire life with the ultimate goal of becoming an immortal? Didn't Long Zhonghua go against the heavens in the past to become an immortal? Even Rokudo Shinkuan went against the heavens in the past to become an immortal, didn't he? However, Guhai asked again, why do you want to become an immortal? Why do you want to become an immortal? Most of the people were stunned. Wasn't Guhai asking nonsense? Why do you want to become an immortal? From then on, I'll be the only one in the world. The entire world will be mine. Only you, Jiang Chun, and you looked at Yuanshi Tianzuan with a hint of curiosity. It was because they had reached their current heights and were able to see things more deeply. Although Yuanshi Tianzuan was powerful, it was clear from his past that his desire for power was not particularly strong. For the past 800,000 years, the Wanshou Taoism had been led by the Tongtian sect master. Why did such a cold and heartless person want to become an immortal at all costs? Yuanshi Tianzuan instinctively looked at you, and then at Lin Waner, who was behind Guhai. There is no why. I want to become immortal. Yuanshi Tianzuan said coldly. Everyone nodded matter-of-factly. Who didn't want to become an immortal? Wasn't the ultimate goal of every cultivator to become an immortal? Only Gu Hai and the others understood. You, Lin Wana, these two were the leaders of the Wanshou Taoism, the Taishang, and the Tongtian. Perhaps Yuanshi, Tianzuan wanted to become an immortal for the sake of Taishang and Tongtian. Gu Hai still remembered that Yuanshi Tianzuan shed a tear the moment Tongtian died. Becoming an immortal? Using the 3,000 laws to revive the people of the past? Perhaps Yuanshi Tianzuan had made up his mind the moment Taishang died. As a result, he had not moved for 800,000 years. It was rumored that Taishang's master had died early. Taishang had single-handedly raised Yuanshi and Tongtian and taught them everything. To the Tongtian sect master, Yuanshi could shed tears over his death. He had even killed hundreds of millions and faced Empress Ji. To Taishang, it must have been even more difficult. Yuanshi Tianzuan seemed to be the most heartless person, but perhaps he was also the most affectionate person. Gu Hai did not ask any more questions. Yuanshi Tianzuan looked at the five of them. To kill the deity of the six paths, I need the power of the entire world. I need everyone to lend me their power to help me kill the six paths. You mean all of us will transfer our power of providence and lend it to you? Jiang Chun asked curiously. That's right. The golden dragon around my left arm is the form of the heavens. It can connect to your sea of providence. When you gather the power of your people, you can transfer it to me through your sea of providence. That's why I notified all the owners of providence, which is you. The purpose of the World Unification Conference is to have a voice in the world. Everyone must lend me their power. You must lend me your power. Yuanshi Tianzuan looked at the five of them coldly. Yuanshi Tianzuan did not care about the group of emperors and sect leaders at all. The five of them fell into deep thought. What's wrong? Do you have a problem? Yuanshi Tianzuan said coldly. The five exchanged glances, and a grave look flashed in their eyes. Only Gu Hai appeared the most relaxed. This was because Gu Hai also had a grudge against the deity of the six paths. It started when he killed several of the six paths doppelgangers 800,000 years ago. The Longzhonghua incident would also be exposed sooner or later. Now, Yuanshi Tianzuan wanted to kill the deity of the six paths, and he wanted to borrow his power? Gu Hai did not feel the slightest burden. I can agree. As long as it's to kill the deity of the six paths, I can mobilize the power of the Dahan Heavenly Empire and borrow the power of all the people to help you. Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Yuanshi Tianzuan's expression changed as he looked at Gu Hai. Unexpectedly, Gu Hai was the first to agree. As long as the six paths is alive, the Dahan will never be at peace. Gu Hai nodded. Yuanshi Tianzuan looked at Gu Hai with a gentle gaze. Also, I owe Taishang a favor. There is one thing I must remind you. Although Taishang and Tongtian have fallen, their legacy is still here. Their spirit is not destroyed. I hope that when you kill the deity, you will not implicate the Wanshou Taoism. This is the place where the spirit of Taishang and Tongtian rests. Gu Hai said again. Yuanshi Tianzuan frowned as he looked at you and Lin Wana. In the end, he nodded at Gu Hai.